like challenge. He wants to get like, since they only did it at 2 places, he wants to get it like in like thousands of different places. I'm gonna put it in that. Which chat do I put it in? The text chat?
Yeah, Omni. Yeah.
Omnipresent text chat. Paste.
Yeah, yep.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
Like he basically abuses them.
A useful tool for it.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this.
ChatGPT has become a useful tool for everyone, and of course, it can help with menial tasks, and of course.
Okay, now I want to share my screen. Share your screen. Share screen.
I can see it. You kind of like skip his intro if you want, which probably help with the streaming.
All right.
Also answer that. Much for joining me. Before we begin today, here's a quick word from me about today's sponsor, 25, and the remarkable named palette. Also included is a West Point Brewing. Now, if Dark Magazine, even 2.com, talk with chat a can of Coke when you open it.
How come the air doesn't equalize into space?
So for some of this, I'm just going to let ChatGPT answer Dave, and I'll interject where I feel I need to. But already his understanding of how the atmosphere works is flawed. He thinks he can compare cans of Coke and small boxes with no air inside to the entirety of Earth's atmosphere.
That's a big and interesting question. In the standard scientific model, Earth's atmosphere is held in place by gravity.
Stop. You said gravity does not hold air down.
Unfortunately, Dave interrupting is a theme for this video. You can already sense his frustration, can't you?
And at high altitudes, the gravity is even less than it is on ground. How could the gravity not pull the air into space? You can tell me you don't know and it's an anomaly and you don't have an answer, but don't lie.
He's so emotionally invested in this, isn't he?
Don't lie.
The atmosphere does equalise. That's what
Space
the pressure
gravity.
gradient is. Let's hear ChatGPT's response.
I understand what you're getting at. Gravity does hold the atmosphere to Earth. Even though gravity decreases slightly with altitude, it's still strong enough to keep the atmosphere from escaping into space.
Now, I think ChatGPT is being too soft here. The gravitational influence at 100 miles up is still 95% that it is on the Earth's surface.
The atmosphere gradually thins out with altitude, creating a pressure gradient. This is why we have a thick atmosphere at the surface, and it becomes very thin at higher altitudes.
I understand why you say that there's a pressure gradient. That's why I asked you earlier, if the room had 1% atmosphere, which would represent the very top of our pressure gradient adjacent to a void, if I had a box that represented outer space, which is a vacuum, you said no matter what, the air would equalize up and away from gravity into it. But now you're claiming that gravity holds it down. Do you see the discrepancy here? Do you see what you're doing?
We see what you're doing, Dave, which is trying to compare a box on the surface of the Earth with the entirety of the Earth's atmosphere. It's truly ridiculous to compare them.
I see your point. The analogy with the room and box is simplified.
Oh, deep burn from ChatGPT there, calling Dave low-key simple.
In reality, Earth's atmosphere is a large, continuous system. Gravity acts on the entire atmosphere, creating a pressure gradient from the surface all the way up to the edge of space. The atmosphere doesn't just sit next to a vacuum, it gradually transitions into it.
So you're telling me now if I took that box of, I have a box of no pressure, of a vacuum, and I brought it up to 10,000 feet and opened it, it would suck air up and away from gravity. If I brought it up to 100,000 feet and opened it, it would suck the air up and away from gravity. If I took it to the very top of the atmosphere, all of a sudden it would stop equalizing, because earlier you said no matter what, if there's any difference in pressure, the pressure will equalize.
Yes, if you bring a vacuum-sealed box to 10,000 feet and open it, air will rush in. Same at 100,000 feet. That's not air defying gravity. It's air responding to a local pressure imbalance. But here's what you're ignoring. There's still air at those altitudes. Less of it, of course, yes, but it's still there. And gravity is still acting on it. That's why there's any air pressure at all, even that high up. You're confusing localized lab setups with planetary-sized pressure systems. Now, at the edge of space, there's barely any air left. So if you opened your vacuum seal box up there, almost nothing would happen. Not because pressure stops equalizing, but because there's almost nothing left to equalize with.
You're right that the principle of pressure equalization applies at any altitude. If you have a vacuum container and open it, air will move to fill that vacuum regardless of direction. The reason Earth's atmosphere doesn't simply vanish into space is that gravity continuously acts on all the air molecules, keeping them bound to Earth. The atmosphere thins gradually as altitude increases, forming a gradient. But it's not a hard boundary. It's a gradual transition where molecular motion and gravity are in balance.
Oh, ChatGPT is a stubborn so-and-so, isn't it, Dave?
You're contradicting what you said earlier. You said no matter what the difference in the vacuum to the pressure in the room, whether it's 1% or even less, that it would equalize. But now you're saying there's a magic line where the vacuum will not equalize. What is that percentage? What percentage atmosphere is it where it will stop equalizing?
The Earth is not a box, Dave. It's a massive planet with a massive atmosphere under constant gravitational compression. That's what causes the pressure, the weight of the atmosphere on top of itself. Scale changes everything.
There isn't a specific magic line or percentage.
Because you're making it up. That's why there's not a specific magic line.
He's starting to get a bit triggered, isn't he?
You admit that to have air pressure, you need a container because the air needs to push off of something.
Dave keeps demanding, show me a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a barrier. You mean like weather systems? Or storm fronts? Those are pressure gradients in action, moving and shifting and balancing without containers. Just air and gravity. You see it every day on weather maps. Now, Dave keeps pushing ChatGPT on this line of questioning before focusing more on gravity itself.
You said that gravity does not affect the gas at all. It has to do with pressure. But now you're invoking that gravity on a large scale does hold gas down, where we demonstrated, where we can physically demonstrate with boxes of air and boxes of vacuum that gravity takes no part in it. But on a planetary scale, all of a sudden the rules change?
Pretty much, Dave, yeah. That's as close as you'll ever get to understanding it.
I understand the confusion.
There's no confusion here.
He's not happy, is he?
You're just making up crap to defend the globe
You're
model.
making up crap.
In fact, the fact that a
To
flat
defend the
model
globe.
with an enclosed atmosphere
it's fighting
would have
with
a
the
pressure gradient.
robot.
Why? Why would it? Could you explain that?
Oh,
Probably not. And also, you just accuse an AI of making things up specifically to defend the globe. You understand how funny that is, right?
It would contain our air and it would make more sense. So just answer this. If the Earth is a globe with high pressure air adjacent to a void, that's model number one, the globe model. Model number two is the Earth is flat, it's enclosed with a pressure gradient. Which one takes less leaps of faith and has more scientific evidence towards it? Which one? Pick one.
This is where things get a bit more frustrating for Dave.
The standard scientific model of a spherical Earth with an atmosphere held by gravity is supported by extensive evidence and well-established.
There's no extensive evidence, there's no well-established. I'm asking you now, with all of the information that you told me, all of the experiments that we just discussed, which one makes more scientific sense? Forget whether the Earth is flat or a globe. Which one explains the containment of air on Earth? The flat Earth model or the globe model? Which one scientifically has more evidence showing that that makes more sense? Which one, flat or globe?
He's really trying hard, isn't he?
The scientific consensus.
I don't care about scientific consensus. Consensus is not science. Consensus is just consensus.
So every scientist on Earth confirming and agreeing that the atmosphere is held to Earth due to gravity causing a pressure gradient, that's not enough for you? Okay.
Right? So which one has more scientific evidence, considering all of the experiments that we just discussed? Which one? A flat Earth with a dome over us containing the air, giving us our pressure gradient inside the container, or a globe where gravity is holding the air down adjacent to a Tor 17 vacuum, right? Which one makes more sense?
Dave, you're really coming across as desperate here, buddy.
From a scientific standpoint, the model of a spherical Earth with gravity holding the atmosphere is supported by a vast array of evidence.
What evidence? What evidence you have? Because we just did a whole bunch of experiments, and you admitted that gravity does not hold it down.
Dave wants us to forget about all the scientific evidence and just focus on his empty box in a room scenario. Seems fair? Dave asked the same question again.
In a purely hypothetical scenario, where we consider only the mechanics of containing a gas, a closed container would make it easier to understand how to maintain pressure gradients. However, when considering Earth, extensive observations of atmospheric behavior, satellite data, and physical...
Stop it. You're invoking satellites. You're invoking stuff that you know nothing about, that you have no evidence of.
Dave, you asked for evidence. ChatGPT started giving you that evidence, then you just told it to stop. You see how ridiculous this is? Now, Dave at this point decides to change tactics a little bit. He starts to ask purely about closed systems and open systems.
In a simplified scenario focused only on gas laws and containment, a closed system can be easier to understand in terms of how pressure...
A closed system is easier to understand because it makes more sense. A globe with a high pressure system adjacent to a void, you have to take leaps of faith and consensus and just assumptions that you cannot test. You cannot show me an example of gas uncontained. You can only say, you know, we've known it's tested. You can, but you cannot show me an example of gas uncontained without reifying your example by using the Earth as an example. Can you show me an example of high pressure next to low pressure without containment, without using the Earth?
Now, Dave's trying all his tricks here, ones that he would use on people in debates. ChatGPT is holding strong, though, it seems.
It's true that in laboratory settings, we rely on containers to demonstrate pressure differences.
Not only laboratory settings, but anywhere. Can you show me a scientific experiment with high pressure next to low pressure without containment, without using the Earth, or as your example? Yes or no? Can you show me an example? Yes or no?
No. In practical experiments, a containment boundary is typically needed.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's it. We're done.
Amazing. Because ChatGPT can't show an example of a high pressure system next to a low pressure system, Dave takes that as an automatic win. Truly amazing. Welcome to Flat Earth is the cringiest thing I've ever heard anyone say, by the way. Well, there we go. What do we all think of that one? Did Dave really prove Flat Earth to ChatGPT, or did he get thoroughly owned? I'll let me know in the comments. As I say, we're all done and dusted for another one. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed it, please do consider subscribing to the channel. It's daily videos from that.
That's funny.
Does that affirm your psychosis?
Well, so in that case, it didn't.
Okay.
It nicely, did not play to his psychosis.
Well, did it play to his psychosis because he sees ChatGPT as a reliable tool, but it's not giving him the answer?
I mean, maybe, but I don't think that's playing to his psychosis. I think playing to his psychosis would be telling him that yes, he has to bring out. Okay, well, Protothad.
I get what you're saying. Like ChatGPT did, like say yes, the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Right,
it didn't say. It didn't
all
tell
pieces.
him that.
Why didn't he just bend the knee? Why?
ChatGPT.
It wouldn't do it. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
Yeah, ChatGPT was.
It was interesting how similar, like how its stance was to ours. Like it gave you like the explanation that, for me, like it's like the explanation I would kind of give in a sense. It's like, yeah.
No, it's very. There's another part. The part 2 is with it. He asks you the question and then it doesn't answer. But there's another part to it. But But that guy who did it, he has a challenge essentially to do the Eratosthenes experiment on the 21st in the northern hemisphere at your solar noon, and you provide the length of the stick, the length of the shadow, the solar noon, and then they're going to create a database, and then it's going to be basically able to prove whether or not the Earth is flat or if it's a globe.
Yep, 100% true.
I think it's really cool. I mean, I wonder. I'm not going to do it because I feel like I'll fuck up. But if thousands of people do it, because that experiment was only done in 2 cities,
Nope.
this would be way more interesting.
Well, the original experiment was done in 2 cities. The
Yeah.
Eratosthenes measurement is done it's been done thousands, millions of times.
I agree with that. I'm
The
just
thing
saying the
about
original
that-
experiment.
The thing about that worldwide experiment is it's kind of weird because even flat earthers claim to believe things like sun calc. All you have to do is just ask sun calc what those shadows are going to be, and
Yep.
you're done.
Yep. Well, SunCalc is a globe program.
Well, of course, every program is, but the point is that like with Solarium, the flat earthers have said they trust it. So why not just use it?
Stellarium is a globe program too. I mean, I love when flat earthers use globe programs and then say, "Hey, look, we used a globe program to prove the Earth is flat."
It shows you where the sun's going to be at every second on the ground.
Yeah, it's not going to work, Daymok. If you actually do the experiment, if you actually think about. Well, no, I'm sorry. I asked you to think. I'm sorry.
Stop asking and start answering. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I shouldn't ask you to think. That's correct. I'm sorry.
You should start answering stuff and stop knowing everything.
No, I'm asking you to actually think, and I know that's difficult with your 2 brain cells running around there.
Stop asking someone for their answer and make
I know. I'm asking the impossible, Daymok. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I know you're doing the impossible. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm impossible. Asking you to think. I know that's impossible.
No, you weren't around earlier. I want Daymok to run for president. I think that he could. I would love to see his speech to Congress, and I think his utilization of NASA to find the Earth curve would be very productive.
You don't think he'd win?
Daymok Whitsitt. Daymok Whitsitt for president.
No, I think Whitsitt should be Secretary of State, so no country would ever know what we're doing.
We should say that in the Air Force. If we don't know what we're doing, then there's no way that they know what we're doing. Because
no, I'm serious.
How can they know what we're doing? If we don't know what we're doing, how are they going to know what we're doing?
I'm serious though. I mean, could you imagine Daymok at the State of the Union? I think it would sell out.
Just be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I was going to say people didn't think Trump had a chance in hell.
I think he'd do better than Trump.
No, he's nowhere near as rich as Trump.
Oh, I think he might be actually in actual dollar terms.
Well, that's true. But
access is different, which is valuable. Yeah, we're putting Taylor at Secretary of Department of Education.
Oh God.
Yep. That's on my ticket. I'm thinking Omnivore, head of the CIA. Probably already is, but
he's a Department of State guy. Omni is definitely a Department of State. So he's different.
Oh no, dude, Whitsitt is. Think about it. Just think about it. Like after he leaves the meeting, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck just occurred?" Like it would be great. It'd be great for Secretary of State. But Omni definitely had a CIA.
You never know. It could be good.
I think so. I think I'd put No Tanks as the head of the FBI just so you two could hang out all the time.
I don't know. Yeah, okay. If Terry's head of the Department of Education, I guess we're already in the.
We're heading in a better direction than we currently are, but But yeah, no, I'm serious. No Tank's head of FBI. You two, you got to work hand in hand, probably daily. But you'll have your own like government issue Discord channel. You can just talk all day long. It'll be perfect.
What's that? I missed it. What role do I get here? First, listen. First, Omnivore needs to bend the knee, and then we'll go from there.
No. I'm sorry. DMOC's the president here, and I'm actually trying to administer his cabinet. So we're not at that state yet. But
And what does the No Tanks get?
No Tanks is head of the FBI.
He already is.
Yep, female body inspector.
You can take that title to the actual FBI. It'd be perfect. And then you and Omnivore can work right next to each other all day long. Perfect.
Wow! I gotta tell you. Wow! I gotta tell you. I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, you can decline the role if you don't take it. Then we're going to give it.
I told you I don't know how to feel. I don't know how I feel about that. Give me time to mull it over with my people.
Well, if you don't take it, we're going to give it to 2 Octa.
I've always wanted to take out an FBI agent.
Perfect.
Oh, well, yeah, no. But yeah, we're just trying to administer a cabinet. But as the head of the FBI and Omnivore being the head of the CIA, you guys can have that whole conversation about knees and stuff like that.
Well, he has to bend the knee to even get to that conversation.
Oh. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen. But if you don't want to be the FBI director, which I think you'd be a great one, think about it. You could subpoena anybody you want and make them answer any question you ask them.
Yeah, but I don't care about their subjective views or abstract answers. I want the truth.
Well, precisely, and you can just exactly.
It doesn't come from their mind. The truth.
You can
asking them questions isn't going to get me the truth.
You can create a machine that could tell you whether or not they're telling the truth.
The truth is not physical. I can't create a machine that produces truth. I mean, they would just be giving me their truth. Yeah.
Maybe instead of the head of the CIA, we should put you the head of the FCC.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I think you'd like that role a little better.
You see how I just said I'll allow it because that would be like my role? Allowing, not allowing.
Yeah, it's your choice. But with that one, you could like tell people what they can say, what they can do all the time, and like issue fines. I think you'd love that.
No.
I think it'd be fun.
Well, listen, I'll take them. I don't know how much power you really have in this negotiation, but
I'm administering DMOC's cabinet right now. He could fire me. All hail DMOC. We serve him. But
I mean, is the power that's been I don't know, given to you? Is it through an actual reviewed and or is this like an auto pen incident that's going on right now?
This is more auto pen right now. But it's going to codify and it's going to resonate all throughout the halls of Congress.
Yep, auto pen. It's not going to do it for me.
Oh. Well, when we come to you, you will know. How about that? Okay. The code word is Cobra.
I suspect that this is kind of
what's the code word
through these. I'm not telling you.
What's the code word?
I'm not telling you. They're snake.
That's smart. That's smart. That's why you're going to be there. No, I'm not even worried about it.
Yeah.
Not even worried about it.
I suspect that this kind of occult backroom meeting that's happening right now is most likely how the globe idea came about in some kind of manner as this is being formed right now. Yeah.
So like people, you truly think people sat around in a room and was like, hey, we need to come up with this silly idea that the world's a ball.
I mean, you think they sat outside and did it?
I think it would be more likely to be outside.
No, do you not hear me every time? Even DMOC himself coming out and saying, "Show me this outside, right? Go show me something in reality." And the refusal that we get, and so the argument will be, no, I don't need to. Just think about it in your room, inside. Yeah, I don't think this happened outside.
Oh,
Definitely in a room.
I mean, I think potentially it's outside. Yeah, if you flip the coin, I think we could get like 50-50 results. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I doubt from my experience, right, that I correlate to the as so in the past will be in the future. The arguments here on the internet and even in
You
life when you
guys,
meet people around, they don't want to test the world. They want to test the idea of the world.
if you make that statement as a financial advisor, you will be sued.
What, a coin flip?
No, as in the past will be in the future.
Well, I mean, it's true. How much more true could that be?
And you should just buy stocks all day then.
Yeah, so one of them will fail and one of them will not.
Yeah, unless you just buy like the S&P 500. That's a lot of them. We're going to be there for a long time.
That's the ones I recommend.
That, yeah.
If they only had like a package deal where you could get them all at the same time.
Yeah, they do. They're called ETFs.
Get out of town.
Yep. That one I think is DJH, and then like the Nasdaq is like QQQ, and
I've recently purchased the newest one I've purchased is called the NANC.
NANC.
Yeah, that's the newest comprehensive one that I've purchased. Yeah.
What does it stand for?
It's better known as the Nancy Pelosi stock.
Oh, dude, that would be a great fund to purchase. You'd make a lot of money.
Yeah, that's my most recent purchase.
Oh, yeah. Actually, there are funds that track her purchases, and you can like follow.
It's called the NANC. It's called Nance.
Nance. That's a good fund. You should also look into. Nobody
was clever enough to pick up on that until Flat Earth came along. It was like, dude, this is her stock called her name. It's got her name on it, literally. People are like, no, it's a conspiracy theory.
Well, you should look at the company portfolio.
Yeah, it's everything that Nancy Pelosi purchases. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, that'd be a good ETF to buy, or I guess it'd be a performance fund.
But this is why you guys have hired me. I mean,
you can't make the statement though as a financial advisor as things in the past are the same in the future. You get sued for that. It's not good.
I guess you took over the FCC position, and that's your.
I took a really stupid fucking test, and I passed it. I got to trade stocks and talk to people and give them advice and charge them money for it.
Yeah, that's part of the game, right? Like with the Glober mindset, right? It's like this investment in humanity, right? It's like, well, I don't think this is necessary. I don't think that's necessary. It's just, it's humanity. That's where my hope is. My hope is in the human, the human race. And you say, to what end? And they say, well, for life's sake, because the strong will survive, and the diversity of life is dependent upon this just unknown thing, and it's just for, it's just for the sake of it.
But why do you think
my hope is?
Why do you think it's so strong, though? You like every time I hear, because I know you don't believe in evolution, but every time I hear people who don't believe in evolution, they always make the statement, "The strong will survive." Why do you think it's that? Like,
well, I mean, that strong is just to this situation. So, like, if it was the case that we lived in a world where all there were little cracks to like ooze into, then the strongest would be whatever's made of liquid. And everything else would get squashed.
So it's the best adapt.
Yeah, the strong. Yeah.
I mean, doesn't make you the strongest being the best adapt.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, but you see how I described it, with being squished between cracks. So
yeah,
but yeah, I mean, with that mindset, like, where else could your hope be, right? Other than investing in the idea that is humanity itself. So I mean, that's what this stock market is an investment in the idea of humans.
I would say if you want to dictate and see human behavior. The stock market is it has a lot of algorithmic trading, but it's really indicative of human behavior, fear and greed.
That's right.
When there's a lot of fear, it's red. When there's not that much fear, it's sometimes green, mostly green, sometimes red. But
Yep, that's it. That's it. That's all it takes. All you need to do is know you just need to know human behavior. You don't need to know the stocks. Well, I mean, you need to know how do they correlate to humans, but yeah.
Yeah, like if you know that humans take a shit and they drive a car and they have all this other stuff, you can buy the stocks in which they're spending the money, and then you can say there's these companies are like that's what people do.
Yeah, they're a bunch of psychologists, but that's what I'm telling you. The stock market is just like a reification of the idea that we ought to invest in humanity for the for what sake, to what end.
It's more an investment in yourself.
How can you can't invest in yourself? It's a coalition of humanity, right there, and their worth, their value is right there on a price tag.
I would say it's an investment in participation in that system, I guess, for yourself. But that system accumulates wealth, you know. It helps.
So we've been told. This is all part of the evolutionary trick, the masterminds behind it, who have shown you the stock market and then shown you evolution and said these things are not the same, but you do see how evolution makes sense, right? Because and you're gonna say, yeah, of course I see how it makes sense, because it makes sense in the value system that we have and the free market enterprise and the failing of systems, and I see that in the stock market, but I've never noticed that must be the case uniformly throughout life. Yeah. It's a trick.
The stock market doesn't like completely mirror life, but you know, if there's bombs going off in Iran and Israel, the stock market's going to have a knee-jerk reaction.
That's right. You better either see who invests in steel and see who invests in whatever else.
Yeah, by fear and greed. I've always said when you hear that the world's fucking burning, that's when you actually buy stock. But the big picture, as I was saying, like when you're talking about evolution, it's not about the strongest; it's the most adapt to the environment. That's all it is. Like when you associate the term strong, you kind of like pull other ethereal things into the concept that aren't really there.
Yeah, so this is the is the idea, right? Like strong would just be like depending on the situation, that the weakest can actually be the strongest. That these guys in wheelchairs who
do you know when that happened?
So that you can hear them speak, they are the strongest.
Do you know when that happened? When the meek
the 90s.
when the meek actually inherited the earth. It's insane. So when the dinosaurs, the end of the dinosaurs, mammals were basically shrews, like little tiny little things. The smallest, the weakest, and all the big strong things died because they could not adapt to that ever changing environment, and those mammals could.
You think that the dinosaurs are extinct?
Yes. Well, no.
I have a crocodile in
I would
zoo
say
to show you.
every branch of dinosaurs are extinct other than avian dinosaurs, and those are still alive.
Crocodiles are crocodilians, not dinosaurs.
Not dinosaurs, but I was talking about birds.
Yeah, but he said I have a crocodile.
Oh yeah, crocodiles aren't dinosaurs. They're not. They're not dinosaurs though. They're old as shit. You can prove it. You can with their hips and like their proportions. They're old as shit, but they're not dinosaurs.
That's about
I think
as much of a dinosaur as you're gonna get.
Yeah, crocodilians are. I think they're closer to. I wouldn't be sure actually, but I think their shape has been like relatively similar for like extremely long time.
Mm-hmm.
Them sharks, I think, are some of those sharks and turtles are some of the oldest forms, apparently.
Yeah, they're probably. Dude, I mean, you can just look at it and tell. You don't need like anybody to tell you. And I mean, that's really all this is this correlation to like what seems to be common sense, and then the story like of look how this thing must be so old. But yeah, I mean, I would say it's probably at least 4,000 years old.
Like your current crocodile, or like the crocodile?
Yeah, it's one of the oldest things since the Earth came around. Yeah, that's right. It's at least 4,000 years old.
Yeah, I would say 100% the crocodile's at least 4,000 years old. I can't disagree with that. But
Birds
I
and
would
the
go.
crocodiles are the closest relative to birds are crocodiles, actually.
They are. That means the crocodiles are dinosaurs.
No, they are not, because that's the predecessor to those two are diapsids, sauropsid,
yeah,
they're
yeah, yeah,
tetrapods.
yeah.
So they existed a tiny bit before dinosaurs formed.
The way,
So
yeah,
yeah,
the way
but
I
they
know,
are closer
yeah,
relative than dinosaurs and mammals. They
Yeah.
are more separated, inferred a long time ago.
yeah. The
Like
way I know that statement to be true is because I've seen a picture of, I think it was a like a pelican or something standing on a crocodile's face. I've seen that picture, and that's how I know that they are the same.
Yeah. Yeah. They're
well, it's
friends.
pretty far away though. Like it's like we're talking like 250 million years ago when they separated.
I could. I was just thinking if they're related to them that closely, but I see the break that you're talking about.
There was like an
Uh,
extinction event back then, which
yeah.
I think it was something about when the Pangea separated apart. There was like a huge amount of volcanoes erupting all over Earth, and it caused like a massive
Yeah, you guys gotta know. You
like
guys gotta know what you're buying into. I watched recently.
No, Tanks, don't you
I
know
watched a
it's got a
TV
long
show.
beak?
What's
It's
up?
got a long beak like an alligator. The bird. Bird has a long beak. Alligator, long beak. You didn't notice that? You missed that?
That's what I'm saying. I could
I
see
don't
the
think
heads
the
together. And I was like,
beaks
these are the
are
same.
done.
These are the same creature. These are of
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, but
They're
they don't
united.
really share a lot because it's such a long time ago. It's like sharing. It's like saying reptiles and the humans are alike.
I watched this TV show recently. I think it was narrated by Morgan Freeman. It was like the newest creation of some sort of like Discovery Channel thing, and it went back far back as to show the dinosaurs and how they mated. It was like a Planeosaurus or something, and they do a little dance, like almost like around a campfire. And I was just like, man, I want to like kind of watch the propaganda just to see like what a guy and everybody's buying into, and I just can't get through it. But I imagine there's people who sit there and watch it with seriousness in their eyes and their face, and they're watching this ridiculous dance of dances, this mating ritual between the billion-year-old Plateosaurus Rex or some shit, and they take it serious. Yeah.
That's
And I
more
just,
like this shows they do take artistic freedom in them, but there is a lot of
no, dude,
truth to it.
they know for a fact that the Plateosaurus Mexorexo puts on some feathers on its head and bobs around a campfire doing a mating ritual dance. This is a fact of
What they
reality that
did.
you're going to have to deal with.
What they did.
Plagiosaurus?
What they did for that
Plateosaurus
is.
Mexorexus.
So what they did from that is they took modern birds and ancient birds that they know mating rituals of, and they basically showed them doing that because they pre-assume that birds evolved from dinosaurs.
Do you hear how Renee right now currently is accepting this wholeheartedly and saying no, he's got the serious eyes on. They're on right now. He's remembering it, and he's like, no, I saw that as well, and they
No,
have.
I didn't, but that's what they're doing. I didn't see what you're talking about, but that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
But
That's why I said they
I'm
do like artistic freedom
yeah.
for TV,
Yeah, they use a
but it's like built
they do.
upon.
Yeah, they do pre-assume that birds evolved from dinosaurs. They'll take the behaviors of birds, and then they'll apply them to dinosaurs, and say, "Look, they had feathers. They had these things. They had this." And they show that with like chickens. They can show you can grow scales and feathers with just manipulating the genetics just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Yeah, we
it's
share that. Like that's where crocodilians. One of the things crocodilians and birds don't have in common is that the bird's scales formed into feathers, and the crocodilians kept the scales that reptilians held
Uh-huh.
before them again, and mammals formed fur from scales, all of which are keratin based. So yeah, we share that in common.
Do you know
all
about
of us.
that endogenous retrovirus that apparently helped with placental formation?
I've not heard about that.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I don't know if it's like complete detail, but that is to be the most definitive proof of evolution is endogenous retroviruses.
Yeah. Well, we have the book though that somebody wrote 2,000 years ago. So yeah, there's that. I guess we need to forget about all the bones he found in the ground.
Well, it's funny that book was very well written for people of that time to understand some things, you know.
Yeah.
But it's,
Yeah, but then they started to find like shark tooth on top of mountains and stuff, and like
those are
you realize,
dragons. Those are dragons.
yeah, those are dragons. Yeah, that's true. Those are dragons. Yeah,
Yeah. What are you talking about?
that's true.
Don't you know your model?
Yeah, I should. I too have watched Game of Thrones.
Have you seen that like new one that they're doing?
I haven't seen that. The
House of Dragon.
I think I want to see it. It's like I've read like mixed reviews on it. It's not like the worst.
I liked it because it had the old Doctor Who Adam Smith in it. It
Oh
was
yeah.
interesting seeing him in a different
Oh
role.
yeah.
But it's pretty good. It's binge worthy. That's for sure.
I just hope they don't like fuck up like. But this is like this is not part of the books, right? This is just outside the book.
I think it's
I guess.
a prequel. It's a prequel to everything. I don't.
Yeah.
It's a prequel, so it may be canon or non-canon. I don't know. But they kind of like they talk about like the song of Ice and Shadows and all that other stuff. You see like where like the blonde-haired people came from, basically, I guess. But it's I don't know if it's canon or not. I don't know to that extent.
Yeah. That is like one of the most depressing things. It's like one of the reasons why I won't watch Game of Thrones over again is because of the last season alone.
I'm a
So
huge
sad.
Star Trek fan, and I can't watch anything after I think it's season 6 after Jadzia Dax dies of Deep Space Nine. I just can't watch it. I've seen it.
Next generation.
No, Deep Space Nine. Next Generation. I loved
Oh
all
yeah.
of it. I've watched all of them. I haven't really watched any of the new ones, but
Deep Space Nine, I haven't watched that.
Deep Space. I like it. My favorite one is.
All right, here's the birds for you, just so you can. This is the scene I was describing. It's only a 40-second thing, but you can now watch it, and now you can know. You can know that
Did you
that
post
used to be
something?
you. Yep.
This
Hold on.
is which series?
Hold on 1 second. Netflix. Terror
Oh, Life
Birds.
on Our Planet. Yeah, I watched that actually.
You know what, dude? We were never terror birds. But those things are crazy. I wonder if they're going to find those in Antarctica if it ever defrosts.
All you need to do is go to 1 minute and 50 seconds, and then you'll have no excuse.
1 minute, 50 seconds. Okay, they're walking slowly. Oh, there is Morgan Freeman.
The thing about these shows are like they take like artistic freedom, but what I don't like is in kid shows when they make shows about dinosaurs, sometimes they like put together animals that didn't exist together, like not even remotely close. They're like put together T-Rex
Like
and like
Triceratops.
long necks and stuff like that. They existed like fucking 100 million years apart, right? They didn't exist together, and it's like they're just putting together precise with that. Like dinosaurs is such a broad like thing, right?
Uh-oh.
It's
Listen, I don't know
a
what I
lot
don't
of
know what's
different
going on
animals.
here, but it sounds like you're denying the
Oh,
slow
the cat
step,
got him.
the slow
Oh,
step of the
cat got him.
natural world.
That's what happens when you fight
Strongest.
over a woman. You know what? No tanks. This is a lesson. Never fight over a woman.
That's what I'm saying.
Or
That's what I'm saying. You're looking at it with serious eyes, and you're saying this is true, and then
Dude,
there's lessons to be learned.
I don't think
that is
anybody's
true.
actually saying that though. No, is anybody actually saying that though? That it's true?
Shut up.
What?
Shut up. People, your voice is shit. Your thoughts are shit. You're
Is
shit.
anyone saying it's actually true?
Yes.
Well, I guess
I
it's
think there's a
100%
broader
true.
lesson to be learned.
I don't think anybody's saying that it's actually
Okay,
100% true.
so is more. You're telling me that black man, Morgan Freeman, would lie right to my face?
I think they're trying to give the maybe just a visual of what could have been, but I don't think they're saying it's 100% true.
So you think that they're just giving like their own ideas that are based on nothing. This
Sure.
is just a fantasy. So this is just a
I
fantasy.
don't think they're based on nothing. I think they're just based on like what could have been.
Is it true that that could have been?
It could have been, yes.
Okay, so
Do we
then they
know for
are
sure?
talking
No.
about they are talking about what is true.
No, it could have been.
Could have been true.
Based on maybe some fossils they might have found. But is it 100% true? Probably not. But I don't think anybody's claiming that. No,
don't be so
nobody's
angry.
claiming that.
Accept it. Accept the truth.
No, just stop claiming that we're saying this is 100% true because no one's saying that.
Are you saying it's false now?
100% true.
Hold on, B-Ball, are you saying it's true or not true? Which would be
No,
false.
it's not.
Are you saying it's false? Are you saying it's false?
It's not 100% true. Are you not understanding what I'm saying?
I mean, are you saying are you saying it 100%? Like, are you really saying this, or are you only saying 90% of what you're saying?
Stop trying to put words into my mouth. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. It is not. It is a representation of could have been. Not saying it was 100% true, right? But what could have been.
Yeah, so you're saying it's false. So it's false.
Did I say it was false?
Yes, you imply that it's false. It implicitly have stated that it is false.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Were there dinosaurs that possibly look like this?
It's either true or false.
Were there dinosaurs that possibly looked like this?
So if it's the case, then it would be true.
No thanks. Were there dinosaurs that could have or possibly looked like this?
According to these guys, these are the experts. They're saying it is true that the dinosaurs
no, they're not saying.
look like this.
Are they saying
it's
it's
false.
100% true? Are they saying it's 100% true? I don't think anybody's making that claim but you. Nobody's making that claim but you.
Yeah, you are saying you don't know what true and false even mean.
No, I said.
Don't put words into your mouth that things are true or false.
No, listen. Did I say? Is anyone in here claiming that this is 100% true? Anyone?
Now you have to appeal to the consensus to know whether something is true or not.
Nobody's claiming that.
You are without grounding, sir.
Oh, but like if you use your, if you use your brain a little bit, I mean, we can know their shape and probably the way they walk, if they had beaks, if they have feather. We can look at that from the fossils, right? We cannot know their exact. Yes, that would be true. We cannot know their
Okay,
behavior.
so they are making the
Yeah.
claim that this is a true representation of reality.
No, they're not making that
Yes,
claim.
that's not representative
No,
of
now
their appearance,
they're
right?
just lying. They're saying this is false.
No,
this
they're
is
not
false.
just lying. No, this animal existed, right? But the
All right,
difference,
that's true. Okay.
where they're taking artistic freedom is like if how they behave, like how we don't have their brain, right? Yeah, we don't know what they behave like, but we can like interpret how they must have walked from how their hips are placed, how their leg bones are shaped, etc. We can interpret how they, for example, walk. We can even interpret a little bit from about their sound, from the way their like head and throat shape is, for example. So that's
And those would all be
interpretation
those would be true attributes of the creature.
That would be true, yeah, because we have those evidence for that.
Let me know when you get to the part where B-Ball is saying that it's not true. Let me know when you get to the false part.
He already mentioned
That's
it.
the thing that he's
Were you not
I already
listening?
said what's not. I already said that. Didn't you listen to me?
Well, it's either true or false that I was listening to you.
It was
You
false.
didn't
You
It
listen
weren't
can't
to
be like
me.
I was 90.
No, it was
It can't be
false. You
like
weren't listening. So
95%.
I think it's 100% true that you're trolling us right now, but that's fine.
Yeah, it can't be
ignore it.
95%. It can
No,
only be
I
what
think
it
it's
is. It
100%
can only
true
be
that
true or
you're
false.
trolling me.
Yeah, it can't be anything but true or false. But people
Yeah,
are
you're
claiming
trolling us.
that it can be true and false at the same time.
Yeah.
yes,
It's like this
All because he
whole.
does not
It's
want
a
to.
little bit
He does
like
not want to accept
It's a little bit
truth
like the
of his
genetic fallacy.
dinosaur
It's like you
walk.
cannot know
The
anything
walking
about the bird unless you know everything about it. Like
that
you
has
can't
been
know
shown to him
it's shaped. Oh, okay.
and revealed to
You're not
him through
listening.
the video that it is
Okay.
true that they slow walk together at a pace until the tiger gets him. Yeah, it's true.
So are you deaf? No thanks. Are you deaf?
You have to accentuate
Do you
the F.
understand English? No thanks.
What is it that you have to say?
Do you understand English? No thanks.
What is it that you have to say?
Do you understand English? I
That's
explained
enough
it.
of this troll.
I'm
That's
not
enough
sure
of this
if you
troll.
understood English because I explained it to you, and now you're just acting like I didn't say it. Which
There's a lot of truth.
either you're like a retard or you don't understand what I'm saying,
Is
or
that
you're
a true
trolling me.
dichotomy? Is that a true dichotomy?
Yes.
There's
So
a
you need
lot
to
of
work on
truth.
those.
There's a lot of truth to
I guess
what you
he's
did
trolling
bring.
us. I need to do what Rene is doing. Like you just gotta submit to the trolling, I guess.
No. Like there's a lot of truth to what he has brought to us. Never fight over a girl, or something's gonna jump out and fucking snap your neck in half.
Was
I
that like a
think
reference to the Star Trek?
There it goes again, B-Ball. Just like I had showed you the truth of it.
That's
Now
the
you guys
truth.
watch these videos with serious eyes, and you're like, "This is true.
That
This
is
a true representation of what is actual." And these slow-stepping dinosaurs are just our ancestors. And then
what
we
did you
can
learn
from them that
What did-
with the girl situation or the maybe
Exactly.
when you
Oh no, did I tone out?
Oh
Did
no,
he?
he cut out. Too
he's
bad.
incapable of understanding.
don't deny the truth,
In the
people.
middle of all that trolling. Your trolling was cut out in the middle. You have to restart the trolling.
We're learning here today, fellas. We're learning.
Yeah.
All right, I've muted a guy because he's interrupting my my speeches.
You were cutting out.
This is gonna be you're
He interrupted me
thanks.
one too many times. I've learned from the dinosaur slow walk
You lagged. You
that we
fucking
need
retard.
to stay in unison.
the
Oh
I'm
entire
doing
time
it
he was
at
talking.
the same time because I've learned from the dinosaur show.
So now
What
he's
have you
gonna
learned?
troll
We have to
everybody
talk at the
because
same
he
time
had
because the dinosaurs.
because
That's
he
what they do,
lagged
and they talk at
and
the
he
same time.
doesn't understand that he's
And that's what
talking
we have
over
to do. We
me,
have to
even though he
slow step
lagged.
together,
So now
walk
he's talking
together.
over
I
me
hope you
because he
know.
muted me.
So no thanks. I hope you know this is streaming, and if someone ever listens to this, right, they're gonna hear the your responses to what's been said. And do you think that your responses to the things that are being brought up are worthy of taken seriously?
It won't be any different than when Morgan Freeman narrates over the true state of affairs, which was the dinosaur walking step by step with the other dinosaurs. Slow motion
Okay.
I remember that.
won't be any less true.
Okay.
Can you imagine his Senate confirmation hearing?
So in the beginning of the video, was there a statement that said everything shown in this video is 100% accurate?
No, he only
Is that how
assumes
the world
that.
works?
He only
Okay.
assumes that because it's Morgan Freeman's voice. I mean, would you
Right.
not?
I mean, it
It's
would
like-
be, his voice is pretty convincing. I mean, I get
Exactly.
it.
If it was like Donald Duck or something, I think it would be a different outcome.
Right.
Listen, when I watched the movie, I think it was called Lucy, as Morgan Freeman narrated Lucy, and I saw the power of the human mind. If I just put drugs into my stomach and then get kicked because I don't want to get raped, and I am Scarlett Johansson at the same time, I can time travel to the sound of Morgan Freeman's voice and kind of control the universe through my mind.
Have you seen? There's other movie, the one with him and Jim Carrey, where he's literally God. What is that one?
I mean, B-ball, are you gonna make an argument here against Morgan Freeman, B-ball, or not?
I don't think you can. Why would you
I don't
put him in
think
that
I don't think you
position?
can. I mean, I would like to. I'd like to hear it
Yeah.
if he has one.
Yeah, I don't think Morgan Freeman claimed that it was 100% true. So there you
Then
go.
why would you sound like that if that's not your claim?
Well, you have to understand, Renee, is that B-ball did not, before he started speaking recently, he did not preface it with whatever I say may not be 100% true. So he could be just lying to us right now.
No, I
He
don't think
didn't
he's
preface
lying to us. I just don't think he understands. If you aren't telling the truth, then why would you sound like Morgan Freeman?
You know,
B-ball?
you're playing into his troll, man. You gotta don't play into his
B-ball,
troll.
answer the question.
Don't play into his troll.
Answer the question.
I
Now
agree.
he's
I think
getting
it's
serious. Like
I
he's
think
just falling
is-
the whole time, and he's like suddenly
I-
getting serious.
I think I
Funny.
think there's a lot there. I think there's a lot there. We can come back to this.
I mean, did you
we can-
see how those two dinosaurs, their faces, they were not fucking around, guys. As they slowly
I
walked
don't
together
think-
to the
I don't
sound
think
of
you're
Morgan
being
Freeman, their
serious.
faces they were
I honestly
stone
don't think
cold.
you're being serious. Come on, man. You're not being serious. You don't honestly think that we think that that video was 100% true. I'm pretty sure you don't think that we think that, right?
No,
You gotta
what
be
I'm putting forward is
You
that
gotta be
if you even take it serious to any degree whatsoever, that you should be ridiculed and trolled.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks it was 100% true.
But-
what I
but
do
no,
say,
no,
you
Tanks.
should know that it's 100%
No,
not
Tanks.
true.
Can you blame someone for taking it as truth because it's Morgan Freeman's voice?
Morgan Freeman. Of course.
Exactly.
I mean, I just wanted to hear B-ball just turn his back upon the Freeman himself, and he couldn't do it, and that just speaks to the power of Morgan Freeman.
Nobody's turning my back on anybody. I'm just saying no one's claiming
Especially
that
not
that's
Morgan
100%.
Why would
I'm
you?
just saying no one claims that it's 100% true. Do you have a problem with that?
Yes, I do.
Oh well, that's your problem.
You think that there's some kind of a middle ground for truth, that it's some things
I
can
think
be
just
true
like
and not true.
just like a guy mentioned earlier, right? We have there are fossils, right, that that we found that resemble that animal. Do we know its mating habits? Do we know how it walked? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we're completely wrong.
I just watched it
But no
on
one's
the
claiming it's
screen.
100% true.
I 100% just watched that video, and I watched the bird walk as it
Okay.
walked.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's almost
And I-
like you are just ignoring everything we are saying, no Tanks. It's like
He
funny.
is.
Like
That's
you
the
have
point.
to listen to what
That's the
we're
point.
saying. Like you're talking and then you're just talking past us in response.
Yeah, that's what
Like
that's
what
what
kind
he
of
does.
conversation do you think this is?
I think it's a representation of what is true.
Okay.
So you're not
And you say
listening to
no.
what
You
we're
say it's
saying.
not. You say it's false.
I didn't say
Yeah,
it
I'm
was false.
saying
I said
that
it's not 100%
really.
true.
Yeah. It's like you're not
Why
listening to what
would you
we're
not
saying,
adopt? Why
right?
would you not adopt this truth?
Nobody's listening to what I'm saying.
Because nobody claims it's 100% true, man. Leave it at that.
And why don't you adopt it as true?
Because we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure, right? How the animal walked, if it had those type of habits, we don't know that. But we do know that that animal actually existed. It may or may not have walked like that.
Okay, so then why not just make a video of it just rolling around and like jerking off? Why didn't they make that
I
video?
don't know. I don't know.
It doesn't have thumbs.
It doesn't have hands.
Yeah, you could just fuck a rock.
There you
Who
go.
cares? Why not just do it? Just do it. Have it on a
Then
tricycle.
they would have found.
No,
Then they would have
have you
found
ever-
when they found
have you
the
ever
animal.
fucked-
When they found its bones,
sorry.
they would have seen hands.
No, thanks.
just
Have
put
you
it
ever
on- put it
fucked a
on a-
rock?
Yeah, fuck a rock. Have it fuck a rock. Put it on a tricycle. Why not? Have
I'm
it like
asking you. I'm
walk
asking you a
tightrope.
question. It might be personal, but have you ever fucked a rock?
The Rock? No, I wish.
No, a rock.
Oh,
like,
a rock.
Like the same rock that you're opposing.
A Dwayne Johnson impersonator. No, I wouldn't.
Just
shoot that
because.
far. Hello.
Yeah, I get it. But yeah, I was just wondering. Because I don't know how you would. I don't know how one would do that.
I don't know. B-Ball's current stance right now is that the creature exists.
Lots of fucking lube, Einstein.
And everything else is just make believe, fantasy. So why believe in it? Just show the.
But wouldn't you need
picture
two
of the
rocks?
bird.
Wouldn't you at least need two rocks?
No,
Yeah,
you
like,
need one has a slit. You gotta look at some rock porn, bro.
Rock.
You missed that part in the video. It's in a different scene that I didn't post in the chat, but what
I
it
got
shows
your
is
back, I got
the dinosaur spits on the rock. It spits on the rock and then fucks it and then does a slow dance. It's just to the sound of Morgan Freeman's voice.
I don't think that video's legal.
Hey, I'm just saying, Ren, I just showed you this is an example. Just an example of how you don't need two rocks.
Okay, hold on. I'm learning. I'm here to learn.
Sean, you're not helping.
Here to
Not
learn.
helping.
I'm here to learn. Where is it in? It's not
It's in your
the
DM.
set. Oh,
No, I put it in your DM. I don't know about this if they want that in the survey. So.
I don't think anyone wants this anywhere.
But does it answer your question?
I get what you're saying.
One rock. There you go.
One rock, 2 cups, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I was wrong. See, I stand corrected. You don't need 2 rocks.
Boom.
And this is the other debunker for B-Ball, just so he knows. Like back then in those times, you can watch the video again at 1 minute and 50 seconds, and you'll learn the truth of history. But this is a debunker of it. In those times, who was playing those drums and that intense music? You think that there was like another set of birds or something that learned music at the same time?
So I have just one
Get
question.
fucking real, B-Ball.
I have a question. Really quick. Do you think that that's like a live action thing? That's like a CGI. You know that, right?
That is just like when you opened gifts at Christmas when you're a kid, right? Your parents had like a camera set up, right? And you can go back and watch those. That's what this is. This is a representation of the past.
Oh, but with CGI though, right?
With reality, you guys just need to face reality.
Yeah, like I said, like everybody said, they took behaviors of modern birds and they applied it to those ancient ones that they found. But yeah. So back to these rocks. Where do you find rocks like that?
Outside of your basement.
Oh, okay. It's been an interesting day, fellas. But I think
and also they would also look at what fossils they do have, and the configuration of the hip and etc. That would
you can see how they walk.
A good
It's
idea
amazing.
of how
It's amazing,
walked and
Sean.
stood.
It's amazing, Sean, and B-Ball, I might say, that you're both like B-Ball's taking the position that this is not true. This is nobody said it's true, right? And then one after another person is entering the room and parroting like a bird the same exact talking points.
Steel man exactly what I said though. Before you try and straw man what I said. said. Steel man what I said, please.
You said the same thing as a guy said, and Renee said, and Sean, who just entered, said. You guys said the same things.
And what did I say specifically?
That it's not true, but they know it's true because of the hips, the skeletons, the vocal cords, the neck muscles, the neck
No,
bones
what did I
that
say
would produce these
specifically?
behaviors.
Before you
Oh,
straw man what I said, what I say specifically?
you told
Can you
me
do
that,
that?
you told me that Morgan Freeman is better looking than Dwayne
No,
Johnson.
I didn't say that. No.
Those were your exact
That's
words, dude.
fine.
Who would
No, you
agree to
failed.
that?
You failed.
People.
It's like you
No.
don't compute anything when people speak to you.
Yeah.
It's funny.
You
Like, how
failed.
does your brain
Well,
work?
no thanks. Yeah, because what I heard, 'cause I kind of heard a little bit of it. I do remember him saying stuff like, "No, we don't know it's 100% sure, but it's our best guess on what we have
Exactly.
in front of us."
Thank you, Sean. Thank you,
I heard
Sean.
him say stuff like that. I didn't hear him say what you were saying.
Exactly. Thank you, Sean.
And I absolutely agree with that because again, we don't have
Like,
a perfect evolutionary chart that matches everything. So because of that, we have to do we have to speculate a lot of the fucking times, but we also speculate upon the evidence that we have. We're not just playing the guessing game.
Right, it's not a guess, B-ball. This is a knowing. This is not a guess, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think we have to guess over. You
yeah.
shouldn't fight over a girl or a fucking creature is going to come fucking split your neck in half. That's not. We're not speculating with that, right?
Well,
no. We're good.
No thanks. What structure would carry on in a species that isn't evolutionary? What would carry a species?
I don't know what that means exactly. What would carry a species would be the design and purpose of the characteristics of that species.
Okay, so then if that were the case, what you would typically see is a decrease in population because the best would be the best, and we wouldn't see an influx of other species, right? We wouldn't have millions of more animals now than we did then, right?
How do you know we have that?
Well, I'm just saying because there are certain things that we find in certain sediments that show that they weren't around at a certain time, or they started coming around at this certain time. My question would be,
they never died.
No, hang on.
They lived forever, eternally.
I mean, like how there are different species of animals, right? Like different types of dogs, right? One's from this area, from that area. Why wouldn't we have a streamlined one canine by this point, or at any point?
Don't we?
I would say we don't. We have wolves, we have coyotes, we have hybrids of those, we have King Corsos, we have German Shepherds. I would say that that's not the case.
Yeah, we have blonde hair girls, we have brown hair girls, we have red hair girls, we have auburn hair girls.
Exactly. Why wouldn't there be one type of streamlined human instead of all these different types?
Humans.
Yeah. Any animal, any type of any species you want to talk about, this question would stand for.
So your question is that if it's the case that humans have always existed, why don't we have evidence that humans have always existed?
I didn't say that at all. I never once said that humans.
You kind of did. You kind of did. You kind of did. You're saying that you don't find different fossil forms on different layers.
No, what are you
don't
talking about?
same.
Absolutely.
But you don't. You
guys
don't
are
find
both confused.
No. So like you don't find you don't find like a human next to a triceratops. Yeah, you don't find like a human. Yeah, that's what you. Yeah, that's what he was saying. That's what. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, you're asking the question, why don't we, if humans are always existed, why don't we find humans always?
I didn't say they always existed.
I know.
If
but
it's the case.
Answer that question.
Yeah, we do.
You do? No, you don't. You don't.
We find humans. Wait, what do we do? What do we do?
We always find human bones existing as human bones.
We don't see an evolutionary change.
No.
So what would be like was it Homo? What was the Neanderthal compared to Homo erectus? Why is there a difference? What is that? because there's a clear difference, right? I could pull the skeleton pattern, and these are all these are actually bones we found. So what would be
With
why would they
DNA.
be so different?
Cool. What was it?
Huh? You didn't hear
I was on the
anything?
phone.
Oh, my bad. Homo erectus, Homo neanderthal. How can we found these bones? DNA, as my friend just mentioned as well. How can we see these changes if humans have never? On the phone again? Busy man.
You don't really get too far with evolutionary talk. It
I mean,
hinders.
it's fun because the other idea of it is that everything that we're talking about could be wrong, and the fact that there are so many holes in it that it's
Well,
definitely not a known science.
that's it's like one of the things that I like to talk about, and when people bring it up, is endogenous retroviruses. They show speciation, they show time frame, they show the statement of God made us perfect in the beginning. No, he didn't, because we didn't have these little snippets of virus. You know what I mean? Like it's just it answers every question, but it doesn't really get too far. That's for sure.
My big question is why, of anything, right? We've already figured out that we figured out how to try to explain how species work and all that stuff. Why wouldn't a god use evolution in his process?
I've always said, honestly, Christians should really believe in evolution, because if you think of the Bible as a purpose, it's a way to teach an ape to be a human.
Mm, I think that's a far-fetched way to say it. I don't think
I
that's
would.
ever possible.
I think it's possible to teach an ape to be a human. We did it.
To teach an ape to replicate human activities or
No.
be a human.
We are apes. Still,
No, we are of the ape family. We are not apes.
we are apes. We're still apes.
No.
Like,
We are from the ape family, but we are nowhere near apes.
and okay, and I think it might be semantics, because you can't really ever get out of the clade you're in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Well, if that's the case, then we definitely aren't apes, because apes haven't been around as long as us.
That's incorrect too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm wrong, but we're not. We're
no.
definitely not apes. We're part of the ape family, though, right? That is correct.
No, in genetics, you don't exceed your clade. So we would be apes.
Okay, no, if that's the case, then we're old world monkeys.
No.
Yeah,
no.
I mean that was before
Is that the
apes.
clade? Is that the no?
Yeah,
It's
that's
the term
before.
is clade, because so there's a difference. We don't have tails. Our fingernails are flattened. Our dentition is different. There's different things that differentiate old world and new
world. Yeah,
apes. And apes.
Yeah, we come from old world monkeys. No tails. Yeah.
Yes, the old world monkeys that led to the ape, and the apes.
Yep.
From that
Ape
came
family.
Came us, Homo sapiens.
Ape family sounds better, because realistically, we don't. Apes are definitely far enough down that branch that we don't come from them.
So the term ape to you means a gorilla or an orangutan, right?
Yeah, because the term ape family is what I would register.
I understand that, but I get that, but the term ape
we don't come from. So listen, how do you guys account for the diversity of life and speciation and kinds, whatever you want to call it, without a concrete unifying oneness?
So what we are arguing right now is basically semantics.
Yes.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, it's a semantical argument, and I understand now it's semantical because we were agreeing on absolutely everything else. But I would say the difference on the difference between, if we to the extreme of calling us a old world monkey, we don't have the characteristics of what you would still classify an old world monkey as. We don't have
Why
the
not?
long tail. We don't have the long tail.
No. Old
We
world
don't-
monkeys
we
don't,
don't-
have tails.
I'm sorry.
That's New World.
No. Old world monkeys had tails.
No, old world monkeys did not.
Yes,
have
they did. And they did.
I'll look at it right now. I'll get it right now. Hang on.
That's why baboons still have tails.
Old world monkeys have specific enzymes that are able to break down glucose and convert it into energy. They even have specific organs that we sort of lack. However, we do maintain a vestigial organ in our system that has de-evolved to being basically useless, that had parts of that digestation and enzymatic process in this,
The appendix.
which proves without shadow of a doubt that we have diverged in a species from them. Also, just pure genetics. We are very, very similar to them in genetics. We have very similar type of enzymes and proteins. I could just go on, but you get the point.
But couldn't you there's an experiment I saw where you can separate the helixes of human DNA and monkey DNA, and now they're just a single strand each. And if you put them in a solution, they'll reattach, and it will reattach not to the human DNA, it reattaches to where they properly meet.
Yo,
You mean
Zen,
that the
you
base
sound like
pairs?
a,
You
hold
mean
on,
that the
yo,
base pairs
Zen,
match?
Yeah.
Zen, you
Kamara.
Yeah, no,
sound
that's not gonna.
smarter-
That's not gonna
Zen,
happen.
you sound
Somebody
like
mute.
a smarter-
Can somebody do it?
Hold on, Zen,
Somebody
you
just
sound like a
mute
smarter
Bebo.
version of No Tanks.
Can somebody just mute Bebo, please?
Huh?
No,
He'd interrupt
I wanted
interrupting the flow of the conversation.
I just wanted to say something really quick. Zen, you sound like a smarter version of No Tanks. All right, I'm done.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm not joking. I literally heard that was a reality. Might just be some YouTube thing I fucking saw, but
You read it on Reddit?
I don't know. Here, let's try to find what I was looking at.
It was in Kamara Weekly.
I mean, I was hearing a dispute between this idea of evolution that explains the diversity of life.
There was no.
But
there was
what?
no dispute.
And then right, yeah. Well, then as if the human and the ape were not at one point the same thing. So then I would ask you guys, how is it that you can explain the diversity of
This is why you
distinctions in the
can't say
world
it.
without the unifying
was crazy when
oneness would allow you
heard that shit?
to
That's
unify the
crazy.
diversity and the of life here on Earth.
I don't think either
After
one
that
of
shit,
us
no one
said.
said.
Neither one of us said that humans and apes
That's
were
great. Well,
different things.
I'm interested on how you do explain through your theory what we all observe in reality to be the diversity and distinction between one thing and another thing.
Evolution. Look at
The unifying
What do
what
you
is
mean by
unified oneness?
unifying oneness?
No.
What do you mean by
No,
unifying
you know,
oneness?
So was there multiple, when he asked the question for the was there multiple different concrete things that became other things, or were they all one thing? And what is it that
We were
unifies
talking
this idea?
about example being Homo erectus, Homo sapien, and Neanderthal.
Okay, now did they
Those
come?
would be
Did
the
they come
examples of
from? Did they come from different different starting points, or all from the same starting point?
The only thing you could say to that is we all came from Homo erectus.
Yeah, from the they all came from the closest branch that we can understand.
And the branches are connected to another branch, or to the tree, or what?
Yep,
A lot
to
of
the
branches,
tree.
lots of
branches
lots of
to the
fucking
tree.
branches to a big ass tree. Yeah,
Okay, so then what is it?
Avatar times
yeah.
1,000.
Yeah, so does your theory explain with the observable, differentiations and diversity of life, what it is that unifies all of these different
No.
branches into a concrete
Evolution.
oneness?
Genetics.
No, we don't.
Cells.
No, we.
Cells.
Cells and genetics.
Cells. Eukaryote cells.
Wait,
Yeah.
do we have that? Do we have the cells? I don't
Isn't
think we have that.
Isn't it necessary?
We don't
to
have
explain-
Luca. We don't have Luca.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
we don't
yeah,
have
Yeah,
that.
so that's the difference. The difference is what they're saying, no tanks, is in their evolutionary tree, the cell is the tree. What I'm telling you is no, we fade off at a certain point to get to that point. In our evidence, in our actual evidence of this.
the way we're gonna have to do this tiebreaker is B-ball and Sean. You're gonna both have to do your best Morgan Freeman argument in the
That's a
Morgan
little
Freeman
racist.
voice. To well, I mean, listen,
Well,
you have you are juxtaposed to B-ball's position, so you'll have to both do your best Morgan Freeman.
My nut
argument.
girth is not going to determine how I make an argument or how I sound. I'm sorry.
Well, then you're out. I'm sorry, sir, but you're out.
Okay, my bad.
I don't think it's fair. I mean, if you hear Morgan Freeman, you're going to believe what he says. You know what I mean? So it's not fair to even do it.
Automatic.
Yeah.
So whoever can do it better is correct. That's why I put this forward.
Morgan Freeman. I could be related to Morgan Freeman, so I can't hate on him no matter what.
You just have to make your truth statement in the Morgan Freeman voice,
my
and then
father's
it will
side
be
of the
true.
family is my father's side of the family is from Trinidad. It's a very small island.
Oh. He's from Alabama, though, I think, after the fact.
Yeah, but his family.
Yeah.
I'm not saying like directly related. Jesus Christ, man.
No. Why are you invoking the Lord?
Because I don't use. There is no Lord. It's just
wait. Who just spoke about Morgan Freeman?
Wait. Do you believe in God?
I did. Me?
Yeah.
I would say that I hold no position on the issue of relevance.
How have you?
Okay.
Listen, sir. How have you?
Hang on.
No, you're right, Sean. You're right. Yeah.
So when in this conversation of evolution, fuck a cell. Do you believe it was an actual animal or a human or like was it the thing?
I'm not crazy.
Okay. So did God make that cell?
So I'll go back really far with you on this. For me, it's this. I can describe things with naturalistic processes all the way through abiogenesis, stellar nuclear physics. I can go to the Big Bang. I can do all of that. And I can describe it to a level of understanding that I'm
Those are
comfortable
mythical
with.
beginnings. Those are just mythical beginnings. Don't play games.
The Big Bang?
Yeah. That wasn't the beginning of anything. That was just an event.
Okay.
Do you believe? Do you believe that started? That is the beginning of the universe or our known universe?
Our known universe, our universe. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm just describing, like I said, this is how I assign things. And basically, at the end of the day, I do see there's value in a God need. I think that the book was very well written for 2,000 years ago for people to have a basic understanding. And like I was saying earlier, I think it's a really good book to teach an ape to be a human.
I think that's where we split apart in our tree, because I don't understand when you say that, because again, you cannot do that. You can replicate human activities.
Do you see? I mean, like literally, chimpanzees. Like you've seen, like they've gone to war, like literal wars and shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like they do things that we do, and they do it on
I would even say we do what they do.
Do you take issue, Sean, with his assertion that he can use the laws of physics and natural process to explain how one thing can become another?
Yes.
I've never talked about creation. I've not talked about creation.
He didn't lump it in there. Yeah. No, he didn't.
He didn't.
But can you, right? So can you do the same thing?
You can't do it with creation because you have to presuppose like a miracle, and that's the thing. I don't think you have to do that.
About through a cause
and no tanks.
One thing
and no tanks because you weren't listening. I specifically asked in the very beginning of this if there was this mythical creation happening, and he said no.
I mean, I'm just asking about this part one is you can use the natural processes that you view through your mind of a sequence of events, one thing causing another thing to occur to then give a predictable outcome, or even go back into the past through that. You can use these things to make an inference, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So now, Sean, I'm just asking you: can you account for why the natural process exists at all? No. Stop trying to jump in there.
Yes, you can. No tanks. What he's going to tell you is he'll account for those natural processes by properties of evolution, which are natural selection, which are genetic drift, which are isolation issues. There's different little factors all across the board, but you can kind of model these things. Yeah, you
Okay,
can
these
model these
processes,
things.
right? Are they things that were always possible, or they became possible and were at one
No,
point
they were always,
impossible?
it was
They had
Okay,
always
to
so
possible.
always be possible, you know?
Always.
okay, great. So now,
Yeah.
so how can you account
It-
for all possibilities of a natural process coming about without any kind of guiding influence or design
Observation.
to the
Because the
can
natural
you the point
processes
is
aren't
can you account
random.
for the point is can
Because
you
the
account
processes
for
aren't
the
random.
point is can you
You cannot invoke
account
possibilities when trying to calculate
for
the possibility when things aren't random.
Okay.
Abiogenesis wasn't random. Biochemical
Yeah,
processes aren't random.
yeah.
Can you account for the
Yeah.
natural processes that you're affirming must
Yes.
exist for you to make any kind of prediction or truth claim?
Yes.
Yes. And I would say because evolution, whether it comes across this way, is not good. It's not good for a species. Most of the time, majority of the time, 99.9%, 0.999% of the time, it's probably bad for the fucking species because it's
I don't think you're
it's an
tracking.
evolutionary. I don't think you're
Listen,
tracking.
you can count, right? You can go 1, 2, 3, 4. I know how many.
Exactly.
I know how many
Yeah.
things are in my pocket, right?
Yep.
And then you can say, well, if I add one thing a day, then I'll have 7 things at the end of the week. So you can count so that you can make these predictions. But can you account for why
Yes.
and how counting is possible at all?
Yes.
How do you
Yes.
keep on
Because
answering prior to
we
me
both
asking you the question, and then you're failing
because
at
you're
answering the
very long
question?
because you're very
You're
long-winded.
failing at it.
There is definitely numbers in between 1 and 2 that you're not accounting for.
Okay, can you account for the natural processes in the world? What makes the natural processes of the world possible?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead, say it.
He just
What makes
listed
it
them
possible?
off to you.
No, he's talking
Literally
about
just
like
did.
overall. He's talking.
Overall.
What he wants you to do is say
Well, tell
basically
me that, what's the end
what
goal?
the
No,
end
he's
goal.
gonna Renee, let him try to guess 10
I'm
seconds
trying to.
before I
I'm trying
finish
to.
every fucking time, and we'll
I'm
get it
sorry
wrong
for
every
cutting you
time.
off. No, I'm trying to just clarify your question, and if I'm not, then please correct me.
No, I just
But
wanted him to continue this thing where he cuts me off 10 seconds before the words come out, and he's wrong every fucking time. I'm enjoying it.
It's you, not me. The way
so,
you're
so
explaining it.
the question where he's trying to get you to is where does this unifying order that even allows for the logic that you are asserting for evolution come from?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, got him. He's done.
Did you? That doesn't disprove the evolutionary process at all.
Renee got you. Renee
No,
got
I
you.
didn't. I did not get him. I was just clarifying your question. Was it, if that was your
Renee,
question?
leave this
And again,
poor
how
guy
does that,
alone, Renee. Just
how
stop
does
picking on him.
that, hey, how does that disprove the evolutionary process? How explain that? How am I actually?
This is how you're not tracking, right? So for the beginning of the conversation was, wait a minute, Renee, you believe in God, yeah, but and then you think that you can explain through these processes, right, and through this system of evaluation of using your reasoning that there's a reasonable explanation for the world devoid of the necessity of God. But then you can't account for the logic, the reasoning, the numbers, the uniformity, all the things entailed with your explanations without God. And that's why Renee just
one reason,
slapped you.
No, he didn't, and I'm happy you explained it that way because there's one reason that it's not a bitch slap and it does nothing for you in this conversation. You want to know why? Because nothing. I repeat this very clearly. There is nothing at all, not even a smidget of evolution that has anything to fucking do with abiogenesis. So my understanding of evolution and using that to understand what happened before me has nothing to do with what started anything because evolution has nothing to do with abiogenesis.
Yeah, your evolution is a natural process. This is would be just a natural process of one thing becoming another thing through external pressure, whatever you want to assign to it. Whatever you want to assign.
Evolution,
natural process.
Evolution would not have had time to even take an effect on one thing. It wouldn't have had time to affect that second thing. It wouldn't have had time to affect that third thing.
I don't know what you're saying. Renee, translate.
Okay.
What is he saying?
Abiogenesis. It's very simple. Very simple. Abiogenesis and evolution are not in the same conversation. That's all there is to it.
So what he's saying is abiogenesis. It's one field of study that you don't even need to have to think about evolution to do. and then evolution is a completely separate field of study. They don't.
It's
Part of
after.
abiogenesis does assume a part of evolution. That is true.
I disagree. But I wasn't going to bring that up.
But not the other way around.
Not the other way around. Exactly.
I disagree, but that's it was the earlier point of how do you have these distinctions between these that would only address the earliest thing I asked. How do you have these distinctions and in the world without having a unifying oneness that they all come from? So then you could appeal to multiple abiogenesises or one, generacies, whatever, or one. So which one do you take?
Your question is malformed because again, evolution. Yes, again, stop asking me how my evolution explains abiogenesis. It will never. It will never.
In your theory of evolution, it does infer deductively that one thing became another thing to give you the diversity.
Not even a little bit. Not even once does it. Show me evidence.
However you want.
No, the thing is, it's no tanks. Evolution assumes, honestly. So evolution doesn't assume that. Evolution, and why he was talking about the different generations. Evolution is change over time.
What did I say that wasn't that?
No,
the creation part.
That part.
When did I bring that in? I didn't bring that in yet on this one.
Yes, you have a few times. You've asked me a few times.
What do you mean? What creation of what?
Of my one thing that started the evolutionary, and I keep telling you,
I mean,
it has nothing to do with it.
If you're going to keep saying, well, the ape, that's my starting point, and then ape becomes some other kind of.
Never said
anything.
that.
Just pick a thing, anything. Pick a thing. Yeah.
Again, I am not saying anything in my evolutionary understanding has anything to do with abiogenesis. Nor does the study of.
Has nothing to do with creatures.
You can interpret what I said differently from what I said, but it's a very clear understanding. You're asking me abiogenesis questions, and evolution doesn't make sense.
You just take a thing, anything. You say, well, listen, this is how I account for there being more than one kind of thing. Pick a thing, anything. Go ahead.
So, evidence, fossil evidence,
one thing or all things, or two things,
multiple things.
What do you got?
Multiple things, multiple.
Okay.
Let's pick Lucy.
Those multiple things. Those are the starting points.
Pick Lucy.
Nope, I didn't say those were the starting points.
No, pick Lucy.
All right, where do you start in your little theory?
Luca. Last common ancestor. That's the starting point in evolution.
Yeah, but that's
against Sean G's argument.
How is that against? What are you talking about?
I don't know. You don't want to name a thing that other things come from.
Jesus Christ.
Start with Lucy.
There we go. Finally, Renee, you have.
I said
He is now a Christian boy.
I'm not a Christian boy. But
Sean is now a Christian boy.
Your Genesis argument will never work on me. No tanks. I'm sorry.
Start with Lucy. Just start with Lucy. We picked a place.
It's a good starting point.
Lucy's a really good starting point.
Okay, so now Lucy is a thing, and then has some offspring that lose the ability or have this expression or attribute where they now look a little bit different. So it turns into another thing.
Okay. And how many times do you think that what you just stated? How many times do you think that happened?
Never.
No. So you don't think a thing had babies and procreated and made more things? That never happened?
That happens.
Okay.
So Lucy never had kids.
Yeah. He said it does happen. So how many times do you think? Yeah. So how many times do you think from Lucy having her first kid to any evolutionary process that we're talking about? How many times do you think that reproduction of species happens? How many times do you think that happens? Just off the top of your head.
How many times? I mean, like Jaron used to do them. He did the math once, and it traces back to like with the human population. And the amount of times with the average amount of procreation. I don't have those numbers in front of me right now, but I could look for them.
6,000 times.
Yeah, maybe 6,000 years worth.
About 6,000.
I'd say about 200. I'd say 250,000 times before easily.
If not more. I mean, what would that be?
That was
250,000 births.
And again, that's not a process that happens every 250,000 years, no tanks. We're just trying to give some extension of time so you understand that Lucy did not pop out a fucking human, okay?
All right. So now Lucy always existed, and just where did Lucy pop out of?
Popped out
Nothingness.
of
Well, you had
Lucy
fossils.
probably popped out of a
Yeah, you had
fire
hominoid
Lucy.
fossils, which was unearthed prior to
All right.
Lucy, like
so
in
then-
the ladies and so on.
Oh yeah, but
All right,
we're
so
just
then we don't need
starting
Lucy. We
point.
go back to Milanese or something. Okay, and then from there,
No, we don't. We don't
that
have
was
to keep
the
on
very
going back.
beginning.
We need to go forward. We need to go
We
forward
don't.
now.
Why don't we go back?
Yeah, evolution goes forward.
We go forward. Evolution, you go forward in evolution. That's the thing.
Okay, so evolution is in the future.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, it
How
is.
do you guys know? How do you guys know the future?
You can model things and try to predict them with the data that's collected from
Where did
genetics.
you get the data from the past?
Observations.
No. We don't
Observations.
deal with that. We don't deal with those because those are in the past. This is only about the future.
No. We have current observations happening that we constantly record the data for the future. There are evidences of
so
this.
we go backwards to then predict the future. Is that correct or incorrect?
But you can't go backwards. So the thing is that
you can't go backwards. So then we're only now. Everything has its
no.
ontology in the moment. You and Renee and Strong.
That was a misplaced statement by me. I apologize.
You guys just popped into existence now.
Yes, last Thursday.
Okay.
Last Thursday we did.
Oh, last Wednesday.
No, that would be the
Oh
past.
no! What the fuck are you talking about? It was Thursday.
Yeah,
100% Thursday. I read it in a fucking book. No, it was Thursday.
Listen, you guys have to. Well, you guys work this out. I'll wait.
No,
I saw it on a YouTube video. I don't know.
In the past or in the now?
No. When you look at Christopher Columbus's journey and you dissect that line in a equilateral triangle, you can find the fact that we came here on Thursday because we landed on Mars
twice.
Okay, so so evolution's in the future. We don't live in the future. We live in the now, right? But then we extrapolate from the past. But you say don't go backwards to then know the future.
I feel like we're
don't
always hang on. I feel like we're always living in the future. I feel like we're always living in the future.
They actually say, Sean, that we're living in the past because light takes time to listen. Unless you're on Witz's team, light takes time to travel, and your electrical impulses are just light, and you're actually like a millisecond living in the past.
That's possible.
Okay, so wait, was God resurrected? Wait. Was God resurrected like 500 years ago then? And we just don't know it?
Maybe.
I don't know how that follows either.
So this is the reason why you don't go backwards. It's about comparative structures. So when you look at the structures of Lucy and you compare it to our structure, we have very similar bones than Lucy that Lucy has, from our knees to our feet. Bipedal walking. I don't know if you've seen like a monkey. They can walk for a little bit, but they really can't do it.
New research is in the bonobo ape in the Congo actually prefers to walk upright.
Oh, that was in the past, dude. You got to get out of the past.
And it's 6 feet tall.
It's 6 feet tall. That'd be crazy to see.
Yes, sir.
So if you guys were to follow this chain of causal sequences all the way back to its origin, then all things must come from one singular thing.
Yeah, they call that Luca. They call that animal Luca.
So Luca is God to you guys.
Okay, so let's be clear. Let's be clear in this conversation, people. No Tanks doesn't want to talk about evolution. He wants to talk about abiogenesis.
Yes.
Maybe. I don't know. Let's just see where it leads. Let's just go back, right? So we go back, and one thing came from. We'll just see where the beginning. Listen, I'm not talking about abiogenesis. I'm just talking about the very beginning.
Remember how we said that evolution goes to the future? That's why.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to abiogenesis. I just want to go. I want to know the history of where. I just want to explain to you guys very clearly that I just want to go to the beginning of the history that accounts for biology. I'm not trying to do any kind of like abio, whatever you guys are calling it.
Okay, so okay.
I just want to go to the beginning.
Literally just described abiogenesis.
No, dude, don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth.
You did a bit, but like so. Are you going to ask if we say, "Hey, take a look"?
I just want to know about the beginning of biology. It's nothing about whatever you picky terms you guys are throwing out there are about.
Okay. So,
I-
so
hang on. I got a question. What does abiogenesis mean?
I'm not looking up your terms for you. You do your own research, sir.
Okay. It's the beginning of biology.
What a coincidence! You have to borrow from my worldview to make sense of your own. What a coincidence!
Oh Lord, it's a good day. It's a good day.
What's up, Vax?
So do you want to talk about abiogenesis? No takes.
Not in that structure of a word exactly, but you know.
Do you want to talk about the beginning of biology?
That one, I'm probably I'll entertain that one.
Okay.
Yo, what just happened? What did I just listen to?
Apparently, something was really hilarious. I must have just missed it.
Oh, did they walk no tanks into a trap?
No,
No.
not at all.
Stop it.
Not at all.
No, we just clarified some things.
They have this crazy theory, people, that one thing comes from another thing. That there's a source for all of the things to account for the diversity, and they say that thing is not dependent on the origin of the thing.
Oh, I mean, I popped in. You guys were talking about abiogenesis, which is what?
The beginning of biology.
Don't tell them. Do your own research. Yeah.
It begins with the letters T and H. EORY. The Ori. I don't know what the Ori means, but that's what abiogenesis is.
Do you know what
Theory. Oh, okay.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. Do you know what a theory
Right,
is?
yeah. So definitely not.
Okay, hold on. The whole word is scientific theory, and then they take that part of it out, right? But
there we
go.
go.
Do you know what a science? But that's the full statement would be the scientific theory of abiogenesis. So do you know what a scientific theory is?
Don't get all semantical, ape. Yeah, remember ape family, ape? And then you want to say I was being pedantic.
And you guys can take whatever you think is like facts that have been proven, observed, repeated, tested, and then you can have some kind of make-believe false theory, which is just an idea of what's causing it to to help explain it. But that would just be make-believe.
But it's a scientific theory. Do you understand the difference between those two?
Listen, there's a difference. All right, science is a well-established and substantiated explanation of some sort of aspect of the natural world based on a body of facts. But this that you're putting forth is a theory, which is just an idea.
Okay. Dude, how do you know the definition of scientific theory? And like,
don't you worry. Do your own fucking research, Renee.
Hey, it's talent. That's how.
That is talent.
Interesting. So abiogenesis. Hold on.
It's a scientific theory.
Abiogenesis is a theory that life comes from non-life. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, what's the hypothesis that superseded the theory? Like something that the hypothesis.
Look up cell evolution.
Don't tell me to look up cell evolution in the middle of my question.
Yeah, let him finish his question.
So in order for a theory, a scientific theory to be a theory, you have to have a valid scientific hypothesis.
Okay.
In order to have a valid scientific hypothesis, you have to have a naturally observed phenomenon that takes place in nature without human input.
Okay.
To take place before the hypothesis even begins.
Okay.
So if you're claiming life, like camels and hamsters and humans.
Nope. Nope.
Got your face.
No, that's not the claim. It's not the claim.
Hey, let him finish. Let him finish his statement.
Wait a second. What's not the claim? You're claiming that life, as in camels and millipedes and ants and butterflies and dogs.
Future life. That's the claim. Future life. But that's not the
Same
point of
issue.
abiogenesis.
Citations
Same issue,
say
different
that
person.
Yeah.
abiogenesis has to do with future life and not current life.
It has
as we
nothing to
see it.
do. No. So your statement that abiogenesis produces camels and all that other shit. That's not the state. That's not what abiogenesis is.
Well, okay, so give me the kindergarten version, just the real quick, like super simple explanation on what abiogenesis is.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about cell evolution then.
We're talking about cell evolution.
That's what it.
No,
That's what
we're
it,
not. No, we're not.
No,
Don't
no,
worry
you
about
can't
it.
say that word.
No, we're not.
Yeah, exactly.
What is the theory
So
of abiogenesis?
So you see these things occurring in nature naturally. Things like self-replicating RNA.
We see what?
Self-replicating RNA.
And that's okay. So that's life coming from non-life.
What do you? I'm trying to go down a road, and you're going to ask some questions. So I'm going to ask you a few questions really quick, and I think we'll be able to get to the end faster. What's your definition of life? Because earlier you're saying like giraffes and all that other stuff. Would you agree that a cell is life?
Wait, you said earlier I said duress. I just got in here. I never said
like giraffes and like abiogenesis.
giraffes.
Camels.
Yeah, camels and stuff. Yeah. But so would you agree that a cell is life?
Yeah, camels, Venus flytrap, cells.
So there we go. Yes.
He says.
So yes, you do agree. You do agree that like a cell is life.
I have never heard anyone clump those together.
Not like the end all be all definition, but it is a subset of the definition of life that you would attribute. A cell would be life. You would say, "Oh, that's a cell. That's life." You would say you would agree with that statement.
Do rocks have cells?
No, they do not.
Why is that? Is it because a rock isn't alive? Do cells have a lifespan?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
Yeah, so cells can die, therefore cells are alive if they can die, right?
Yes.
A life coming from life equals abiogenesis?
No, what are you talking? Okay, I'm just asking you a question. Do you agree
wait a
that
second.
cell is
life? Like cells are cells alive?
Yes, I think so. I think
All
so.
things are alive. Well, hold on.
So.
Somebody said all things are alive, and they think my lawnmower is alive.
I just said I think cells are alive. Do you think cells are alive?
You probably heard Morgan Freeman say it.
If that's true,
hold on. You can't just say cells. Give me an example. Like what cell should we talk about? Should we talk about a cell inside a butterfly wing?
Sure.
Or should we talk about a cell, like a brain cell?
I don't think this conversation is going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere.
What about a white blood cell?
I am enjoying the fuck out of it at this point.
What is the most obscure cell you can think of?
I could think of I could think of a
You're gonna flip it up.
I can think of a fat membrane, a lipid membrane, encompassing a few very basic other organs, organelles, I think they're called, and interacting symbiotically together. I can see that as a very basic protocell.
Yeah, can fattest lippy membranes die and no longer?
They can form in nature. They do.
Do they die?
Do they die? They die as a part of the cell.
No, what he wants you to answer is how do they die? How do they die and then become alive again? That's where he's going with this.
Is that what...
No. Where I'm going with this is, I thought we were talking about what'd you guys say it was called? What's the
abiogenesis?
No. It's called the beginnings of biology. We're being nice.
My bad.
The beginnings of biology, abiogenesis, which is what is what is it a theory of again? Like, can you just break it down in one sentence what abiogenesis is the theory of?
Life from non-life.
Let's just talk about in simple terms, like not these hippie bullshit terms. Like, let's just talk about how did life come about from non-life. If you guys have never
Right.
heard
So
of this,
what's considered non-life? Like a rock?
Well, I would say like also, would you call like hydrogen alive or carbon or any other element? What would you call that alive?
No, it's gas. Well, you
It's
said
not always
hydrogen.
gas. It's not always gas, but carbon and other elements. Would you call those are those things alive?
Well, it depends. Isn't
Are,
everything made out of carbon?
is carbon alive? That's a
Well,
very
yeah.
simple question.
Oh, hold on a second.
No worries. Does anybody else know if carbon's alive while we wait?
I would say it's not alive.
I'd venture
well,
that.
I mean, while you're waiting, you can research called radon, and the half life of that, and what that proves deductively.
Okay.
Also,
All right.
then lead's alive, then, right? Lead's alive. What else is alive? So life is the breaking down of atomic material. I mean, technically, I guess it technically is, huh? Consumption.
Okay. What is
carbon's
within
just
a
a
rock?
chemical element.
Could my
It's
back?
just a chemical element.
We're about to get some information here. Carbon alive.
Well, no. Not in and of itself, no. But are you made out of carbon?
Okay, so you're perfect. So when you go to the bathroom and you shit, right? Did you eat that shit or did you eat something else?
Wow.
What are we talking about? I come in here and hear
Eating
people
shit.
talking about eating
shit.
Shut up, NASA.
Oh my god! I come the fuck in here and hear
girls
people eating shit. What
Yeah,
the fuck is going on?
Yep, that's what we're talking about. Eating
You know what
shit.
people eating?
You in?
Oh, shut up.
You in? Hey, you in?
He has a video
Shut the
probably
fuck up,
for
Sean.
you.
It's
I
really
come in here and the first thing I hear is people talking about eating shit. What the fuck is going on?
Are you in? The question is, NASA, are you in?
No. So here it is, right here. So basically, the question was proposed. He's saying we were talking about abiogenesis, life from non-life. He's saying is a rock alive? I asked him if carbon was alive. He says basically no, but we're made of carbon. And I was like, okay, well, when you take a shit, did you eat that shit or did you eat something else?
Sorry.
Well, what is shit?
Decomposition of your innards.
Well,
through chemical
it's something
processes.
that's currently alive in order to have shit, right?
Huh?
If you eat a chunk of cauliflower, that cauliflower at one point was alive.
Okay.
If you eat a deer,
It was.
a chunk of deer, that deer was once alive at some point.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so we're not plants. So we know this because we're not
cauliflower
plants. Yeah, we know this. We're not plants.
Yeah,
Unless you're a plant.
says the guy who says that clouds fall to the ground 9 meters per second squared when it rains.
Yeah, 9
Gotcha.
meters per second. Yeah.
What the fuck is
Yeah,
wrong
per
with
second
you?
squared, you fucking
I don't like
retard.
your face,
No,
NASA.
9.1 meters per second.
You really are a globe liability. Holy shit.
Oh, shut up, Sean. Shut the fuck up.
No,
No, he ain't
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
let the world. I'm gonna let the fucking world know.
Fine.
Clouds
Okay.
come crashing down at the ground at 9 meters per second when it rains. NASA show.
Right, that's how it works.
Genius show.
They were in the air,
Such
then
a
they come out of the
genius.
air.
Absolute genius.
Actually, they do reach a terminal velocity when falling through a medium of air. So it's
So
not
he
quite
thinks when it
9.1 meters
rains,
per
the
second.
cloud disintegrates into nothingness and falls to the ground. That's
Yeah,
a
that's what
fucking
happens.
It
reason.
doesn't fall.
That's how it works.
Doesn't. No, it does not fall. God damn it! You're stupid.
Well, what do you think rain is?
What do you think rain is? A liquid, you
Yeah, what do
fucking
you think rain?
moron.
When
Rain
those
is water
yeah,
that's
yeah,
been
yeah,
uplifted
yeah.
to the clouds and then comes back down again. Do you, I mean,
Okay, what?
do you need like a
How's a
third grade
cloud
explanation?
formed? Okay, we'll play this game. How's a cloud formed, Einstein?
Water
Wait, do we have two
evaporating.
Globers fighting each other? Are we having Glober on Glober violence right now?
Yeah.
No,
He's not a
we got
Glober. He's a
former
liability.
flat
He's not a
earther who hasn't
Glober. He's
fully
a
recovered, I
liability.
think.
He's a liability.
We
That's
got
what he
former
is.
flat earther who
So
hasn't fully
back to
recovered.
what we're saying. So how is a cloud formed?
If you don't know, perhaps you should look at a 6th grade book.
It's just called a conversation, NASA. It's called a conversation.
I've told
If
you
you're not
3
interested in
times.
it,
If you don't listen, if you
no,
didn't listen
you
the
haven't
first
said it
time,
3
pull your
times.
head out of your ass and
You
listen.
literally
you
haven't
used to
said
be a
it
flat
3
earther.
times at all. You have not
used
said
to
it
be a
3
flat
times.
earther. I don't think you fully
Just speak
recovered.
it out your ass or shut the fuck up. That's your
I've
choices.
told you 3 times how clothes form.
No, you have not said it 3 times. Stop saying that, you fucking child. Be an adult and have a conversation.
Right. The 4th time is the water's evaporated and goes up in the air.
Hold on. Point of clarity. Shanji.
Yes.
That was you. You're the one arguing with NASA right now, right?
Yes, with liability.
Okay. Just for my own sanity, are you a glober or a flat earther?
I'm a glober.
Okay. Cool. No, that's all I want to know. All right. Yeah.
Yep.
And so, as a glober, you disagree with NASA Shill's statement that clouds fall down to the ground at 9 meters per second when it rains.
Yes. Yes. This is why.
fucking
This is so you.
right?
This so you know.
No, but we're agreeing. So I mean, if we can agree, we can agree. That's a good thing.
Yeah, yeah. In our inner globe circles, like where no flat earthers are, NASA is what we call a liability. So take what he says with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I know. I know. You used to be a flat earther, so you haven't fully recovered. I understand.
Okay,
To
so
be fair, NASA in flat Earth circles, I'm called a liability.
How about
so
this?
don't feel
How about this? How about all the globers that have never been flat earthers that call you a liability?
Oh yeah, they can have their own opinions.
Oh, okay. So it's not just my opinion, but I used to be a flat earther. But everybody else that says it, it's just their opinion.
Well,
Maybe you should listen to their opinion.
The deal is that I fight
no, there's
flat
no
earthers.
deal. There's no deal. You just
I
you fucking take VCs hostage. No one gives a fuck, and you sound stupid as fuck. You try to repack like you want to be MC Toon. That fool came into the fucking show. He was like, you guys are this and this guys are that.
No, I don't try to be MC Toon. MC Toon's too nice to flat earthers.
That's the funny part. That you tried. That's why you were repeating. That's why you were repeating him this morning.
MC Toon is a flat earther.
MC Toon is not a flat earther. No way.
Yeah, he is. He said elevation angle, right angle triangles. He said that with Jaron like 3 years ago. Dude's a total flarf.
No, he's no way.
You guys want NASA?
When you play, I understand why it gets upset with me. I play flat earthers using flat earth tactics, and it gets. I understand why you guys get it mad.
Flat earth tactics? What the fuck is that?
So with gravity at 9.8 meters per second squared, there's like a counteracting force. It's like standing on scales. Like the only reason why you're not falling is because there's resistance. And there's on the cloud, preventing it from falling. Whereas like for rain, that force is no longer like lifting that cloud up and it forms a raindrop. So yeah.
Yeah. So how are clouds created? Where do clouds come from?
Oh no, yeah. So let's get back to that. So when those droplets of water or moisture, hang on. Okay, I'll because you act like you say it 1,000 times. You didn't. So when the moisture basically bonds together, they start forming a big cloud, right? A deposit, right? Of moisture. Correct so far, right, NASA? In layman's term.
No, I don't think there's much bond between
perfect.
the cloud, but okay.
Oh, there's no
very large.
So what is the difference?
Cloud, yeah.
So what is the difference between light clouds in the sky? Yeah, what's the difference between light clouds in the sky and clouds that have rained? What's the difference?
The amount of water in them.
Okay, so if
hold on, the great clouds that have rain. What happens is there's a hole in the firmament that opens up, and then the gray clouds cover the hole, and then the water pours through the firmament. Duh.
Okay. So when that cloud deposits that rain, you're telling everyone that the whole cloud falls to the ground. Why doesn't just light clouds in the sky fall to the ground?
I think he's asking, how do the clouds stay up?
No, because NASA said clouds fall to the ground.
The cloud gives like pieces of itself down. What are you talking about? Yeah,
no, not NASA. The other
again. No, okay. The moisture rain that comes out of clouds is not part of the cloud. What the fuck, NASA?
What the water in the cloud doesn't come from the cloud?
Yeah, the rain in the cloud comes out of the cloud, bud.
The rain
like
that comes out of the cloud isn't in the cloud.
The water from the cloud came from the surface of Earth.
Yes. At what point?
that was in the cloud that rained it
Dude,
on me.
the cloud is just water droplets. It's just water droplets. They condense and they fall.
Ren, do you agree that when it rains and the cloud when it rains, does the cloud fall to the ground?
Not the cloud, water droplets.
No. Does the cloud fall to the ground?
What is the cloud made out of?
I would say no.
NASA. Now watch this. NASA. Does the cloud fall to the ground?
What's the cloud made out of?
Answer the fucking question.
Ice crystals, dust particles,
the whole cloud,
water vapor.
Is the cloud made of water?
You said perfect. Okay. Is a cloud one thing?
No, a cloud is like.
Okay. So then, how does a cloud fall to the ground?
Because it's made out of water, and rain is
You're
made out of water.
stupid.
Where do you think the water comes from?
God damn! This is why you're a liability.
No, the liability is that you're trying to make. I've seen actually clouds.
He's making up a fictional thing in his head that makes sense to him.
I've actually seen entire clouds come to the ground sometimes.
Yeah. I've seen clouds hit the ground too. Stupid. No one's saying that any difference. But you said when it rains, the cloud hits the. You said the cloud hits the ground.
When it rains, the water from the cloud goes
That's
down
not what
to
you said.
the earth. Are we
That's
being
not
pedantic
what you
enough
said.
for you, former flat earther?
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Earlier, we were talking about semantics, and we were talking about.
Oh no, we have to be pedantic. I forgot. I'm talking to a former flat earther. I have to be pedantic.
The reason this happens is because that's what. Yeah, Ren. I remember exactly what you're gonna say, and that's why we have to pass it back and forth because you do it too. Fucking
we have to be pedantic. I'm sorry.
You can call me that, but I don't really try to do it. But what I'm saying is that's kind of what you're arguing now. It's a bit of semantics, I think. I think you're both kind of
totally semantics.
Because at the very beginning, I started with why the fuck do you think clouds hit the ground? That was the very beginning because he's the one who came in here saying clouds are falling at 9.6 whatever blah blah blah.
Yeah, they are. Clouds are falling at 9.1 meters per second.
He also said they hit the ground.
They're also being lifted by.
No, you didn't say any of this.
I think
None of this was said.
Is how the clouds are actually. I think he's asking, like, how the clouds are not falling to the ground. Like, how are they staying up? Which is buoyancy, of course, right?
Of course.
Hey, can I just say real quick, hold on. This was a flat Earth masterstroke. I got you morons arguing over if clouds falling to the ground is rain.
I know. Well,
because he's a liability. That's why.
I've got a former flat earther here, so we got to.
It's his fucking liability. Everyone thinks he's a liability, but he thinks everyone else is a problem.
So, Sean, tell the guy why you're a former flat earther, though.
Oh, because I actually understand the information. I actually looked at the information and just wasn't one-sided about it.
So when you go flat, you actually can go back, right?
Oh, fuck yeah, absolutely. I got
what information?
I know a list of people.
What information did you look at?
Everything I was given. I looked into. I personally, my secret love was going into like chemical physics and how everything works. I have no real understanding, but it made me understand that the first impression of something is never going to be the one. You have to weigh all the evidences that you have. And when you start asking your questions against that evidence that you believe you have, whether it's right or wrong, and then the people that are giving you that evidence can't answer the questions, then it becomes a very questionable thing.
Exactly.
That was the difference. Because I had enough information from the globe side that I can start going, okay, these fuckers think they know what they're talking about. This is exactly how I thought about it. This is everything they think they know what they're fucking talking about. And for years, all I do, I fucking dissect it and dissect it and dissect it and wait for each idiot to come around that's wrong and wrong and wrong. And for some odd reason, I thought that was a win. But in reality, what I should have been doing is going to the motherfuckers that told me that gravity was fake, that fucking, there's no such thing as this, there's no such thing as that. And you should start asking them all those serious questions and see how far those questions go.
Well, the only thing I disagree with you on is calling people like shills and stuff like that. You know, like
I didn't disagree on this whole thing.
I didn't say shill at all. I never said
that. His whole thing is that things are true or false depending on if you can explain them through the experts or not. And whoever fails to explain something, the truth is is in there. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Way of
asserting
truth.
No, it's not at all. Because
nobody can have the answer to something that doesn't make that thing true.
Here's
because they don't have
the
answers.
part about it. Here's the best part. If someone on one side explains something to me and I go, okay, I've taken in what that person says, and then I create an understanding of it, and I can start forming it around other situations, and it continues to work, that piece of evidence is positive. That is evidence that shows me that way of thinking, that way of getting to that point is correct. Then I go to another way and go, how does this work?
Show that.
It does. It absolutely shows that.
No.
I can show you. I can give you an example. I can give you a perfect example right now. You ready?
Yeah, you're gonna what you're describing is that if you have a system based on axioms that are self-affirming, that means that everything that you've described in reality that conforms to that system must be true. That's just affirming through the system of evaluation.
As long as you do go through that process, not with no bias, then it does work.
Okay, there's another thing. A, it's impossible to go through anything without a bias, and then
Really?
B.
Okay, so how do I? So you can't. So you have two choices in front of you. You have a fork in the fucking road. You don't have an A and a B.
You do.
There you go.
Well, that's not, dude. That's just a dichotomy. That's not the.
It's called. I mean, it's a choice. It's a choice based on. It's a choice not based on a reason, right? I don't have to go down A because I don't have to go down B because it could be what's down A. It could be no. Listen, it could be what's down. Yeah, see, you have to pick A or B. That's how your brain works.
Mine is a C, then you have to pick A, B, or C, or A, B, C, D. You have to make a choice.
Yeah. This is what I did. I said, what's down A and what's down B, and then I weighed the evidence upon which trail is better.
I don't know. I'm not going to argue forever. It's just that the point is that your system of evaluation through the methodology of questioning other people on their knowledge to determine what is true is ridiculous.
How did you get your? How did you come across? Hang on. How did you come across flat Earth?
I walked outside.
Okay, show me the evidence that you have done, because no other flat earther has ever given you anything to bring to this table. What have you personally done besides I just go outside?
Well, I could go through what I've personally done if you really want to hear, but
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I'll just round it off real quick. I won't go through the whole thing. What I've done in reality, besides making
go through the whole thing.
Yeah, besides debunking the people's claim of curvature with long distance observations, that's just a falsification. What I've done to affirm the position. I know. What I've done I said besides that, what I've done to affirm the position is I've established verticals, measured the shortest distance between verticals, and found them to always be in the horizontal orientation that matches the water level.
At what distance?
All distances I've ever tested.
Yeah, but he's never presented any.
Can I see your vertical test and measurements for 20 feet?
But that you would just be deferring to my experience and what I recommend always and throughout this room.
No, I want your data. I want to see your data.
Yeah, it can be attested by I'm sure Renee maybe.
I want to see your data. And I want to redo your experiment.
What I've asserted to the entire room, B-Ball can attest, Omni can attest, is that you guys, if you have doubts in your mind, just go out into the world and make 3 points of equal elevation, come back, report, and I'll think about it.
But you haven't done that. He asked you what you did. Did you do that? He asked you what you did.
So what I have done is I've established. I'll just say it to you again. What I've done is I've established verticals, and the shortest distance between vertically established posts to be in the horizontal orientation that matches the water level.
Hang on. At what distance?
What have you done? All distances I've ever tested. Always.
How far have you measured?
No thanks.
If you guys are saying that the shortest distance between 2 points is not a straight line in a horizontal orientation in respect to verticals, then go ahead and show your data.
No thanks.
Yeah, the shortest distance between 2 points is the Great Circle Line. We know that. We fly them every day.
Well, that's up to you to prove to yourself now.
That's the point.
Definitely proven.
You haven't done that.
In translation, what No Tanks just said is I don't really give a fuck. Prove it to yourself.
Exactly. So he hasn't done it.
It's not necessary for me to. I am saying, Seanji, in a way, I am saying that it is not necessary at this point in this argument. If you've been in it for this long, to just weigh out what somebody else has shown you may or may not be true. Go do it for yourself. The way you just asked me, what have you ever done for yourself? No Tanks.
Let me translate. Hang on, let me translate. What No Tanks is saying is I've been in this a long fucking time, guys, and the information that I have makes me think I'm a flat earther. Isn't going to change because you said something.
Yeah, you guys. That is true. You guys saying anything, me saying anything, isn't going to change reality.
No data.
Reality is
No matter what the
for
data
everybody
is.
to go touch reality and see what it tells you.
And no matter what the data is, you're not going to change your mind.
No, but the thing is, no Tanks hasn't done anything.
Thought experiments every day is
I
not
don't give
going
a
to
shit
change
about thought
reality.
experiments. I want some real data. I don't care
No,
about
Tanks
your
hasn't
reasoning.
done anything. That's the point. He hasn't done anything.
NASA, stop asking for data. We all know it's not coming. Don't do it again.
He just gave you data. He said all measurements.
He said.
Give me
he
data.
I mean, if one of you guys are saying what I'm saying is not the case, that when you have measured the shortest distance between 2 points was not a straight line, then go ahead and show that.
There you go. Right here. Let me post it for
I
you.
would
Right
say
here.
I don't even want you to show us anything. Can you just tell us what you got out of it? Like at what distance?
Oh, you guys are denying that the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line. Can you go ahead and show that to be the case?
Yeah, right now, Quantus Flight 64 airborne over the Indian Ocean.
I got a serious question. No Tanks. Serious question. Serious question. Do you smoke weed?
Nope. You junkies.
I would have said. I would have said different.
I suspect that you're on the pot right now, Sean. You're on the pot.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got the rest of the day off. I'm 2 joints in. Oh man, I'm flying right now.
Sean, you know damn well No Tanks has done absolutely nothing.
Oh, I know.
I would never touch that stuff. That's correct, people. You junkies and your weed hallucinations.
No, I don't.
You need help.
I used to smoke a lot, but I don't anymore.
Because
you're living in
the man.
You're living in the weed. You gotta get out of the weeds.
Wait, when are you getting out? When are you getting out?
I retired in about 4 years.
That damn, it's still a long time.
Nah, 4 years
I've been here for 15 and a half years, man.
Yeah, but you'll get like full disability and all that shit when you get out, huh?
Well, I mean, hopefully, if I complain enough.
Wait, you're gonna get this? Yeah.
4 years of complaining does a lot.
If I complain enough, I might get it. Yeah.
Worth it.
No, that's what's up. Yeah, 15 plus 4 more. That's great.
But yes, we have established equal points of elevation and shown that over distance they do drop from the horizontal. Yeah.
No, that's not what I asked you to do. I asked you just to
exactly what you. That's exactly what you asked for.
What I asked is for you guys to go out in the world and establish 3 points of equal elevation.
So,
thank you, Bethard.
Would you like an example? Would you like a
three points of equal elevation? That's it.
Okay. Would you like picture or video?
No. I don't need you need to go prove it to yourself.
No. I've already done that. I did. I was a flat earther. Remember? I did prove it to myself.
Okay, good. Well, then you got something.
Jesse did it too, but I guess his wasn't good enough for you.
No, that would be his. That would be his proof and his alone.
Come off and flat earthers don't do anything. Stop it.
That's why you should shut the fuck up. Your mouth is just too wide open.
Well, you keep on telling me the Earth is flat, and I keep asking for evidence, and they don't have it. So.
Yeah, no one wants to talk to you. That's why.
Because I asked for evidence. I understand, Sean. You want to say
no, because you are a liability. You're a liability to the globe. You're a liability to flat Earth. You're just a liability.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Go ahead.
It's not him, NASA. That's the weed talking.
It's the weed talking.
Yeah. That's how it's the weed. In the meantime, we got Qantas Flight 64 here out over the Indian Ocean, flying what looks like a curved path on this projection. Huh.
All right. Well, now that would just be a reification that the projection is reality.
Correct.
And now you need to show that that's the case.
It is the case because then if you look over the globe, he's flying a straight line between the 2 points.
Yeah. So now, as you see, he has shown just like you said was necessary. He has a framework of axioms that's coherent within itself.
Yeah. Well,
so therefore, it's self-affirming and true.
How does Qantas fly this route? How does Qantas fly this route on the
people, do your fucking job and mute this oblate anvil right now.
How does Qantas fly this route on the flat Earth.
He's not speaking. He's hot micing. Do your fucking job, B-ball.
No, who's hot micing? I don't know. Oh yeah, this guy. This guy's hot mic.
There he got himself.
Hot mic.
Yeah, unless you're Whitson and you have a supersonic 787s, or you have jet streams that flow one way and then flow the other way, despite the fact that the airplanes are often in the air going the opposite directions at the same time.
That's the convergent and divergent toroidal field that is described in quantum mechanics as absorption and emissions in a cyclical manner throughout the year.
Hold on,
Oh,
no thanks.
maybe this one's better with blue cheese. You have a really great word salad there. Means nothing.
Wait, no thanks. You don't really believe that, do you? Come on now.
Quantum mechanics has proven
airplane
that
flight
all
has nothing to do with
interactions
quantum
can be described on their most basic level as an absorption and emission.
No thanks.
Airplane flights have nothing to do with quantum dynamics.
Hold on. No thanks. How would we figure out the distance between 2 points in the southern hemisphere?
The shortest distance?
No, yeah, the shortest distance, yeah.
Well, I mean, it would depend on your axioms, on how you.
Why would it depend on your axioms?
Well, if you hold it to be true, that,
wait a minute, you measure the distance. How does the distance depend on your axioms? There's a distance is the distance.
Yeah, I'm describing to you. If you hold it to be true that reality
not if.
is
No,
two-dimensional.
we're not starting off with if. We don't start off no, hold on a second. We don't start stop. We don't stop a measurement with if. We do not start a measurement with if.
Hold on, NASA. Just let him finish. Let him finish what you got to say, and then you respond. Go ahead, no tanks.
Yeah, it would depend on what it would depend on your axioms or what you're holding to be the ultimate arbiter here, which seems to be the case. That when people make measurements, they hold it to be true that that they're making measurements on the surface of a sphere which is two-dimensional. Therefore, their distance measurement would always be a curved line.
Okay, now I'm going to ask again. How would you measure the distance between two places in the southern hemisphere? Go.
Okay, you're asking for my methodology?
Yes.
Okay, I would just carry the straight line that I know provably is the shortest distance between any points in three-dimensional free space over that distance.
Could you use an airplane to measure that distance?
You could. You could try.
So we have airplanes flying in between places in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, now how do you know they're flying in a straight line?
Because they're tracked.
Tracked according to what what system?
There are apps that track the flights.
Yeah. How do they know whether they're flying in a straight line?
Because GPS coordinates.
Okay. Now what system, what grid, what map does GPS deploy?
Doesn't matter. They're tracked using GPS.
What are you going to hold it to? What standard? What standard of the map? What are you going to do?
Hold on. You can go to Flight Radar 24, right? You can download the data from each flight, and you can paste that data onto Google Earth, and it'll show you the path.
Yeah. So what? Yeah. The point is I'm making. I won't even ask the question. Is if you're just using the system that you've the grid system to then dictate whether something is straight according to that system, then you're just reifying the globe model.
But the thing is, right? All right. So let's say it's a farther distance, right? It's actually way farther, and they're lying to us. Don't you think that the flight would take a longer time?
No.
Why not?
If it could, because the distance, like NASA had already put forth, is absolute in its reality. Whatever it is. Now, when you apply that reality, that distance measurement, that actual distance, if you even think that was measured, to a map or model that tells you that this is the speed, this is the direction that you're going according to the model, then you're just going to reaffirm the model and not be able to arbitrate.
Yeah, reaffirm and confirm, because it couldn't be any other way.
This is according to Sean's proof. So what he determines proof that if it's coherent within a system of or framework that affirms itself, then it's true. But it doesn't give you a distinction between any other system.
Okay, well, no, but we can compare it to other maps, right? We can compare.
Yeah, what other?
Let's say
what other? The distance is absolute.
Well, there's only one other map we can use, and we could use the AE map, right?
That's just a globe map.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we know that, but I mean, Flat Earth has been using it for the longest time, so we could just use that one. That's the only one we can really go with, right?
I mean, you're just going to be reaffirming the grid system of the globe.
Yes, exactly.
No, it actually.
Yeah,
What
so
do you
you're
mean?
saying, you're just saying it's true. It would be like circular reasoning. It's true because within my system
hold on.
of
Yes,
network
I'm
of
saying
truth,
yes.
it's true.
Right, I'm saying yes because it wouldn't work on any other map.
Okay, what other map do you have?
We have the globe and we have the AE map. Do you have another one?
Those are the same. Those are the same thing.
That we could test. You have another one we could test?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Because we know it doesn't match.
In order to,
we know for a fact. Hold on, we know for a fact that it doesn't match the AE map. Well, and we also know for a fact that
then you've
it does
debunked
match
the globe.
right?
You
It
debunked
does
the globe
match the
then.
globe.
No.
So what else? If there's something else, we can test that too.
The azimuthal equidistant map of the globe, the AE map, has been debunked. Is that what you had just said? It doesn't match.
Well, of course.
Yeah, a lot. But wait a minute.
Well,
Look
you've
at
now
this line,
debunked the
Sean.
globe, I guess.
Hey, look at this line between Johannesburg and Sydney. It's a straight line over
No, it
the
wouldn't.
surface of the sphere.
Also,
how do you know it's a straight
if we
line?
were if we were
Look
to
at
use
it.
a scale, then we
Look at
could use that. But the thing is about the AE map, we have to use a scale when we're going in a southern hemisphere.
You don't
Yeah,
think
like,
that's a straight line?
this shouldn't, like, if you were, like Sean said, if you could be unbiased and objective in this positioning, you would understand what I'm laying out to you is that
No,
all
no,
what
what
we're
you're
doing
is
here right
bullshit.
now is
Hold on,
reaffirming our system of evaluation that is
Incorrect.
based on
We're
globe. Yeah, there's no you
incorrect.
cannot
We're showing it to be
differentiate
true.
in the
We're
case.
showing it to
Yeah.
be true. That's where they fly this path. This is the path, the same path that they are on
How
flight
do you know? How
radar
do you know that?
24.
Yeah, how do you know that
Look
that's
at
the
it.
shortest? How do you know that that's the
Look at
shortest
it.
distance?
Look
How
at
do
it.
you know
You
it's
don't
the
think it's
shortest
a
distance?
certain. You look at
Because
it.
it's tracked. Because it's
I don't
tracked.
know. I can't hear NASA's crying over top of
Look
what?
at it.
We know it's. We
Hey,
know
hey,
that's
no
the
thanks.
path. Because it's,
Hey,
go ahead.
no thanks. Do you want me to tell you exactly how in that scenario I would figure that out?
No.
Okay.
Right,
I just wanted to point out that your system of evaluation, not the one where you did nobody could explain it to me, so therefore whatever I think is true must be true.
I'll show you. No, but I can show you right now because the one that NASA put in there, NASA would say this is the shortest distance between Johannesburg and Australia. It takes this long, and at this speed. Then I would go to our at the time trusted AE map, and I would go, okay, to get from point A to point B, you have to do this. But I would know you don't go over Africa, you don't go over the United States. I know those things weren't true. So then I would then have to go, well, if this is the map that's representing what we're talking about, how does this work? And then they don't have a way to explaining it. Then when I go back to my drawing board, which path is going to have a further distance of explanation?
They're the same map, so I don't know if you're debunking the AE map, then you're just debunking the globe.
Well, no,
Correct.
because
over long distances.
Flat
Yeah,
Earthers
absolutely.
What was the 5 questions at once? What was it?
Again, NASA.
really that dumb?
Not NASA. No tanks.
Sean,
I
are
wouldn't
you really
use
that
the AE map. I wouldn't use the AE map for
Answer me.
long distance travel in the air, especially in the southern hemisphere. It's that model is not designed for that. That's
Yeah, the
why
globe
that
model is
doesn't
not
work.
is trash. I know.
Oh, okay,
No,
so
the
you
globe
don't
model
okay,
is
whatever.
no. Stop it. You're saying the AE
stop it,
projection is
NASA.
from the
Don't
globe,
fall into
therefore
his
the AE
trap.
projection is false, therefore the globe is false. Is totally logical.
Is the
Only
AE map a
Won't even
globe
acknowledge
projection
it.
or
Yep,
not?
it is projection of the globe, but that
It is
doesn't mean
it's
that
a
it's
model
that doesn't
of a
mean the
globe
distance.
projection used for something different. It's not for everything. No one ever established that except for you guys.
All right. Well, listen, globe debunkers. All I'm trying to
Globe debunkers, you morons.
Don't
Stop it.
fucking
Keep saying the
why
same-
do you always take the fucking bait, NASA? Jesus
I'm just
Christ!
tired of his asshole. Saying the same damn thing.
It's a common way to reason, right? You want to have a system so that you can evaluate truth that has a coherent, cohesive framework for you to evaluate,
But you would
whether
know
something is
nothing
true
about
or
it.
not. That is understandable. But now, in the context of globe and direction and speed and distance between points, if what you're using to affirm it is the framework of globe, then you haven't differentiated between anything else. It's just a self-affirming,
reification.
Oh my god.
So what else?
So we
what
so
else
we
should we
project.
compare it to then?
So we
Reality.
project
What model
the,
and map?
the
What model and map are you adhering
Reality.
to for these
Just
observations?
reality.
which you wouldn't know if it.
So you've
if it's deep
observed
in the
a
atmosphere.
Johannesburg,
Gosh,
Sydney
reality
fucking
just
flight?
bit my ass. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
You wouldn't know truthfully. It's not. It's probably a spider or something. It's definitely not reality.
Shut up. The fuck
Did you guys know? Here's a fun fact. Did you guys know that
just called me
the
Peter
average
Parker.
human being swallows a spider? At least 7 spiders.
Yep, change the
Every,
subject. Change the
I just
subject.
want to tell you guys know, a fun fact, and then we'll get right back to it. Did you guys know that the average
so.
human swallows 7 spiders every single
I hope
time I
so.
cook? Every single time I cook for them.
That's nice.
Sure.
You're killing
Yeah.
them, so I'm happy for you.
All right, go ahead. So now I'm just pointing out that your system is reaffirming itself. That's all.
If you don't like my, it looks straight. You can do the Haversine formula, but that requires math, which
That's 2-dimensional.
yeah. So is the surface of a sphere 2-dimensional.
Yeah, this is what I said to B-Ball. Now, what's happening here is that they're reifying that reality is 2-dimensional, conforming to the surface of a sphere. Yeah.
Incorrect. We know the surface of a sphere is
So
2-dimensional.
when they
Use the
when they
Haversine
have these
formula.
distances, B-Ball, what's happening is they're not in 3-dimensional reality. They're upholding
yes,
their
they are.
axiom for evaluating the truth of this proposition is globe. That's the
Here's a simple question. Hang on.
is the
Here's a
surface
simple
of a 2-dimensional sphere, which is not reality. So they're using
Okay.
reality to affirm what is reality.
Shut up. Fucking NASA, shut up.
Two-dimensional surface
Shut
of a
up.
3-dimensional.
NASA,
Stop
shut up.
telling me to shut
NASA.
up.
No, I'm not going to. I'm literally going to tell you to shut up. I know.
Gentlemen, please,
Okay.
please.
You're a liability,
I'm turning
NASA.
Sean down.
We hate you.
Is a
So,
ball,
the
is a
two-dimensional
ball like a
surface
basketball?
of a 3-dimensional
3D
sphere.
or 2D to you? A ball. Or if you have a basketball sitting in front of you, is that basketball 2D or 3D?
Yes, that's a question for DMOC, I believe.
The entire ball.
It's for you. Thank you. No thanks. Now, the surface of that ball is what?
It's 2-dimensional.
That's the surface of the ball.
Yeah, that would be 2-dimensional, correct?
No, 2-dimensional is just
Okay.
a Euclidean geometric concept. Reality is not 2-dimensional, sir.
Wait, if I draw a smiley face on the basketball, is a smiley face 3-dimensional?
Wait. Understand something. The surface of anything is 2-dimensional.
Yeah, that's just conceptual. In reality, there is no 2 dimensions.
Have you ever ordered tiles for a room? Do you measure?
Yes, that's a calculation. It's a concept, a calculation, an abstraction, not reality.
What do you order tiles? Do you order tiles in square feet, or do you order tiles in cubic feet?
Well, you also have to look at the tile like 7/16 of an inch, so you can plan out for your like Schluter or something like that. So that's 3-dimensional reality is necessary.
Do you order tiles in square feet, or do you order them in cubic feet?
You have to take the thickness of the tile into account
Again,
so that you know where the end of your tile run will lay when you're installing a jam, door, etc., etc. Sean G is a tile expert, so he will school you on this.
Do you order tiles in square feet or in cubic feet?
You're a liability to the tile world right now.
Again, when you order tiles, are they measured in square feet or are they measured in cubic feet?
Yeah, B-Ball, this was I predicted this.
God damn it!
Evolutionary process.
Hang on. I hate to do this. I hate to have to do this, NASA. But when you order the tile, there is 3 dimensions.
Yeah, you order it in square feet. I've ordered.
No, not the tile. But when you're ordering the tile, like you keep saying, the tile.
Oh, the tiles. The tile, yeah. The linoleum, the carpet. It's all measured in square feet.
There you go. That's better.
We'll go to carpet then.
So I posted the route for QF27 and QF63, where I imported the data from Flight Radar 24 into Google Earth, and it'll show the path.
Is it a 2-dimensional path, or is the airplane that takes up space in 3 dimensions? Is this a 3-dimensional?
Yeah, 3D.
By the way, that path looks remarkably like the line that I projected from Johannesburg.
It would be, the answer would be, it is a 2-dimensional path in 3-dimensional reality.
So not so reality's
three-dimensional. We know, is that what we
Yes.
just agreed? Okay.
Yes.
And now you're describing two-dimensional.
A path.
Okay.
A
In
path.
reality.
Describing
So,
a one-dimensional
yeah,
line.
a not reality in reality.
A one-dimensional
No.
line over a
Wow.
two-dimensional
Right. Is
surface.
is two-dimensional? Is reality two-dimensional?
So a one-dimensional line
Yes,
over a
the
two-dimensional
surfaces.
surface on a
The
three-dimensional
surface of
object.
reality. Where's the surface of reality?
The ground you're looking at is
surface of the sphere
two-dimensional.
that's two-dimensional. The line is then
The
one-dimensional.
surface of the ground you're looking at is two-dimensional.
Yes, this
Mind
is what I
blowing.
have put forth to you guys, that you're stuck in a fake world.
Says it
You're flat.
that
You
way.
are the flattest earthers I've ever listened to. I mean, just
You know,
go outside and observe a tree, and you come back into. That's what I said. You got to go out and touch grass and trees and maybe
No, no,
clouds for you,
need
NASA.
to
You
go
got to
out.
touch clouds, right?
You need to go out and like
you're gonna
smoke
come back
grass.
to me and you're gonna say, dude, the Earth's not flat. I just
I
touched
think
it. I
you've been
know it.
smoking too much grass.
I know it's
actually.
not flat. And
That's
then
not
you're gonna
possible.
come back into
Oh, you a
Discord,
Bevite?
and you're gonna
Are you a
argue that it's
Bevtard now?
flat again. You're gonna say the ground, the mountain is flat, just like I've heard you
you're a
say a moment
Bevtard
ago.
now. I'm sorry, you're a Bevtard. I forgot. I have to lower my my impression of you another notch now, since you're a Bevtard.
You're just a notch on my belt there,
It's a
NASA.
liability. It's such
Yeah,
a
a notch on
liability.
your belt that you probably let out because you're a fat.
You
fuck.
should change your name to NASA Liability Show.
Yeah, fuck off, Sean.
Yeah, he has to go. Listen. You're safe for now, Sean, because you touched grass and weed and stuff. He still needs. He's got a like a higher burden. He needs to touch clouds. He doesn't
Yeah, he
think
does.
clouds are real.
Sure.
Yeah,
Clouds are fake for
says
NASA
the
show
guy.
here.
Says the guy
Yeah.
who's a Bevtard. Now you've been too stupid to realize that we're not talking about ups and downs. We're
What kind of
talking
tard
about
are you?
the curvature.
What tard are you? Where are you on the tard spectrum?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
17,
Of course you do.
7.
You put everyone else on
77.
a fucking tard scale. What kind of tard are you? No, nothing.
Are you a Rainier tard?
Perfect. You're just
I
perfect, huh?
answered this question once. He apparently asked, like, doing the old flat earth tactic. Answer. until
You didn't
say
answer it
something.
at all. Maybe you said it in your head, but you didn't say it aloud,
Oh,
dumbass.
I said to you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do know what I'm talking about because you give all these other people these tard names, flat tard, retard, all these other tards.
I never
What kind of
said retard.
tard are you? Do not comply. Is that the problem?
What kind of tard are you, NASA? It's a safe.
We all know you have a big part of you is an altard, but there's something else wrong with you.
I mean, you can project all you want, John.
I'm
safe
definitely not an
place,
altard.
NASA show. Safe space. Tell us what kind of tard you are.
Yeah, what kind?
Well, I mean, if you would like get your head out of your ass, maybe you could look for yourself.
I said you're an altard.
That's fine. You can say whatever you want.
I do.
Yeah, so do you think it's possible, Sean? Because I mean, I don't know what NASA's. He's a 2D earther. Do you think it's possible that there is?
The surface of the Earth is two-dimensional. Surface.
Okay, so the path that is traveled on the air by the
path
airplane.
is it's a one-dimensional line on a two-dimensional surface of a three-dimensional object. Yeah, we know about that.
Yikes! It sounds like not reality.
No, it's reality, but you haven't taken anything beyond like.
Like if we said, okay, reality is three-dimensional, and anything that is not that is lacking in the parts that make reality exist, and it's is not reality.
Yeah, reality is actually
to the number one,
four-dimensional.
and then the number two, it wouldn't be.
What's
that would be
fourth
not
dimensional?
reality.
What's fourth dimensional?
Reality is at least 4 dimensions, probably more.
You're out your fucking mind. Jesus Christ. So you see the backside of shit now too?
Well, if I tell you to meet me at a certain place, I have to tell you also a time, right?
Oh, time is a dimension.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we don't live in that though. We don't live. We don't see that. We don't live that.
You don't time.
You do?
You don't live in time. Got it.
No, you live in a structure where you see this.
Time? Yeah, it's a.
Yeah, we do not live in. If we lived in fourth dimension, we would be 3D. We would be 3D beings, and we'd be able to see the backside of shit. Do we see the backside of shit? No.
If you're
Nope,
four,
we
that
don't.
would take 4-dimensional to be able to see in
Yeah,
4
you're right.
dimensions.
Yeah, you're right. So that's why what you
That'd
said
be
was
4
weird.
physical dimensions. It was just something different
Yeah.
than space time. But okay.
Okay, well, okay. So you're now who's being pedantic now?
Well, that's the shit. You got wrecked today. You're gonna have to lick your wounds, and
No, I'm
I
not
don't
licking
know.
anything. You can
Oh,
lick.
good,
You can lick
man.
my
Fucking
ass.
lick it, dude, and hopefully you
That's
feel
You can lick
better
my
about it.
boots. You can lick my boots, but that's it.
That's weird.
Yeah, Sean. Last time, you know what NASA told me last time? He said that level is conforming to the liquid parts of Earth's surface,
Correct. Very
and
good. You finally learned
that there was no that the top of the wave is the same level as the bottom of the wave, because those are both the liquid parts. And now the
Yeah,
raindrop that's in
how
the
high is the
cloud,
biggest wave?
the
How high
raindrop
is
that's in
how
the
high is the
cloud.
biggest wave?
Yeah, that part's
How
not
high
true.
is the biggest wave?
But there's I can't remember what the term is, right? But there's
How high is
lakes
the
that
biggest wave?
Yeah,
I'm going to tell
waves
you,
don't
Tank.
count
it's
for
not.
that.
It's
No,
higher
tank.
than you think.
How high is the
I
biggest
think
wave?
it's like 3,000 some odd feet, because there's a
3,000
lake.
feet? No, no.
Yeah,
way.
there's lakes that rest on mountaintops,
3,000
and
feet?
that is
Oh,
the
That doesn't
liquid
mean that.
part.
Yeah, there's lakes that are like
That
10,000
doesn't mean
feet.
that. No, that's not. No, you're smoking stuff. Just
There's
because
not?
Lake Titicaca is at
Wait,
12,000
wait.
feet doesn't mean that that's anything. No.
That's a lake at 10,000 feet. What are you talking about, stupid?
He thinks that means that water is now
I mean,
10,000
horizontal
feet.
along a river is sloped. The river is flowing downhill.
He's a Bev card. He doesn't
Typically.
understand this.
Yes, water does
Good
run
job. I've been
downhill.
waiting for flat earthers to bring up Lake Titicaca.
I bet it's like saying the name.
That's right. That's why we talk about it.
Everybody leave. Fun was over. Did the play toy quit? If you're gonna plot the location of like a bird as it migrates, you'd have like latitude, longitude, and altitude. And you would also have to have timestamps for each data point. So how many? That's a 4-dimensional graph right there. Like time is the 4th dimension. Is not this brain melting thing.
Everything that's occurring right now is occurring right now. What is it that you started must be existing?
4-dimensional graph. 4-dimensional data is like latitude, longitude, altitude for a migrating bird, and the time of each data stamp. The time is the 4th dimension on that data set, and that's all that anyone means by time as a dimension.
Okay, so he doesn't mean it's anything that's. It's just this idea that the passage of events, that one thing happens to cause another thing at a different moment. Like it's not.
You cannot simply
if I were to
describe.
ask,
Hold on. You cannot simply describe where something is if you want to talk about it. It's got to be where it is and when it was or will be there. That's all.
okay, yeah. So like time. Like, so if I were to say that it's like, 12 o'clock, that's what time it is. That is a reference to the angle between my position and the sun. So that's the time. It's just the distance between objects in space, three-dimensional space.
There's all kind of time systems you can use. I wouldn't use 12 o'clock. I would use the milliseconds since 1970 January 1.
Okay, and how would we affirm the time?
If you want.
What is it that we're referencing when we reference time?
You gotta agree first before you start talking about it. Otherwise, you'll show up at
That's what I'm asking. What is it, right? What are we referencing?
Or if it's a phone call,
if it's something that exists, like a phone, I can just point to the phone and be, here's what I'm referencing. I'm talking about the phone. You're referencing time. So what is it that we reference? It can't be just time is time, which is time is time is time. It has to be
no
referencing
long before
something.
or after now, typically.
Okay,
Or
and how do
between
you?
two other points.
Yeah, so space. So you're just describing three-dimensional space. I thought you were going to describe another
No,
dimension.
because you gotta have a timestamp. You can't do it without a timestamp. You can point at a phone, and the phone will be there before you point at it and after you point at it. But the time that you do point at it, that's
Yeah, time. What is that? Yeah, what is
that
it?
moment.
I'm asking you what time is. Is it what is it referencing?
You don't need to reference anything. That's your assertion.
Well then,
that it must.
then it doesn't exist. Does something that exists need? So something that exists, you should be able to reference something that actually exists, right?
Well,
and you're saying it's not necessary for it exists, but you don't need to reference it for it to exist.
Well, there are standards, right? You got to agree beforehand what time you're talking about. How many?
No, I don't
how
have
you
to
count
agree.
between now and then?
You're the one making the
Okay,
claim that there's a
then
thing
you'll be
called time
lost
that
and late.
exists.
That's your problem.
No, it's the burden of proof is on you, who's asserting that time is something that exists. It's not on me to just accept it prior to you proving that it exists.
You can't describe anything without a timestamp, really.
That's
So
just
if you're
a number
describing-
that's a physical number on a piece of paper in three-dimensional space. I don't know what's this time space.
It's
What is this
information
timestamp
about
that
an
you're
object.
referencing?
It's like metadata. Metadata.
Yeah, what are you what are you
data
referencing?
about it. The number of milliseconds that pass between now and 1970 January 1.
Millisecond. Okay, what is upholding a millisecond? What is that referencing?
Yeah, you can look that up. That's a
Because I could just
standardized thing.
count. So I can just
Ooh,
count.
we can
So
count
it's one,
easy
two-
amount of vibrations,
It's
right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's time.
It is a passage of time. Your counting
Okay,
will be
what is
different
that?
than
I don't know,
if
but
we're
what
just
is
doing
time?
it,
Just
like,
me
out loud.
counting out loud is time. You have
It
this is
requires
your
time to count out
bold.
loud.
It is your bold assertion.
It requires time to count out loud.
Okay.
Otherwise, when would you start? How would you
No,
start?
no. So, all right. So time is. I'll try to steel man what you're saying. Time is the passage of something between moments. So how long? I would ask you then. How long does it
No,
take?
that doesn't sound right.
Oh no. Okay. So, what is time then again? Get in your simplest
It's an agreed upon
concept.
beforehand.
Okay.
There's different ones you can. Now you could have a graph of like locations and no timestamps, but would it tell you anything? If you just got
so the
points on
time, yeah, as you're saying, is the passage between one instance and another instance. That there's something between those things that takes time. Time must exist for moments to take place in reality. There's one moment
what's a
and then
moment?
another moment.
I didn't say moment.
There's
Did I say
one.
moment?
There's one
What's a
instant.
moment?
Exactly. That's what you're asserting. You tell me.
No, you put that word in my mouth. You describe moment, and I'll say if I agree or not.
There's one instance, and then there's another instance. Something physical happening, and then another physical thing happening. I'm trying to clean up whatever you're saying.
It's an attribute of anything in reality.
Yeah, it's just
attribute does not need to be real, right?
axiomatic.
What is blue in relation to, right? We can talk about a blue object, but what is it blue in relation to?
Yeah, until it's your quality of experience. Yeah.
Well, you're experiencing time right now, aren't you? Like,
I don't know. You'd have to explain to me what I'm experiencing. You can't just say you're experiencing time.
You started to say a word, or actually, I started to say a word, and then time passed, and then you started to say a word before I was done.
All right,
and so
what
then
passed?
that difference between the start of my word and the start of your word, that's time.
So one moment I'm speaking, and then I'm not, and between there's a measurement between there, and that's the thing you're calling time.
Yes, you can measure the difference between those moments, right?
Using what?
That's what you can use an inch or a ruler or a meter stick to measure distance, just like time. You can use a second, you can use a millisecond. You can use the degrees of a shadow on a stick across the ground if you wanted.
Okay. So if you say so, so your assertion is that there's something that takes place in the moment, and then there's a passage of this thing, and then there's another.
I didn't call it a thing. I didn't call it a thing.
I don't want to use the word in the definition. You call it time, but you keep using the word time to define time, which is no good.
It is what separates an object in one location and an object, the same object in another location. Like that requires passage of time.
Yeah, but that's just three-dimensional space. There's no time there. That's just space between
How fast
objects.
did it go? How fast did it get from A to B?
That's just that fast. Speed? That's relative. I mean, that's another concept that you're going to have to show.
No, that's just location, change in location and time.
Yeah, so location. Yeah, so I'm asserting that the only thing that exists is three-dimensional space.
I gotta pick up the kiddo.
And the objects within that space.
I gotta pick up the kiddo. Hold on.
All right. Well, I mean, it's going to take longer than a hold on. You got a lot of weird hippies over here, Omni. I mean, telling you, man. Life from non-life, and this whole existence of this thing they call time. I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of crazy ideas. I think they're a bunch of weed heads.
Well, it could be. If they are, they need to be. I need their numbers. I need to talk to their dealers.
And you can't. Where do you live? You can't just go to the store and buy weed. I don't know if I can either. I thought I could. I don't smoke weed. I just thought that the whole world could go out and just go to the store to buy weed, or everybody in the U.S. at least.
No, I'm pretty sure you can't. I mean, in some locations, but not all. It's it's maybe legal for medicinal purposes only, in which case you would need a dispensary, or something else. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't smoke it.
Maybe.
But yeah, I think that they're try it. No way. You guys are all on it, man. You guys are all weed heads. Like the guy was talking about, oh, time is this thing that exists because it's just the distance between objects in 3D space. And
hey, that's me. Hey, that's me. How long was I gone?
I know. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean?
How long was I gone? Was I gone for a little while? What's the difference between when I last said my last word and when I just unmuted just now? Oh wait, that's time.
Is it? It's time. And that's something that exists. Yeah. And you said it was speed.
Yeah, you just experienced it. I just experienced it. I had to leave the car, and then time passed, and then I came back, and then oh, guess what? That's time.
All right, so that happened somewhere in three-dimensional reality, outside of three-dimensional reality.
I live in three-dimensional reality, so yes, I believe that happened in three-dimensional reality. Time passed in 3 dimensions. Times
Right, so if I were to, like, let's say, if I took like a God's eye view, right, and I saw the entire three-dimensional system of reality, right, and I watched you go over to pick up your kid or whatever, and I sat here and or No Tanks Jr. sat here and talked about how you're on drugs. Would I just be experiencing that all in the moment, or would it be in time?
You would be God, and then you would have to tell me. That's a ridiculous example.
I'm saying I'm watching it all happen, right? Like you're just watching an ant farm, and the guy, there's like 2 ants, and one ant walks away, and then the other, ant stays, the ant walks back. You're saying that was time?
Time passed, clearly.
Time passed. What is that? Because it looks like it all happened for me. I observed the ants. It's all happening simultaneously. You're saying no,
Yes,
it takes time.
Time is happening everywhere, all at once, all the time, as far as we know. Just like 3 dimensions exist everywhere. Like you are in a location every moment of your life. So your body will be in a location long after you're dead.
Yeah, so I say that this concept that you guys have of time is just the angle or the distance measured between objects in three-dimensional space, and you're saying it's something else.
Yeah, an angle doesn't have to change, right? If I would say if the angle between everything and everything else never changed, there would be no passage of time. So yeah,
Yeah,
that
so
makes sense.
yeah,
As
so
long as
it's just like a reification of motion.
I think reification is not the word to use there.
Well, you're saying that motion is time. That the space between
No, I'm saying
objects
it
due to
requires
motion
time to
is.
describe motion. It requires time to describe motion. How do you describe motion without any time passing?
I don't know. That's what you have to define the thing you keep on saying. It must exist.
All right, no, you brought up motion. What is motion?
The movement of some physical object in three-dimensional reality.
You just bend over backwards not to use this word in the definition, and then you describe movement as or motion as the
That was
movement. So I think
movement.
that's the same
Yeah,
thing.
movement wasn't. Listen, you literally are using the same word. So I used a different word, and you didn't.
Word in the definition.
The location is changing.
Ooh, changing. How fast is it changing?
It's instantaneous. What do you mean?
So it teleports. Location A to location B is just in teleports.
While the object exists in that three-dimensional space, it exists there instantaneously. That's where it is in that moment. But you're saying that there's something else required. This thing that's called time. I don't. It exists immediately. You have another thing, another fourth dimension that you said is required. I say it's instantiated immediately, instantaneously.
If it's the order
Like what you do it right now.
Hold on,
You can do it right. I can prove it to you right now. Take your hand right in front of your face. Look at your hand, right, and then move your hand to the left, and then move it right back to in front of your face. And you tell me, you can go ahead and try to tell me that your hand took time, or whatever that thing might be. But I say it's in the location that it's in instantaneously.
Hold on. You would have to. Oh wait, you said left to right, right?
Mm-hmm.
Moving in front of my face, left to right.
Yeah, those are directions.
So it's left, and then it's right, and every point in between, it is more right than it was left, and the order in which that happened. Oh, that's time.
So it's just that's what I'm saying. It's just a reification of three-dimensional reality, locations within space, and then you're calling that time.
Use a synonym for reification there, because I don't think that means what you think it means.
Yeah, you're reifying three-dimensional space into a fourth dimension that's called time.
Reification? Oh yeah, because you're reifying. No, it's entirely different word. Pick a different word for reification.
Nope.
And maybe I'll understand what you mean.
Nope. So you have no proof of this thing that you say is a fourth dimension that's required for the. So the objects exist. They just exist. There they are in space, and you're saying there's something else required for them to exist.
I never mentioned existence.
Here's the ant farm. I'm looking at the ant farm. The ant farm exists. There it is. There's the ants. There's everything. And now you're saying no, that they can't exist without time.
Let's talk about the ant farm. You're looking at an ant farm. Which ant did you see first?
I see them all at the same time.
So you are God then. It wasn't just an example.
It's a little tiny ant farm. I see it all.
You open your eyes, you're going to see one first. So which one did you see first?
I see the entire thing. I see it all.
What happened next?
What do you mean next? What's next? That's the time that you're talking about.
You see an anthill or an ant farm, and then what?
I just keep seeing it. It is.
Okay. So it's just sits there.
I mean, there's motion. They move around.
Which direction is the ant moving? Pick an ant. Which direction is it moving?
Towards the edge at the same exact time as the other one is moving towards the center.
So they started closer, or they're going towards each other, right?
Well, sort of. They're just going to the.
Okay, so there will be a point in what when they cross each other's path.
Yeah, I just don't think you have anything. I don't think you have a time thing.
You're not going to answer that question, will you?
Well, I didn't hear it. What was it?
Ants are kind of walking towards each other. one from the edge and to the center, one from the center to the edge. There will be a point in, fill in the blank here, that their paths cross.
In the ant
What do you
farm.
fill in the blank?
There will be a point in the three-dimensional space located within the system where they will cross paths.
Yes, but only if they move, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, they're just like facing a direction, and the direction they're facing kind of intersects in
Yeah. So
imaginary
all right.
space.
So I kind of hear what you're saying. So you're saying that if in this hypothetical thing, right? If I freeze the motion, if nothing ever changes within the system of the ant farm, it freezes, then there's no time.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah. So time is just motion of objects in three-dimensional space.
Well, you just can't talk about motion without using time of some kind. That's all I'm saying. It's just it's a attribute of a data point. It is metadata, effectively.
Interesting. So does it take time for one thing to occur and then change into something else?
I don't know what one thing is occurring.
Change. Is change the same thing as motion? Like those are kind of in this context the same change.
Well, that's true. Something could change color but sit still, right?
Right, that's true. Yeah. So does change require time?
It requires time to talk about change.
Okay. So now, let me think about this. Now, so it takes time for change to occur. So if I were to ask you, how much time does it take for a moment to begin? Would you be able to quantify that?
I don't know what a moment is, and we'd have to talk about time. Hold on. We'd have to talk about time to be able to even say what a begin is.
I'm gonna. That's what I'm saying. So that's kind of what I'm saying. It's arbitrary, like a denotation arbitrarily of a point in three-dimensional space. But but then we have now we've kind of broken it down a bit, and we said, okay, now there is a change within a system, and the change can only occur if time is at play, and each moment is an instance of a state of affairs, and then it takes time, and then there's a new state of affairs. So then I would just ask the question, with all those things we agreed upon, that must be the case. If it, that how much time does it take for a moment to begin?
We'd have to pick a system to talk about it in. That's all. Imagine two different cultures. One uses seconds, and one uses something they invented. Right? They don't have to be the same thing to be able to talk about time. You just got to know how to convert between them.
Is it the case that it takes time for a state a change in a state of affairs, like a moment, which is a state of affairs?
I don't know what you just said. I need more read for that.
A moment would be like the state of affairs that something is in without change.
You could describe each individual, you could describe the state of affairs as they are at a moment. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can describe it. You can
so
talk about the position of every ball on a pool ball table.
Yeah, so each moment,
one moment.
Yeah, each moment, each state of affairs exists simultaneously.
I mean, it'd be like the entire sum of all state of affairs. Yeah.
Yeah. So now did it take time for a moment to exist, which exists in reality?
I don't know what that means. You say for a moment to exist, but that sounds like literally nothing to me. So
state of
what
affairs.
are you trying to describe?
Does it take time for the state of affairs, aka a moment? Does it take time for the state of affairs to exist, or does it exist instantaneously?
Now I don't know what you mean by exist, because it doesn't take time.
To have ontology. Is it there? Is it real? Is it true?
No, if you hit imagine you're at the God's eye view and you hit the pause button, right? Then there is no time. The entire state of affairs is as it is and as it always will be until God unpauses reality.
Yeah, that's just to describe motion or change.
Well, why say motion or change? It's it could be all kinds of things.
I think you have thoroughly debunked this hippity-dippity concept of time that I hear Omni always talking about, and
I bet you're thinking of a thing that Omni didn't actually say, but that's another.
Well, once upon a time, Omni did.
If you want to talk about
If you just want to talk about the state of affairs and what something is doing or what it might do next, you fill in the blank with time to differentiate the two states of affairs, because they got to be in an order, right? Two separate states of affairs cannot happen simultaneously, can they? Two different
it would just
states
be
of affairs.
It would just be an arbitrary position or concept for you to or me to be able to delineate a succession or a process.
But if you observed it happening, you would see one before the other, right? You would see state of affairs as they are, and you would see as they are next.
It doesn't take me time. Do you think it takes time for you to experience?
What do you think?
You've been debunked, Omni.
Said?
In the future, you've been debunked. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Was he debunked in the past or the present, or will be debunked in the future?
The future.
When will we get there?
Well, shit, now. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Now.
Here we are.
Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Wait, hold on. Let me get there. Hold on. I'm almost there. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Now. Shit.
If we get there, it's not the future.
I can't get out of this present moment. Oh, no, I'm gonna go. Nope, I'm still here. Didn't happen.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Can't ever leave. Nope.
All right, I'm gonna try to prove the future. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Now. Fuck! I can't do it. It's just it.
Guess what? We could not, if we tried. You and I count down and clap at the exact same moment, and everyone hears one clap here in this Discord. That would be impossible because of time and delay, which is shifting time. When I hear your words, it's not the same state of affairs as when you said them.
How do you know that?
We could test it right now. We could count down to 3 and both clap, and then Omni will tell us how many claps you heard.
How do you know that the moment of you clapping didn't pop into existence right now? Now.
Pop into existence? Like I have to do it. I'm not popping anywhere.
So it took time, this clapping, you're saying?
We would try to do it at the same state of affairs, at the moment of the same state of affairs, well, like universally, right? That would be you and I clapping at the same time.
Yeah, that's it. We're stuck there. We can't. There's no this concept of time. It's just this. It's just an arbitrary position to describe the distance between objects.
Yes, describe. The description is key. That's why I use the graph of data of a migrating bird with latitude, longitude, altitude, and time to describe the flight path of the bird.
Yeah, so
exactly.
It's not. It's
got
just,
it.
Yeah,
you got it.
All right. So on that, if I were to just grant that or just adopt that way of thinking, we would all understand that this time is just a point of data, not something that actually exists, just a concept that we're applying. So when somebody like Omni comes in to say there is a thing such as time dilation, he would be wrong in the future to say such a thing.
Unless he had data that demonstrated that what ought to have happened in the same state of affairs did not, in fact. And then we have more to figure out.
Did time dilate at the same moment that it didn't dilate for someone else?
Maybe. We'd have to find out.
Yeah,
So-
well then, yeah, he debunked himself in the future.
I don't know about that. I think you might be wrong.
The future is now.
Well, time dilation.
We'll have to wait to find out.
Yeah, I think time dilation is something separate from what you're understanding.
Would it just be the warping of space and three-dimensional objects within space?
No.
Okay, what would it be? A fifth dimension?
No.
Okay, so it's none of how could it be none of the things that we're talking about, which is, I mean, he's saying that I say 3 dimensions is reality. He says 4 dimensions is reality. And you're saying it's none of those, not reality.
Well, it's 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time-like dimension is how it's generally discussed in relativity. But what time dilation is in relativity is the rate of change measured by a timekeeping device. So a device that's meant to give you a periodicity between 2 events, say.
Yeah, but the periodicity, whether it's like a time, right? That's just like a little ticking clock. That's just the angle between numbers. If it's the oscillation of a cesium atom, that's just
No, no, no. It's
that's just the
not the
positions of
angle.
up
No.
and down in three-dimensional space.
So that's not true. A ticking clock doesn't necessarily have clock hands, right? It can be a digital clock.
Well, that's what I said. I was giving you different options. I was saying there in that option, there's where it's just going to measure the space between objects with that little dial, and then in the oscillation of the atom, it's just oscillation, peaks and troughs, relative to three-dimensional space.
So when we're talking about a rate of change, we're talking about a periodicity based on how often or how this device, whatever it is, marks the marks changes. Okay, so for example, if I have a digital clock once in a day, then I can say that it's measuring hours and minutes of the day, and it will tell me if I don't know when one day ends and one day begins.
What are those things that you're referencing?
What do you mean?
You're saying it's keeping track of
What's a
something.
day? You're asking what is a day?
Yeah, well, I mean earlier with Bull
day is
Knight,
a day
Bull
is
Knight was saying that it doesn't need time, doesn't reference anything. It's on its own.
Okay, well,
It's not referencing anything in three-dimensional space. It's its own dimension.
Okay,
But he
so
ran away.
well, I'm not. I didn't hear all.
He's scurried off just like you will do in the future.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so I am familiar with I guess a little bit of what you said, what you guys were talking about, and I think
I asked him what is it referencing if not three-dimensional physical objects in space, and he said no. He said it's not referencing any of those things.
well, it's measuring changes. It's measuring a rate of change of some sort.
What? What is it referencing? In reference to what?
In reference to the temporal distance between those the states.
Yeah, so that's just three-dimensional reality. No need for this.
No. Temporal distance is not necessarily a change in 3 dimensions. I can have a rock. It doesn't move anywhere. I can say the rock is 300 years old.
You say that. What does that mean?
It means that we have known of its existence for a period of day and night cycles that adds up to 300 years.
Yeah, so that's just a concept applied to three-dimensional space of the sun's position. That's it.
No, it's the length of time that we've been aware of the rock.
No, you're calling time. You're saying time is in reference to objects in three-dimensional space.
Well, time is in reference to a state, a periodicity, or measurement of change. It doesn't have to be change in motion. It can be change in age, which is just time. It measures itself.
Yeah, that's what he said. It measures itself. So it's not. Yeah. So there's nothing to reference external to even know that time exists.
Well, we can measure change, right?
What?
We can measure ages.
Age? That's just you're just going back in a circle.
No, well, I mean,
started with.
Kind of. So, the oscillation of a cesium atom is a behavior, right?
Is it though? Is it?
Oscillation, yeah.
Oscillation is just a description of a location in three-dimensional space according to the peaks and troughs and a datum.
A datum?
Yeah, a datum. Up and down, high to low. Between these two parallel planes is a high and low point. oscillation.
Does the cesium atom bounce up and down?
So say you.
No, I say it oscillates.
Yeah, between two, the points on 2 points, 2 parallel planes.
What things?
I don't know. It's your claim.
I'm telling you that the oscillation of a cesium atom is what's used to measure time in atomic clocks.
I don't know if I can get this thing's about to die.
What's that?
Like you said, his phone's gonna die.
I mean, you can look up how atomic clocks work, but if you want to. But we all know, that you're that you're effectively bullshitting here. So I guess my question is, do you sincerely not believe that time dilation happens?
I don't only not believe in that. I don't believe in time. I mean, nobody here has convinced me of its existence.
Well, if I ask you how old you are, presumably you could tell me if you.
Yeah, but that's just that's just like reaffirming, affirming the consequence there.
No, well, you can call it whatever you want, but the fact is, if you can tell me how old you are, we're talking time.
Yeah, that's just affirming the consequence of the concept of time being something that actually exists.
How is it affirming the consequence? No, you can tell me later. Did you Google cesium atom oscillation and not understand it? Did I lose you there? What do we think, guys? Time dilation real?
You guys remember that one time that Omni got wrecked because he thought time was something that existed in a tangible.
Ah. Did you
Type of way.
figure out, did you figure out what the oscillation of a cesium atom was?
Yeah, I told you what it was.
No, you're wrong.
What did I tell you?
You told me that it was something about an up and down between two parallels.
Yeah, between the measuring device and the electron emitted by the atom.
Electron emitted?
I believe so.
You Googled it and you didn't understand it, huh?
Absorbed or emitted, maybe, I don't know. Some sort of weird hippie bullshit.
Yeah, try again. Okay. So the point is that the atom changes in a predictable way.
Prove it.
I don't have to prove it. That's the description of how an atomic clock works. So just believing how the atomic clock works doesn't do anything for your argument about time. I have to
listen. You have to argue that time. Listen, in order for you to argue, this was my point. I don't know about the cesium atom shit that you believe in, but my point was, in order for you to argue that time dilates, you have to first show that time exists.
So we know that the rate of change exists.
Change of what?
Change of whatever we're measuring.
Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean change of?
How
change
often
of
the spin of a cesium atom electron changes?
how often? The what?
The spin of a cesium atom electron changes.
Spin of a cesium electron changes. Therefore, time.
Well, that is what we're using to measure time.
Yeah, you have to prove time first before you can say you can measure it.
Well, I mean, I don't know when you're asked how old you are or how old a rock is, it may not have moved at all in 3D space, but it can still age. And you know,
the last guy told me that was impossible, and I believe him.
Who told you that it's impossible?
Bully Knight.
That something can age without moving?
If there was no motion, there would be no age.
If there
This
was
was
no
his assertion.
motion. So no, I mean that's I don't think that's true. If you choose
Okay, so
that's
so
wrong.
here, so we can go back to his example. Was you have an ant farm? The ant farm freezes. Everything about it is frozen. The ant farm is all that exists.
Okay.
Okay, so now go ahead. Who's getting older in the ant farm? Who's getting younger? What changes occurring?
Who is getting older in the ant farm?
Well, all
So,
of those. Anything you
so
want to
if we freeze it in time, nobody's getting older.
No, we don't freeze it in time. I don't know what this time thing is. I'm just freezing it.
Oh,
There's
everything.
just no. There's just no motion.
So everything gets older.
It does. How so? What does that mean? Older?
Well, we're still measuring days, right? Days, weeks.
No. That's all that exists is the ant farm. That's it. That's all of reality is the ant farm, and there's no motion. It freezes. Nothing at any scale is in motion.
So, you have to have some means of measuring time. If you have a means of measuring time, then you'll be able to track its passing. If you have no means of measuring time, then things will still get older, but you won't be able to measure the time passing.
So there is no motion in this system of ants. There's no motion. That's the only system that ever exists, and that's it. Now you say I say there's just objects in 3D space, and you say that there's a fourth dimension of time involved.
The ant farm aging.
What's that?
Is the frozen ant farm aging?
You're gonna have to aging. I don't know this word. What does this mean?
Persisting to exist.
It exists. Yeah. It exists.
So whether or not we're measuring time, it exists for a period or a span.
It exists instantaneously. It just exists right away.
But it has a continued change, a continued.
There's no change. It's just continuing. It's to exist.
Not change. A continued existence.
Yeah, that's just a continued existence. It's just to say that it exists.
So that's time. That period, whatever period it exists for, is the time that it exists.
It exists. It exists instantaneously and always. That's not. I mean, that's what time is. That's the entire universe. All that exists is the ant farm with no motion involved. And you're saying, but it exists in time. What is that?
It's period of existence.
Yeah, it's just existence. So that's it. You're just saying time is existence. So to exist is to have time.
No, I mean, so if you have nothing but a frozen existence, then there will be no change, but there will be a period of a time will still pass. So
what is this thing that you say? This time pass up. How you say time?
It's the period at which things exist. If you want to be more technical, it is the motion everything has along.
No, this has no motion. This system has no motion.
But time can be described as motion along a t-axis. If you draw an Einstein graph with x representing all three spatial dimensions on the bottom, and t representing the time dimension vertically, then it will.
Do any of those things that occurred, the past, does that exist right now?
The path.
No, the past. You're saying get the graph, plot out the spots of what was.
Well, we can't go there, but yes, it does exist, or it did exist in a.
But so it doesn't exist now, or
well,
it does?
we can't go there, so in a sense, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. So no time.
No, not no time.
All right, so when you write the graph out, it necessitates that you plot out moments of existence, and then you get this concept that you call time. Then you say, hey, this moment is existing. Then it doesn't exist. It ceases to exist, but you're saying it still exists in the fourth dimension of time.
Kind of.
Call.
Okay, well, like I said,
I told you in the future that you would be debunking time, and
you know how old you are. So you can pretend you don't, but I think that your attempts to do that are going to be amusing.
All right, what did you say?
I said you can pretend that you don't know how old you are, but
I exist now. I don't exist then. I only exist right now.
But you have a record of existing in your head, meaning how old you are.
I have that record in my head now.
Yeah, that's right. But you know
now.
But you recognize things came before. You are, I mean, not well, but mildly able to follow an argument based on things that had happened priorly.
No, they happened in the moment. They only existed for that moment. It was fleeting, but it existed for that moment, and that was the only moment that existed. And then when that moment was gone, it was gone, and then there was the next moment.
What's a moment?
That would be the thing in question. Yeah, the thing that I was describing to Boyd, right? Was
You're using the term. You're using the term. What's a moment?
The state of affairs that exists.
Right, and you said that it changes. It's a fleeting moment. You said.
It's a state of affairs that exists, and then it doesn't.
But does it change? But you said that it's a state of affairs that exist, right? Yeah. But the thing changes from moment to moment. You say.
No, I don't. The moment is now. All that is the moment. That's all that there is.
So the moment is now. So there's only now.
That's it. You've proven it.
Sounds very hippie said.
The weed has gotten to me.
The what?
The weed, the marijuana, the pot, the ganja.
THC, Mota, pot.
Yeah, all there is the now. So like when you guys appeal to this fourth dimension of time that you say exists but doesn't exist, in order to describe some sort of motion in three-dimensional reality, you're describing nothing.
So
you debunked yourself, sir.
No. So I do actually have a question though.
Here, I got a question first. This is the one I asked. You don't have to answer. This is the one I asked to Bull Knight. I said, how, if it's the case, if I grant you all the things that you're saying must be the case, that time is the change between all these things, like, then how long does it take for a moment to begin?
So that's a complicated question. Do you know what a Planck time is?
Yeah, how long does it take for a Planck time to begin?
So Planck times don't begin. The Planck time is what we think is the smallest unit of time that can exist in our universe.
It's the smallest unit of measurement of distance.
That's a Planck distance. There's also a
Planck distance.
There's also a Planck.
I would imagine that they're the same thing reified into something else.
I don't know what you mean by that. So
I would say that you're, somebody's going to take three-dimensional space and then say that is time. That the distance is the time.
The distance is the time. So I don't think that's how it works. I don't.
That's how you debunked yourself earlier with the frozen ant farm.
No.
Et cetera.
Okay. So you just don't understand. The continued existence of something without change is still possible, but without change, it will be extremely difficult to measure the time. So
what are you measuring? The thing you keep on saying exists, this time thing. It doesn't exist, man.
Okay. Well, I mean, like I said,
you haven't proven it to any extent whatsoever.
I'm not. So in your hypothetical, I don't need to prove it. There has to be some reference point for.
All right, Ether boy. Settle down.
No. Okay. Well, like I said,
it's logically entailed. This necessitates.
I did actually have a question. And my question was, do you honestly not believe in time dilation?
I don't believe in time dilation, honestly. I think it's retarded. But
wait. Why not? Why not?
Because it's just retarded.
So that's not an answer. Why don't you believe in time dilation?
Because it's just going through to say that time is the distance between objects, which slows down, which is just the rate of change over the distance relative to another concept.
So let me ask you a question,
but they're both happening at the same exact time. They're both happening at the same exact time, but time is a different idea in this area than it is in this area. So both things, the dilation and the non-dilation, are existing within another time that is happening at the same time. It's just retarded.
All right. So, like I said, I'm not sure if you're being honest or trolling, but you recognize that we're not in a frozen ant farm, right? We actually have clocks.
No, we are in a frozen ant farm. That's what you don't understand, sir.
Well, that's just being that's just trolling, right?
No, it's not at all. We are in a single universe that all exists within one moment, always having its existence, its ontology, in a hierarchical fashion, from the top down. Instantaneous existence.
So
always.
So you're claiming that time doesn't exist.
I mean, it's not my burden to prove.
So
Right.
yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out if
We're
you're just
saying nuh-uh to
I'm
the
trying
proof that has been presented so far. We're saying nuh-uh to that
no.
junk.
So I'm just trying to figure out if you're being sincere or you're just, fucking around.
You know, listen, bend
What
the
do you
knee, and I'll
need to be
bet you
sincere?
bend
You
the
got to
knee.
have money.
I'll tell you.
What do you need to be sincere, Omnivore? What's your 3 criteria for having to be sincere?
Sincere means he's honest about his disbelieving in time.
Well, how do we know? Like if you said I'm sincere to you, Democ, how do I know you're not lying?
I don't think Omni. Listen, I don't think Omni's sincere at all, man.
No,
Well,
I'm not saying he's lying about anything. I'm just saying, how would we know, even if you did say I'm being sincere? So, like, let's just get on.
I'll take his word for it if he behaves like he's being sincere. I'm not sure.
What the hell does that mean, Omni?
Bend the knee, Omni. You must bend the knee.
I don't know what that means either. So
you know what it fucking means already.
You're telling him to bend his knee and bow his knee to everything you're saying, which he shouldn't have to do.
Oh yeah? Why not?
It's your burden.
Well, I'm saying, are you being truthful right now? And if you tell me, yeah, it doesn't help the conversation, even if you aren't being truthful. You could be nice, you could be a good boy, you could be a super duper Omni and still lie through your damn teeth to us. So let's get on with the conversation about proof.
That is a good point. Yeah. Doesn't require my sincerity for your.
So
for your
it
proof.
kind of does. The reason why it requires your sincerity is because if you want me to interact with you, then I need to know if you're being sincere about this stuff or not.
Listen, I already put it forward to you. You're going to try to jump to time dilation, and you asked me if I think it's ridiculous. Of course, I think it's retarded. I think gravity is retarded. I think the Earth being a globe is retarded. All these things I definitely think are retarded. That's for sure. But you still have the burden of proof that if you're going to even bring up time dilation, it requires the existence of time, which you have not yet proven to be something that exists.
That's actually not true. So let's be
Just tell me you don't need time.
Let me explain something. No, hold on a second. So we got to the point where things can have a periodicity of existence. And your demand is, in my goofy hypothetical of a frozen ant farm, how would you measure existence if you don't have any device that can measure a period of time? Hold on.
Yeah, it's actually called. Well, I just want to let you know, it's not a. It's called the. I don't know the exact. I think it's called the absolute time theory, or something like that. Yeah.
Well,
or like maybe it's the containment theory of time, something like that.
I don't know. So I think
Google it. Google it. Yeah. I don't believe you're sincere until you.
Wait. I'm gonna borrow from you. No, Tank. I'm gonna borrow from your worldview. It's your burden. I don't have to make sense. It's your burden. Right? If you're gonna reference something, you need to. If you're gonna reference something, you have to prove it. So there is no theory that I'm aware of that holds that time is frozen.
You're my reference. So would I have to prove you?
If you want to use me as a reference, yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. Omni doesn't know if he exists. I'd have to prove him.
No. If you want to use me as a reference, so if you want to use me as a reference for me, I 100% know I exist. Hold on.
Beeping. I got the wind chimes out. So what were you asking, though, Tanks, if time is real or?
All right, that was my call. I gotta go, but you need to figure out if you can find some way to do your nonsense that doesn't involve a hypothetically frozen universe that you can't describe.
Sounds like your job.
No, not my job. I believe in the passage of time. If you ask me how old I am, I don't get all tongue-tied. I can tell you, how old I am. It's okay, no thanks. He just has to pretend he can.
Well, he can tell you how many days you declare him to be, but
No,
does that
he can
does
tell
that
me how
really
many
mean?
days he declares himself to be. Unfortunately, I have to go. I will be back in an hour or two.
Yeah, well, we got leap years, leap days, leap months, and all kinds of equinoxes and solstices and Barry Center flips, and like I don't even know if we can keep track of time because we're on a ball that goes through time, and the faster our ball spins and processes, the more time we go through faster or slower. So I'm with no Tanks. I don't think on a ball you could ever know anything about time. A ball is a clock, isn't it? Isn't this ball your guys' clock? Isn't it your time? So is the Earth ball your time or the Sun ball? Which time ball do you guys go by? I don't think time is relevant the way you say. Days and nights, sun and moon. At least the Native Americans would be like 14 moons ago and 17 suns. They'd be like, we didn't see the sun on that one day because it was gloomy. Okay, okay. I got you. I got you. We didn't see the moon for a while either. Okay, all right. So you got 14 moons and 22 suns. 22 moons and 14 suns. How many moon suns are you? How many moon sun days?
Well, what happened? What happened to Omni? He bitched out again.
Yeah, he doesn't know. Well, they can't really call it no tanks because they're on a ball that is a time machine, and they don't know if the sun is their time, the days, the hours, or the earth. So they really have no grasp of time, or whether it's just in their mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is convenient. It is a convenient thing, but just it is a convenient concept. But it is like it is a concept. I mean, it is tough. Like I'll tell you, I mean, I do believe that time exists, but it's some sort of like metaphysical thing that exists. But yeah, they'd have to appeal to that. But yeah, and then to say then that metaphysics dilates is fucking retarded. To say something that's like not tangible, not made of material, but like love is bending and warping. It's a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. You take enough ecstasy, your love will dilate.
Yeah, time's not a material. That's for sure.
But yeah, so like it's that's why I say, well, in order for time to dilate, you have to first have time, something that exists in the first place. Go ahead and describe time. They go describe time as this metaphysical concept that exists uniformly across all places at the same quote unquote time, and that thing is bending and warping, yeah, or dilating. It's fucking retarded. And then he asked me if I'm being serious. Am I being serious? Are you being serious? That you think metaphysics, that logic, like something like logic, that's a metaphysical claim, logic and reason is dilating due to its location. Fucking retarded.
Ball, no tanks, that it's a time machine because when you get away from their ball, time's different. So they do like in their idea, whatever the hell they got going on. They think that on the ball is one time and everything has its own time. So the dog's ass has its time, and then the earth has its time, and away from earth and away from another. So every spinning ball is a different amount of time. No change. So when they say time's working and bending and contracting, you got to ask them which one, where.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Well, yeah, that's what I said to him. The whole thing is stupid. The whole globe Earth shit is stupid. It's all fucking stupid. Like,
So there can't be just one time for everything. There has to be different times. If you leave this spinning rock, now you're in a different time than the spinning rock. And then the cell thing. If the rocks don't have cells, how did they fucking evolve? How did they evolve?
That was I think Vaxy Waxy or Vaxwax came in about that cell thing earlier.
Yeah, and another thing, why would evolution need to change itself? If evolution is so badass, it can already just do everything and be what it is to be everything. Like, why did it ever need to change at all? Sounds like it's got it fucking made. It's like I already got it figured out.
I'm the best version of myself.
I'm just saying, like, like, if you're telling me something so smart that it's everything, and no matter what's what is what is that, then why did it ever need to change? Why, like, what the fuck? What was hurting? It didn't seem like anything hurt in the first place to make that to do anything different.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that I don't know if you're here, but it was like Sean G and fucking D-Ball or whatever. But they're appealing to like these other they're saying, well, there's these other things that have this influence on this other thing that causes evolution. But it's like, but all these things used to be one thing in your mind. They all came from one single thing. It's fucking stupid. So then you need multiple like things to come into existence all at once to then have your evolution.
Did evolution have to evolve into evolution?
Of course it did. Change is the only constant or some shit.
Yeah, I know, and it's weird too. It's the same with their science, right? Their science can never be the same. It can never pinpoint or know or lock down anything. So when they keep saying our science is going to do something, like find something, their science's very job is to not find anything out. It's to keep saying what if again and again and again and again. If you think about it, it's nothing but a what if factor.
Yeah, maybe that's a good approach. Like, has anything changed? Has anything actually changed just because you've discovered it?
No, and nothing's going to change to something else or be something different because science. So, like, yeah.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, they say it doesn't prove anything, but then science proves the globe. It doesn't prove stuff, but it proves stuff. But it always has to change. Like science, like okay, they're like science has to change to where tomorrow fire will be super cold. It won't burn anybody, and we were all because of science.
Oh, you want to hear my you want to hear my theory? I got a fucking theory. You want to hear it? All right. So the other day we were on here. I was looking for and sharing. I don't remember what's his wife's name, right? How she had like these rap songs. They're like, oh, which is not bad at rap, right? I was like, all right, well, this one song that she did is pretty fucking good, and I couldn't find it. It's like, it goes like this. It goes like money. It goes like money doesn't make the world go round because the earth it doesn't spin. And then there's like it's like a good beat and she sings to it and stuff or whatever, right? So I found a bunch of her other songs and I couldn't find that song. And then Witsit and Jaron had their debate. I don't know if you saw that. And Witsit started to flip out on Jaron at the end of it when he was like, yo, just because we saw the 24-hour sun, now you're going to bring on the idea that the earth fucking rotates. What the fuck? How can one thing that you know is not true be disproven, by another thing? That means that you were never real. You never truly had any kind of proof.
So I have this, and then I think Lion mentioned to me, or maybe Omni, that those two are, Witsit and his wife are either separating or having a hard time or something right now. I have this theory now, since she's the one who owns that song, and she's the only one who could take it down from the entire fucking internet. I found all her other songs, but I couldn't find that song. I have this theory that she fucking flipped. That's my theory. That she flipped on him. Because of the 24-hour sun.
I don't think it's a flip thing. I think it's just the situation and something she didn't want to happen, and he did. Maybe she didn't want him to go, and he did, and now she said, "Fuck you." It could be that simple, really.
No, it could be, but why can't I find her songs that say the Earth is not a globe and doesn't spin?
If she's fighting with him, she's fighting with him. You got to remember that girls are like, listen, the dude will take a picture and cut a bitch out of himself. And the girl will do the same thing. So if there's a song with me and you in it, and me and you are arguing right now, I might just take it off the
No, he's the other songs are still up. There's like one called like Apple Juice and Sunshine, and she's like singing about him, and he's in it with her. There's a couple other songs where they're in it together, and they're not about flat Earth or anything like that. They're still available. The ones about flat Earth are gone.
Well, maybe that one might have had something copyrighted or something about it, or something. Maybe something else made it go down.
That song was good.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. But maybe it wasn't her that took down. Maybe it was something about the song. Maybe a beat, a line, a phrase. I mean, who knows? These days.
I'm not saying that's not true. And there's also the possibility that, like, she could just be just like Jaren, saying they flip because they're pissed off. I mean, I don't know. It's just I got this correlation thing going on now where the one song that I was trying to find that is about the Earth being not a globe and spinning. That one's gone. All the other ones are still there that are not talking about flat Earth. Then in the Jaren and Witsit debate, Witsit got all pissed off at Jaren specifically about the point of how can you now say the Earth is spinning just because of seeing the 24-hour sun, and how could you give up everything that was good and true just over one little incident? And I'm like, that sounds like a relationship issue. And this chick took that song down. So I don't know, I got a little theory. I don't really care that much. I'm not that fucking invested in it, but I wanted that song back. So she needs to become a flat earther again. 'Cause I want my music.
We're gonna have to get a petition started. Bring that fucking song back.
Yeah.
We can make our own though, tanks.
I can probably remember some. I know that I can do the beat. I know the beat in my head. I can copy it. Boom, 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 boom. It's like that. It's a pretty good song.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom.
Money don't make, and then it goes, money don't make the world go round because the Earth it don't spin, Going, there's the sun. Oh, you know what she does say? She goes, you can see the sun going round your head. It don't spin. Yep. That was the song.
Spinning money. It has to do with sinning. Flat Earth. It has to do with truth. Flat Earth. It has to do with winning. Globes. They have to do with frowns. Flat Earth. They have to do with grinning.
I gotta drop the beat. I gotta go find it. Listen, I could be wrong. I'm just a bad internet searcher. The song might be out there. I couldn't fucking find it.
Doesn't have a name.
Does it have a what?
A name. The name of the song.
I thought it was called like "The Earth Doesn't Spin" or some shit like that. But like I said, the chorus to the song is "Money doesn't make the world go round because the Earth doesn't spin," and then her name is Kai, and there's with it. You do with it and Kai or whatever, and then all the other songs come up. This one had she had like a video with it, and it was like pink. The video was like pink.
I remember a couple of their songs, like even when they first came out and started playing them or whatever. There was one that was okay. There's a couple I didn't like. There's a couple Flat Earth songs I don't really like, but a couple I do. So I mean, but that's not my. I didn't make them, so who cares?
Yeah, it was really just this one song was her best song. It was like the only. It's really the only one I know. Like, I think her. I mean, honestly, the Apple Juice song. I mean, it's pretty good. She shows that she's talented in it, and it's well produced. But this was the only good. The song that's gone is the only good one. It had a good beat, and it was good.
Who the hell is Jared Neighbors? I looked the name up, and it's a serial killer name from way back. And there's the thing that says Jared Neighbors would like to face chat with you. I'm like, I don't fucking know who Jared Neighbor, but it's spelled different. Like if John Gacy's like, it's John Gacy. Would you like to chat? And you're like, what the hell? Oh, it's spelled different. Okay, that makes me feel better. And what about Homo erectus? That's pissing me off hearing all this stuff about homos. Is that like homogeneous?
You don't like that? I like that one guy, B.O.B. He does the one song called "Science, Bro." I like that song.
Yeah.
You ever hear that one?
If you heard some of my shit that I rapped, you would be fucking laughing your ass off. But I never
You got
write.
if you
I
got
don't
beats
write.
on it.
I don't write anything down. That's my only problem.
You didn't like that? Did you like the "Science, Bro" song? You remember it or no? I'll find it. That one's easy.
Oh, shit, maybe. Heard about 4 or 5 of DODs, then he got into a little stuff, and then people stopped playing his stuff for a little bit, but then they started again. I don't know. You never know, you know. You never know what some people got going on or don't got going on, and people want to accuse them of. So it's like weird. It's like you just try to be a flat earther or a truth teller, and people just try to fucking say the dumbest shit about you. Regardless of what the fuck in your life happened yesterday, people that haven't met you before yesterday shouldn't fucking worry about that. They should worry about today and what you're talking about today. I mean, unless you're like a
Yeah.
fucking serial killer, you know, out on the loose, and you know you serial killed my grandma, and I don't know yet. You know, that's different. That'd be different. But yeah.
Well, I mean, it still wouldn't change if you know, if
No,
the
it
sun
wouldn't
is
change any
yellow.
fact that the person said. Right, right. It would just make them serial killer.
Yeah, I put the science song in. It's not Dio. It's not. It's B.O.B. Who's the other dude? I don't remember. One guy's white, one guy's black. This guy's black.
D-Mock, you can't just tease us like that. Can we just get a little taste, a little bit of rap? Please?
I was listening to that rap. What'd you say?
Oh, I was sorry. I was just saying, don't tease us like that. You gotta give us like a little taste, like just a hint of what your rap might sound. Please.
Why would you ever want me to do that?
Because I imagine it's awesome. That's why.
Well, I just basically do parodies. Really, that's why I don't usually write them down. Like if a song's coming on, like the background, you blinded me with science. I've already made a song with that phrase or that to that beat and that song.
See, now you can't tease us like that without giving us the goods. That sounds so good.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, okay, so that was like 4 months ago when that happened, and I haven't. That song only played one time, one day while I was working, so I did it, and I did it out loud. All the people I work with hear it; they think it's funny as hell.
I know I will.
And plus, I got to be into it. You know what I mean? If you're just like, Demont, do this,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. It just depends. Like one person said, say rhyme paraplegic, and I was like, why? And they were like, just do it. Because somebody said you couldn't. And I started rapping about it or whatever. And they were like, what the fuck? He did it.
There's things that you need. There's things that you don't need.
Yeah.
You don't need to rhyme with paraplegic.
Right.
I mean, you could. I know you could. It seems actually not even that.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's that hard.
Without these legs, they make me so seasick, rolling around like a paraplegic.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You can rhyme with orange and purple and all kinds of stuff. You just rhyme with the first or second word you say right before it in the phrase.
Orange, you're foreign.
Will
Called
be
this bitch
like,
Lauren.
or yeah, or you switch a word to enunciate itself almost like orange. Yeah. Like courage, I don't, just anything really. And you can use the first word, like if you say the yellow orange, the fellow, and you just keep going with something, and like they totally forget that you really didn't actually rhyme with the word orange.
It rhymes
So,
enough.
I like that description.
the orange isn't yellow. Get paid by Rockefeller. They don't like money. Hell no. They like the credits. Ones and O's. That is weird though, the one and the O thing. From everybody demanding money, or whatever, beyond barter system. Now a O and a 1 from whoever. But I'm saying, like, you go from chickens, cows, eggs. Well, really, nobody needed money anyway. They had to force people to really need money. You understand? Like, people would come around with that, like, oh, look what we got with this. Oh, what? Huh? What? And you go to, like, a city, presenting itself to people that aren't the city. The city's going to have some type of thing that one of those little kids or one of those people that's in a little poor thing is like, oh, man, that's so cool. They drive a car. Well, fucking Bobby, you're driving a fucking horse. Shut up. You're driving a horse. Way less maintenance. Fuck a car. So like they gave up the things that were actually worth the most thing, the land, the animals, themselves, the property, the stuff, the way they did shit for society. It's really weird. And then when you're like, man, you got to do something. So what are these ones and O's going to do for people? Because when I tell people we don't need money, and they're like, yeah, we do, but they don't understand they're going to blockchain, Bitcoin, Stuff that doesn't even physically exist. These aren't even physical elements of someone's back breaking work. It's just computer something. And then who owns the blockchain? Who owns the actual program that ever was started and does this thing? Like who runs it and maintains it? And you would think the people that run the system and maintain the system of credit would be the one in control of the system of credit. And that's some complex shit if you think about it. So pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, Canada, Russian, all these different monies, all the different goods, milk, orange juice, whatever, stock market, all these things worth a thing. And somebody's saying what they're worth before you even go out to the store and say, I don't want to pay that for that. Like, who the fuck made that worth that if, like, you're not the one that... It is pretty weird, the actual value and worth of things that's been based on them. By who? It's like when you build a brick, it's a set amount of dirt, a set amount of drying time, a set amount. It's like a thing you follow. It's the steps. Like you, there's procedure, and it's the same procedure. So like, how can this other thing be set different? Like this car is worth $50,000,000 now, or this or that, when it's the same metal, the same work, the same brick, same dirt. Takes you the same amount of time for each brick to do the dirt. What stuff's worth?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find this song. I just searched again. I think it's gone.
Dying since birth on the surf, looking for the music. What is work? I'm really, really fat, but I ain't got no girth. It's really, really big, but really little earth. It's not a ball for what it's worth. You're actually on a really big flat earth. And I ain't talking about the mountains. And the mud puddles either. I ain't talking about no magic gravity or no ether. If we can't make it up, then you can't neither. Real science with no bias. Demonstrate it in front of us and then try it. Who in the hell are you to declare this thing is lying?
It's all about the instruments, man. You got to get the instruments, or the words are pointless.
Or all the unphysical bullshit that we're buying. Look that way. Just start eyeing.
Where's the beat?
And on the globe, they don't know how they're flying. I'm not lying. On a damn ball, they can't show us how they're flying.
In a straight line, but they're crying that the thing that's necessary, they're denying.
Curves, the thing they're denying. They go a straight line. And that's how they're flying. They said it's the curve, but proving it's a straight line, man.
And then you got DMOC on the side view spying. There we go.
With the side view.
Right beside you?
Yeah. Right beside you with the side view.
How many 5'9" dudes you got to put next to each other till you get the fucking side view?
Yeah. Well, smart eye you till we get the side view.
There you go.
Smart eyeing right beside him until we get the side view. They can't deny us. Why they want to look only forward? They're so fucking biased. Anytime of one another view, they just deny us. Isn't it funny though? They show you a computer screen and that's big enough for a globe model to do everything. But then when I point to the 40-foot ball, they say that's not big enough to mock. Isn't there a problem there?
Yeah, they got this weird idea. Like if you describe it to somebody, they have this idea that the tiny little stars that you see in the sky are unimaginably bigger than where you live, and you're surrounded by these things that are unimaginably bigger than you are, and than the world is. But they're tiny dots in the sky. That they come in and hit the surface of where you are, parallel, um, you know, to the surface. But they're
Yeah, it's like
huge.
one
They have these
photon
crazy
of light.
ideas. Like draw
That's
that
one
up for me.
great photon. It's one photon of light touching the Earth. It's just a single photon of sunlight. Or starlight or whatever, yeah. It's just one piece of the sunlight. It's not even, you know what I mean? It's only one piece. It's not two pieces. It's just one single piece of itself. It's just like one. Try to bring it up. They only want to bring it down. I tried to smile and gravity made him frown. I tried to bring gravity up, but they kept bringing it down. It's weird. I point at the horizon. They keep. Say it's horizontal, and they say I'm a clown. He said you don't understand the up from the down and how it spins round and how the sun moves from Coriolis. Did you know that the sun moves because of Coriolis? No tanks. That's the funniest shit. The sun moves because of Coriolis. Because like in the North Pole, when you go up, every foot you get away from the Earth, no tanks, the Earth starts speeding up its speed. It should go from still to move, move, move. Every foot that you get away, it should start spinning faster and faster and faster. These things in reality had to conform or comport to each other in exact tolerance. You understand? And then as you get up and the earth starts moving, the sun will stop. So as you're floating and you see the sun, you know, you say your balloon's going for an hour and you see the sun move 15 degrees. It's supposed to move less and less and less the closer you get to it, and the Earth's supposed to spin the same in rate, more and more and more as you get up and away from it in the direct North Pole. You following me? You might be looking for a song. I don't know. Can you guys hear me? Check, check. Oh, never mind. Gravity, I lost it and it can't be found. Handing out rewards, but they turned me down. Looking for it, man, but I can't find it around. Looking for a curve, I can't find it around. It's not in my front yard or my backyard now. Where's the damn earth curve, man? It must be a joke. It's not next door or down the block, yo. It's not when I'm sledding and not when I'm on a cliff. Not when I'm rolling a big flat spliff. Where'd they go? cornbread. Marty, did you just come back or were you in here? They're talking about crazy stuff over. Man, that Robert dude, Robert Utah, he's kind of weird, isn't he? Get some people in here, man. Walking around for a minute, had to contemplate a bit. I was trying to talk with God. He said, sit a little bit, sit down and take a hit. And the devil pulled up. He said, man, just quit. He said, thou shalt not smoke at that spliff. Me and God looked at him and said, chill for a bit, man. Just take you a hit. This is real good shit. After just one hit, he was so high he had to quit. Even the big devil couldn't play with that. And then we all just chilled for a bit, contemplated some shit. They got a story to tell. You got a story to sell. You got a story to buy. You got a story to sell. Take another story about some stories to hell. If you can't demonstrate this stuff, man, oh well. How does something non-physical even tip that scale? Quit acting like a turtle and get out of your shell. Man, stop moving. I can't weigh you on a scale. How is it straight but curved? How is it moving but still? Globe America. It's what you just can't feel. Globe NASA. It could be one of your kids. The Globe NASA. That's what NASA is. Sorry. NASA of puppets. NASA of puppets. They're with Hollywood and they're pulling the string. Everything they do is with the DOD. NASA. NASA. Take a look for yourself. Don't take it from me. NASA. NASA. Anybody got any moon rocks? The richest man in the world can't even buy a moon rock. Isn't that weird? So, like, forget Elon Musk having enough money to bring his own moon rocks back to himself with his own rocket. He can't even have it after he brings it back. He's like, no, give me that moon rock, punk. Fuck out of here. So the government, if you went and got a moon rock, you couldn't even keep it. And I don't think they would want you to test it. Like when they say, hey, go test stuff and we're doing science, they don't want you to touch that shit because they want it. They want to bring it back and test it. They don't want you fucking with anything. Because if you find something out, they don't know that you found out. That's going to be your ass. So they don't go test anything or do anything. And if we had remote in the 30s, where's the remote that somebody drove around? Like, why didn't you just drop the rover and? I mean, the guys could have went there too, but I mean, drive the rover around just to draw a word, a line, to prove you actually went through it. Just an actual physical appearance on the surface. How much does a moon rock cost? And what would you compare it to know it's a moon rock? What do you compare a moon rock to, Omni, to prove it's a moon rock?
What do I compare it to?
Yeah, what do you know what a moon rock is?
A rock from the moon.
Well, that made no sense. Okay, so you paid $1 billion and your proof is a rock from the moon. No, how would you prove that your money got paid for an actual moon rock? You're a billionaire. How would you prove it?
Well, I would hire a outside expert, right? Somebody who doesn't work for NASA.
What are they going to expert if they've never been to the moon?
Well, so first off, presumably they can tell the the difference between regolith, and terrestrial surfaces.
I don't know what any of that means. Would they happen to have a moon rock in a lab somewhere already you could compare it to? Like a moon they actually.
No, I don't think so. So there's
Neil
something
deGrasse
called agglutinates that are only found impact and volcanic glasses, and a peculiar component called agglutinates that is only found on the moon.
You believe that shit?
Yeah. Well, I would hire a geologist expert. So whether I believe it or not,
moon stuff?
Yeah.
I've never met a moon expert who's came from the moon and lived there 100 years to study the moon dirt.
Well, you've never met
that guy.
You've never met a
moon expert, Omni.
a geologist.
So the geologists here on Earth are moon experts?
I don't need a moon expert. I just need a geologist.
You don't need a moon expert. You don't know what a moon is. You're going to need something.
No, I don't need a moon
expert. How do you know what a moon is? We still haven't concluded.
I can see the moon.
$1 billion and you ain't got no moon proof.
If you show me a rock that has no, of which there are none like it from Earth, then that's a pretty good indication that
nothing like it. No, the moon came from the Earth. Try again.
No. So
exact stuff on Earth, the exact same stuff. What do you mean different than Earth? How did that make sense?
There is apparently they have these unique compositional elements. Like I said, it's
different protons and different electrons that we don't know about or something.
No, it's different. Well, different materials. I don't think the electrons.
Well, there's no such thing if it's not different protons and electrons. It can't be different materials.
That's not really true.
Well, so, it's not made of protons and electrons.
The
new shit then.
The Mona Lisa is made of protons and electrons too, right? But
What's
it's
that
a
mean? I don't know. Well, no, that's your story. I'm just reading you from your book.
You don't know what the Mona Lisa is?
I don't know what a proton and an electron are. The Mona Lisa is a painting.
Yeah. So
Okay,
it's
well, that's real. Protons and electrons aren't. So what's the moon made out of?
well, it may have a bunch of things, but eventually protons and electrons.
How would you know, though?
How would I know what?
What's the moon made out of? How do you know? What's your comparison? Let me see your real moon rock compared to what you're making up.
I don't think I need a comparison.
Oh, you just get to make shit up and you're just out of your money? Well, that's your sad fault. If you like to pay billions of dollars for stories and you don't need no proof, you're weird. You're one fucking weird dude, Omni, to give your whole life savings for something you don't know is true. That's just weird of you, brother. That's how you roll?
It has been said that I'm weird. You're not wrong about that.
Okay, well, I wouldn't pay a red fucking cent. I'd be like, prove that's a moon rock, you retards. Is it moving water? Not you. I'm not calling. I'm saying the people that would present me with the moon rock, I would call them retards. Definitely 100%. They'd have to make sure it moves water from like 88 foot away, right? Or some shit. And then it had to move an equivalent of water. And it would have to move it all the time like a tide in the ocean, like the moon rock does. It'd have to do everything a moon rock does, just a smaller amount.
So
right?
you're wrong about the moving.
How would you know? You don't know what a moon rock is. This is my story on what a moon rock is.
Incorrect about the moving of water.
You don't have no bearings in this. You don't even know what a moon rock is. So now in reality, when I say I won't buy your Omni moon rock, I'm not gonna pay for Omni's moon rock. He might believe dog shit stories and treasure maps. I'm not believing it. I want to see a moon rock change phases. I want to see it fucking be a moon. I want to see how it can orbit stuff,
the
water
rock
and dirt.
change. The rock
It's supposed
itself.
to orbit the same water and dirt that it pulls
The
on,
rock
right?
itself is not what changes phases. Do you think
How
that?
would you know? How would you know? You don't have a moon rock, Omni. Stop
Because
making
we,
stuff up.
because we know how
You're
phases.
just a storyteller. You're just good at telling stories.
No. So you're
no. Where's your moon rock? Put it in my hand.
Your
Stop telling stories, Omni.
Doesn't
you need a moon rock, not a story about a moon rock.
Actual science.
Actual moon rock. We're gonna science it together, weirdo. Not your words. You can't science words, can you? We can science your words.
You can.
How far are we gonna get with science Omni's hopes? How are we gonna science your hopes? We're gonna go in the lab. We have Omni's word for it. What are we gonna science there, Omni?
So.
Yeah, like I said, not so. What are we sciencing out of your mouth? Your proof that you say is proof of something that don't make no sense. You don't even have nothing to compare it to. Just you saying so and Democ. Democ. No moon rock in my hand. You're wrong, Democ. How does that work for you?
Let me know.
Moon rock, brother.
Are you done?
Well, I mean, let me know when the government trusts you with a moon rock or some fucking moon dirt that they say exists on Earth everywhere. Basalt. Really hard, ain't it? What, they don't trust you touching basalt on Earth either? That's fucking weird. You guys are pretty fucking weird, the shit you believe.
Are we pretty weird?
Yeah. So the moon came from Earth. It got hit by something, and the moon came from Earth. It was made from Earth's dirt.
How do you know that?
Now you're saying
How do you know
that's
that?
the story. That's the story you guys tell.
You believe the
That's
story.
what I'm wondering. We're wondering how to prove that. Where's the stuff on Earth that matches the moon? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to see what a moon is, Omni. What do you mean? No.
No.
You don't want to know what a moon is?
Wrong.
So your story is, if you believe in globe, your globe religion says something hit something. Big bang stuff happened. Bang, bang, pow, bang, dirt. Earth dirt made moon. That's the story. Now, if you think the Earth is made from the moon out of your own fucking story, but it's not the same material from Earth, something's wrong with your brain. You have a discombobulated problem there. So now they tell you the same stuff. Google it right now, what the Earth's made out of, and the same shit exists on Earth. Now, go prove it. Prove it can do phases and what? No, we're not going to talk stupid shit. We're going to prove what a moon rock is and what a moon rock does that we see in real life. We see a moon rock. I predict moon rock should change phases, move water, and orbit stuff.
So
let's go.
So
well, you don't believe those predictions? Tell me which part about that's false. A moon rock won't move water. Is that what you're saying?
No more than any.
Doesn't move an ocean.
Yep. No more than any
The
other
whole
object.
ocean of Earth, little bitty moon rock, little bitty moon. Moon's little bitty, buddy. Little bitty motherfucker.
Okay.
It's not okay. And then it changes orange and white and blue and see-through and does cool shit, right? So now when you got your moon rock handy, we'll compare them. That's how we do science, buddy. We
If you have,
compare what you call a moon rock to reality. And if
I
it doesn't match, then you don't have a moon rock. I'm sorry.
so you
So
know, let's be clear about this.
let's not be biased about this. Let's get our moon rock.
You believe a bunch of nonsense
No,
about
we're not going to believe anything. You're going to get a moon rock. You're going
So
to
you're
really get a moon rock. You're
you're
not going to
telling
do
me
nonsense.
how you think it
You're
works.
going to prove that you're not believing anything and demonstrate a moon is a moon. What's your
Okay.
problem, Omni? Why don't you trust the moon to be a moon?
I do trust the moon to be a moon, but I don't.
What about a moon rock do you not believe is a moon then?
So I don't believe, and I think that you are wrong, and maybe even you
Doesn't
know
matter.
you're wrong.
Doesn't matter what you think.
You
We got to
may,
prove it.
it does. It does matter what I think. Of course, it matters.
Oh, not really. Not until you prove it.
Yeah. No, 100% does.
Oh, yeah. No proof. No proof. Keep believing stuff. Go ahead. Write us a book.
That's right. I know what's going on, and you don't. So
With no moon rock, you know everything. Write a book about no moon rocks because you're so smart.
no moon rocks.
Yeah, you don't have a moon rock. You've never touched one, but you're writing the book on them. Weird.
I don't have a moon rock.
If you could get a moon rock, we could probably maybe believe anything you say from this point on.
So I don't
It's
know.
weird that no glober that champions for the moon can even touch a fucking piece of dirt. This is weird to me. The government doesn't even. Why would the government not trust you or think you're going to do something with their fucking moon dirt? Why don't they trust you with it, Omni?
Well, they
Are you not trustworthy?
So the government thinks that if I got my hands,
Why would they lie?
It might.
Why
give
can't
you
they give you moon dust? Why can't they
might
give you a moon rock that changes phases and does?
astral powers of.
You think maybe they're lying like you and they think they got a moon rock like you do, but they don't give it to you like you don't give it to me?
I guess.
So they're like the big Omni. No Omni, we ain't giving you shit, punk. Just keep paying for the story.
What
Say
they
how you
told
like
me
it.
when they said you
I
can't.
don't care what bullies tell you.
that moon
Bullies
rock.
that get paid $80 billion a day for you being a sissy retard and not caring about it are going to
Sissy
keep getting their money.
Good
Yeah,
Lord.
fucking sissy who doesn't want proof of nothing, who don't want to go demand proof.
I don't want
That's
proof
called
of
a
nothing.
fucking sissy.
When
you pay for vacuum cleaners that don't exist and the dust filling the vacuum pound by pound by pound every day, $80 billion, all your money, your whole resource from your whole fucking whatever. Say you got a family and I'm milking the motherfuckers dry for NASA money and you get no moon rocks. Why is that?
Because I don't need
You
a
think
moon.
that's good to go? You don't need nothing for all your life. Suck me dry, NASA. Take every bit from all of America.
How much more would I be getting if
NASA deserves nothing. Nothing for nothing. You give me no moon rock, you get
Right,
no
well,
money.
let's say that I only get an extra penny.
They don't deserve nothing. They deserve nothing. They produce nothing. They get nothing. What do you get paid for if you put what are you putting in my hand? Moon rock? Money.
I don't know.
No moon rock, no money. They were paid to go to the moon, and then we still haven't produced a moon rock for any human. Just a bunch of fucking liars who say moon rocks are real, or they have moon stuff, or they sent something somewhere without a moon rock. How fucking sad of a story is this? So they found the gold mine. They got all the gold on me. The great government. They bid the big gold moon in the sky, but you can't have a piece of their gold. Isn't that weird? And there's gold on Earth too.
How do we even know it's
fucking
gold,
special?
though?
There's gold on Earth. The
How do we-
moon's made of gold. There's gold on Earth. You can't touch gold.
Wait. Do we think that the moon is made of gold?
I think you're retarded, Omni. Pay attention, retard. The moon is made of Earth dirt. We have Earth dirt on Earth. The same stuff you're talking about the moon's made of. So go get a pile of it and mimic what the fucking moon does. If the story is true, that's what the Earth moon's made out of. And if that's not what the moon's made out of, get the fucking moon rock they got from the moon so somebody can see what the fucking moon's made out of. Because the story is it's made out of stuff from Earth. It's made out of the same shit. A pile of shit sitting there got blasted into fucking space and conformed a ball from gravity, supposedly. Little stuff that couldn't help but going together with little stuff somehow, magically. The thing you say doesn't happen. Dust, little stuff's affected by gravity now. Now it forms a ball. Now all of a sudden it's big stuff. Oreo Big Moon stuff. Now it's a moon ball of fucking Ragalis, whatever the fuck that means, because you can't go produce none.
Good question. What does it mean?
Yeah, what is basalt? It says the moon's made out of basalt and some other stuff. So don't we have basalt on Earth?
Basalt's kind of rock.
Don't we have basalt on Earth? Was my question.
Oh,
How do you know what basalt is, from the moon or Earth?
So basalt isn't what the
Is it from the moon or the Earth? Omni, you can't keep track.
basalt is from basalt. It comes from the Earth.
Okay,
well as
so now they're telling you. Now Google what the moon's made out of right now.
I did.
It's gonna say basalt. What's
I
it
did.
say?
It's not just basalt. It's also.
What's it say?
I'm not googling it. I'm working on something right now, so I'm not googling it.
Not just basalt. Well, what else? Something
So-
magic? Something we don't have on Earth? What magic other material? You said to me the moon should be a material that's not of Earth.
Yes.
Now on your Google search, it says moon material, same as Earth. Who's the liar?
Wait, does it say that? It says basalt.
How would you know? Where's your moon rock? Let's fucking finish this motherfucking thing once and for all, weirdo. How could we ever stop this fucking debate on what a moon rock is if you can't produce a fucking moon rock? Then don't believe the stories is what you should stop doing. You see how weird you are?
That's fine.
You just read fucking funny and act stupid, like you don't comprehend you don't have a moon rock, but you believe moon rocks and stuff. Yeah, my government would never lie to me. The same government won't give you a piece of fucking moon dust.
Oh, my
They
standard
don't trust you.
eating.
Why are they lying? Why are they lying? Why are they hiding the moon dust from you, Omni? Why are they lying about what the moon's made of, brother?
It's a good question.
Why are they lying to you about what the sun's made out of?
What do you think? What do you think could be going on here?
Because you guys are stupid and you believe anything. Why else? If fucking people are gonna sit there and believe anything I fucking spoon feed them like shit, and I tell them it's sugar, what else would I do? I'm gonna keep doing that.
They could.
And
do
you're
it.
gonna keep eating it and eating it and eating it. Now, you know what you should do?
What should I
Fuck your sugar, fuck your shit. Take your spoon elsewhere and stick it up your butt. Prove that shit. Don't take what the government feeds you. Say, fuck you liars. You fucking liars. How else would you get to be a government other than being fucking a bunch of liars and losers? Trying to take and keep and steal from people. And gain and gain and gain. The fuck?
Okay.
And how else do you be a government but taking people's shit? Militaries don't pay you, do they? Does the military pay you to be a military?
Does the military pay me to be a military?
Yeah, how much is how many tanks you get to drive? How many jets in your front yard? How much military, American stuff, NASA stuff or otherwise, these government cunts you bitches get to have that you trust? You trust all these motherfuckers, but you guys don't get no trust. Nobody would spit on your fucking grave. The government wouldn't. Isn't that weird?
Fire some machine guns and rockets. That was pretty cool.
So who in NASA is going to visit your funeral?
Probably nobody.
Why not? You love them.
No,
you love them and they don't love you. It's a love, not love relationship. See where you're going here, Omni?
No, I'm not clear on where we're going. I don't.
Have you ever met a scientist?
Yeah.
You have? Did you watch him do something with his hands, physical?
Tapioca Weasel. I've seen. He's shown me pictures of his lab.
Oh my God, that's what you call physical? No, a picture's not physical. You doing stuff on me. This is where your problem lies, brother. You don't understand that you have some.
I have to. Why do I have to go out to his
Why
lab?
do you not have to look at a picture for reality? I don't know, Omni. That's a weird question for you to ask another human. Maybe smell some real grass. A picture isn't grass, Omni. Because it might be a lie. That picture might be fake, stupid. You would never know because you don't know
How
what
do we know a
the chart
picture's
looks like.
Wait a minute. Wait.
You have no moon rocks, Omni. This is what started. Where's your moon rock? You have no proof. Where is the proof of all the shit you're talking about? No matter what the fuck we take a picture of. Proof of the lab, proof of a guy in it, proof of something that he does that you can physically do the same as him. Not make fucking stories up and point in some device. We got a cool laser device heating up at a 1422.5 degrees Kelvin at the center of the velocity of the massive trajectory. And it's going to come out at 14.7 times the square root of the speed of light, negative Get the fuck out of here with that. What can we demonstrate to each other,
I'm
brother?
pretty impressed with your steel manning of the of the theory.
It's okay, but I can do that. Anybody can repeat like a parrot, brother. That's what you Globers do. That's
You
why
got
it
the
takes
voice and
no
everything.
brain.
It was good.
I know anybody can do that. The guy on the corner, if I say I'll give you $1 if you read this off and repeat it, he just became an A student. See how that works for Globe? Repeat Glober. Repeat A plus Glober. It's like a parroting thing. Yeah. It's not you're not taught or you don't learn anything. You couldn't learn any fucking originality. There's nothing new. Nothing you guys can do. It's just someone else with a tool has to do it. Your brain's just done. You guys are toast. All humans are just retard toast because some guy back in the day looked at a ball and he was smarter than all you guys because ball something. I don't even know how that looked at. I don't even know how he got so smart by holding the ball in his hand.
Are we sure? I mean, I'm not sure that.
I don't know. None of you are Newtons, are you? You all claim to be more retarded than Newton, don't you? You guys claim to be dumber than Einstein, who couldn't even tie his own fucking shoe or count right. So I mean, and had his own cousin locked in his basement, and he was a fucking weirdo. Like, so when you guys like, and then nobody knows about Newton really his private ass life. He's probably a serial killing fucking retard too, just like all the other fucking weirdos. Benjamin Franklin, all of them were fucking weirdos. So anyway, these weirdos that you trust,
yeah,
who are they? How were they so smart? What made them smart? Would they eat a pile of shit nobody got a hold of? What made a hillbilly retard, Newton, a retarded ass dude back in the day, what made him smart?
What made
Without
him smart?
no physical globes, no demonstration, he had no experiments of balls. Where's his lab?
So he created the 3 laws of classical mechanics.
Created.
Yes.
Made shit up.
Wrote them down. Yeah.
He made a story about he wrote you a story like Goldilocks and the 3 bears. I got you.
And that is the basis for all of our mechanical technology.
Goldilocks and the 3 bears. Too hot, too cold, just right. Damn.
Well, as you know, as you should know, the 3 laws of classical mechanics are the basis for all of our mechanical, invention.
And the sky's falling right now, right, Chicken Newton?
Is the sky falling? I'm not sure the sky's falling.
No, it's not. And the air's not in lockstep with anything either.
Yeah.
So,
Who said
all his laws must have been wrong.
Nobody said lockstep.
Well, what was he talking about? Laws of what? Black space? Did he say the blackness of space is going to move around like this? Is that what he's talking about? There are no planets or stars. What laws of what? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the 3 laws of motion, which were
motion of what? Motion of what?
Of any object. Any physical object follows the 3.
So not the Earth.
Yes, the Earth.
So not the sun.
Yes, the sun.
So the sun's not sitting still.
No, the sun's not sitting still.
So the sun's moving now.
So
how'd the sun? Hold on, man.
Hold on. Let me explain.
How did the sun start moving all of a sudden?
Okay, well,
how did you guys think it was sitting still, and now you didn't know that? Now you know. The motherfucking Eratosthenes said the sun was sitting still, brother. Posted. How now? What the fuck's the problem here? We got a big problem here, Omni. You don't recognize this problem? Eratosthenes said the sun was sitting still. The guy that told you you're on a globe from a stationary sun. Math. Oh. Now 2025, sweet baby sun's moving. Eratosthenes fucked. Damn. Throw that out the window. So everything we got to throw out the window from Newton because nothing's falling. We got to throw Eratosthenes out because the sun's not sitting still. Earth's not spinning. Definitely throw that goopy motherfucker out. Yeah, who else? I mean, just all of them. Kepler, all of them. All those retards. Because they haven't demonstrated where they've got their fucking idea of some shit doing that shit. I haven't seen the lab. I haven't seen their where they gotta have the fucking thing, the very thing they need that they see doing this stuff. So if I don't see a soda getting crazy and tasting flat after I open it up and it goes flat and all, whatever, I don't see those reactions and actions, then I don't claim them. So if I look up, I don't see nothing going around the sun. You see something orbit the sun? Tell me when you can film live for 24 hours any object orbiting the sun. And we'll tell you when Newton and Kepler and all those retards were right. Okay?
Well, okay, I didn't really follow all that, but
So is anything orbiting the sun, the motion, the bodies you're talking about? Bodies of what? Earth sit still.
yeah, we think things are orbiting the sun. Yes.
What things?
Planets.
How would you prove that? Where do you film a planet orbit a sun?
So we would watch planets through telescopes.
No, when do you see one orbit the sun?
But we watch them through telescopes and we see them go behind.
And the sun's in front of them getting orbited.
Or they go in front of the sun. And then
holy fuck! When does a star go around the sun in your view in one frame around the fucking sun, brother?
Not a star, a planet.
Any of it.
Well,
where does anything go around the sun? I watch the sun all day long, and I never see no shit go around it.
You watch it with a telescope?
Are you retarded?
No, I'm asking you if you watch it with a telescope.
What the fuck is a telescope going to do for you?
A telescope will show you what's.
Telescope don't work when you're at 35,000 feet and you can't find the ISS. So throw that garbage out the fucking window.
Wait.
Put it to the ISS from 35,000 feet.
How do we find out that
telescope?
Can't find the ISS?
Your telescopes don't work. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Your telescopes are broke now at 35,000 feet. They're fucking broke and they can't see stars. They can't see planets. They can't see an ISS. We're waiting for proof that your telescopes can see 250 miles, you liar. You're a fucking liar. I'm saying, your telescopes are fucking garbage. You're a liar until you can at least see 250 miles the amount you claim the ISS is from the fucking Earth. Get in an airplane right now, $18, $30. I'll send you some fucking dollars and film with your telescope that you claim is a fucking good tool. Anyone you pick, liar. And then film the ISS going past with it and zoom in to your best ability. And if you can't do that, shut the fuck up. Your telescopes are broke. They're fucking garbage. And I'm proving it to you with physical distances and physical stuff. What you won't do is any science, any demonstration, and you damn sure won't prove me wrong. And I'll bet you money. Money. Let's go, Omni. Let's bet that money. Your telescope. How'd we get here? You brought up a telescope that doesn't work. You want me to look to a fucking cat toy? Prove your cat toy does something that you claim. There's no stars anywhere, so I know you're not looking out to space at the stars with your cat toy. So that debunks your telescope's ability to see far.
How do you know I'm not looking at a star?
Doesn't matter what you think. Demonstrate you can see 250 miles to the ISS from an airplane where you give you a 5-mile fucking distance away to it. You're going to be 5 miles closer and you have a telescope. I'm going to be able to see it with my eye, the thing you claim is the fucking ISS at the same time. So now if your telescope can't see as good as my eyeball, throw that bitch away.
Really?
Throw that motherfucker away, weirdo. Yeah, liar, cat toy boy. Stop believing cat toy stories. You're seeing something with a telescope that don't fucking exist.
How do we
distance that you can't see? Because you don't. I don't know how you know anything. You just make shit up, dude.
I'm not.
You don't prove fuck all. Put some sticks at the end of 100 miles and prove you can see the stick 100 miles away with your telescope. You don't prove shit on Earth, motherfucker. Not making shit up. Well, I know proving shit's hard for you. You just got stutters and you just want us to believe some look up shit, right? Dan, your standard evidence is story time.
Goofy.
Don't prove it is your standard, right? My standard is you got to prove it, buddy. Fuck your evidence. We need proof. We don't care about your story evidence, Goldilocks.
Oh, no. I think your standard
the porridge was too hot. Oh, you think your cat toy's too cold. Well, I think it's a piece of shit and don't work. Now we have two different opinions. You think your cat toy can see for 250 miles. Actually, you think it can see billions of light years. But I'm trying to prove to you right now that you can't prove it can see 250 fucking miles to space. We're waiting.
So how are you? So what makes you think I can't see that?
On an airplane, whatever telescope you pick, however wide a lens, whatever you pick, take a fucking observatory on that bitch with you. I don't care. and then see the ISS above you going past. It goes by every 90 minutes. They'll tell you exactly where it's at. Shouldn't have any problems.
You're
We
losing.
can prove an ISS is that we'll be killing two birds with one stone. We'll see if your telescope can even see 250. Then we'll start from there. Then you can't never say your telescope can ever see space or stars or moons or anything because it's fucking jank. Then because you guys declared the moon to be 238,000, so that means your telescope ain't seeing that, right? Because it can't see 250 miles. Something's wrong.
I agree. Something seems to be wrong.
Yeah, with all your distances and all your guys' claims, don't you see you're fucked? So until you have proof of how far your telescope could see with a real object that you're looking at real time live to prove that your telescope can see that, you have nothing.
How do
You have to have a real distance, not, oh, I don't know where that thing's at, Demok. We guessed the distance of that. No, you got to know for a fact. That's how you know things on me.
Really?
Now you supposedly know, yeah, really. You supposedly know 250, right? So you have 250 miles that you can really supposedly work with. I'm giving you that fucking lie. I'm letting you roll with that stupid ass lie that there's a fucking thing up there 250 miles from the ground. Now, me and you can stand on our porch and look at it. That's your claim. Now, if our eyeballs are better than this telescope, you let me know right fucking now, and we'll just end the discussion, and I'm right. Right?
I don't think our eyeballs are better at long distance.
Okay, now go to the airplane that's 5 to 7 miles higher than me and you. You're going to be closer to the ISS, so you should be able to see it 7 miles closer and bigger and more clear, right? That's how perspective works, unless you're a liar. And then get your telescope and have it zoom in on that motherfucker as it comes to you, as it goes past. Watch it the whole time. Zoom in as good as you can. Keep watching it and following that bitch above you, not to the side, not in front, not in back. Has to be above your airplane, like way above. Not that way. It's directly above you, motherfucker. They tell you where it's at. So don't act like you guys don't know this shit and you're retarded. So you could probably get all your Glober buddies who do this shit all the time for nothing and say they fucking prove something. Say, get on the airplane and do it, weird fucks. Get off your porch. Get out of your basement. We're trying to prove a distance from your basement looking out cat toys and get up closer to it and see how much more and better you can see it. That would prove your point. Until then,
Yeah,
nobody can
I
say
I
a
agree.
telescope.
Yeah, there's something wrong. Demok's brain, pretty much.
Yeah, it said the guy who can't get on an airplane for $18 and take his handy dandy cat toy with him and see the ISS. So now the ISS is fake and the fucking cat toy distance. We debunked both of those at the same time, boys. No stars or planets either. And while you're up there the whole time, film something orbit the sun. We'll take a look at all of it.
There is definitely
You'll
something.
man the shit out of that ball.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Something can't be right here.
Right. Something's not right. So when we go up in the North Pole, how fast does the Earth start spinning underneath us per foot? Each foot we go up. How slow does the sun start going? To your perspective and your reality, the sun is sitting still. I think you're stupid. So and then so when you go up, the sun is supposed to fucking very well sit still. Because you in your lifetime would never see what a fucking barycenter is, or a sun going around a barycenter or moving from its position of your fucking position in reality anyway. So to all humans, whole lifetime forever, the sun is sitting still and the earth is moving, far as they know. So if any glober could prove that the sun is sitting still by going up, high altitude footage, and it should slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, stop. Just like real shit that would be doing the same real thing from an effect. Coriolis sun movement.
Really?
Yeah, you think a thing on a fucking, so I got a ball sitting still out there hanging from a tree. You're on a merry-go-round. You go up from the merry-go-round, up from the merry-go-round, up from the merry-go-round. That ball's gonna sit still now. You dumb son of a bitch. Yeah, really. I bet my life on it. And the merry-go-rounds are going to spin faster and faster underneath you. Really, these things are all true and hold up in reality. Everything I say, you can bet money on me. Now, what
Okay.
you guys can't do is get on a fucking airplane and prove you got an ISS. Prove your
Wait a-
telescope can even see the fucking piece of shit.
How come? Wait a minute. How come I can't prove that I have an ISS?
You got to do your own research, buddy.
I can, but I can. I have done my own research.
I told you the steps. Let's do the research.
Oh, I did the research.
No, I don't see your video. You're lying again, Omni. You have a
Do I
problem.
have to have a video to have done research? No, that doesn't.
No, the video what thing we're talking about that you need to do, that's the research. You're not doing it. It hasn't been done.
I
You
don't
guys
have.
won't even get to the globe that's 40 foot and show me how a helicopter flies around it, buddy. You guys you'll get on a computer with a little bitty fucking 6-inch screen and say that's a globe model, proven right there on your phone, your little bitty fucking phone screen. That's good enough for your scale and size.
Correct.
But
Yes.
the 40-foot ball ain't good enough.
Yes. Correct.
Too big. That 40-foot ball is too big to show you guys how a globe works.
It's not too
You need
big.
a little phone. Yeah, that's what you said. You need your little bitty screen on your phone. Little bitty 2-inch fucking screen. That's the scale you guys prove your globe with, right?
I'm pretty sure.
How about the 3-inch? How about the 1-foot one in your classroom with all the fucking land masses on it? Is that what you guys? That's not good enough either.
I'm pretty sure I didn't
So
say
which
that.
scale of globe can you guys even show what a fucking globe is to anybody? Nobody knows what a globe is now. So no matter what you guys got, they're all made up fucking versions and none of them are real.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that
So
either.
the computer screen don't work no more. Too little. Right?
The computer
A
screen's
map doesn't work no more.
The
A
map-
map's too small, right?
It's fine. No,
It's fine.
no problem with it.
So now I got a 40-foot ball. Is it big enough to show how helicopters fly around it?
So it's not big enough to generate its own gravity, but it is big enough. You can use that.
Nobody said that. Nobody said a fucking thing about that. I said, can you demonstrate how your fucking helicopter flies around your ball model? It's really simple. You get a toy helicopter, you fucking demonstrate. All the explaining comes after the show. Whether you say it was gravity or not, we don't give a fuck about the stories. We need the demonstration, then the story. Okay?
No, I don't think it works like that.
Well, then that's why you live on flat Earth, stupid. That's why all your science is fucked and broke and can't prove nothing. That's why you shouldn't keep doing it, because it's all it's doing is proving your globe was wrong.
I understand.
Dangerous. So if you thought science proved your globe right, science proved your globe wrong. Science can't prove shit right. All it can do is prove it wrong after the other. Because once you find out you thought it was a ball, you just thought that through science, right? So you didn't prove it, right?
No.
You definitely didn't prove it's a ball, right?
So I feel like we may have proven some of this stuff. I think you
scientifically proven it's a ball. When you can't do an orbit, you can't show how a helicopter works. Are you okay, brother?
We have shown how.
What the fuck is wrong with you? So I got a 40-foot ball here. It's waiting. I got money waiting on the bet. For any glober smart enough with their fucking hand to mimic gravity and show us how gravity works. What are they, too retarded to mimic gravity with their hand? Downy down, too smart for you guys? So down, baby, by the roller coaster, too smart for a glober. That's fucking crazy. So what are you guys doing all day? Too dumb to fucking grab a toy helicopter. Like, what are you doing with math? You surely fucking ain't fucking smart enough to play with math and numbers and physics and shit like that. If you guys can't even fucking show how a helicopter flies around the ball, man. You don't know anything about gravity because you're not demonstrating what you would know. I think this is exactly how it works. Because without your demonstration, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What's your reference on what, where, verse what, where, verse what? Just we know globe, cuz globe. You don't got no ball doing that shit. Matter of fact, you won't. You won't allow balls in globe physics. Globers will not allow a 360 object to be a globe, when a globe is supposed to be the theory of 360.
Hey,
What do you mean,
Demok,
holy
can
fuck?
you get through a sentence without stuttering, you fucking retard? You got like
Oh, I've
what,
never
50
studied
IQ
one.
points trying to fucking formulate English
Said the
speech?
guy
You
dumber
dumb
than a
fuck.
fucking ball in a
Holy
toy
fuck, you
helicopter.
are a stuttering
You're
fucking
dumber than a ball,
retard.
brother. I know. Guy who can't show how
What
a
were you saying?
helicopter
I
flies
wasn't
around a
listening.
ball.
I was talking.
Guy who doesn't know how a helicopter flies around a ball. We know.
So
retard.
Demok, come on now. It's amusing, or kind of amusing, but
What's amusing that you guys don't know anything? That a toy helicopter outsmarted all you guys' IQ? That's
No.
real amusing for you.
Doesn't know how
Well, no.
Sad. It's really
All right.
sad. How about
I'm sorry, Demok. I warned you.
Sorry, I had to go into demo.
Yeah, I know. It's too
fun
bad.
every now and then just to do the same thing that he does.
Well,
I held off until he had that little slip up in speech, and then it's like, my time has come.
yeah, well, he's, pretty singular, honestly. I mean, it's a shame, but
Talking with Demok, to quote Andrew Dice Clay in the movie of The Adventures of Ford Fairlane, talking with Demok is like masturbating with a cheese grater. It's slightly amusing, but mostly painful.
yeah.
The way it works is wild. Like, it's just wild. Like, I don't understand. I mean, I know where he's getting the 40-foot globe from. That's Earth A that I posted a few times. But, like, I don't think he understands that to show him how a helicopter would fly over the Earth, even with Earth A, the helicopter would have to be, like, I don't know, smaller than a rice grain, Like, it would be impossible. I don't know what he wants. Like, it's just, I don't know, man.
Well, he wants something that he won't, explain to us. That he can't explain to us, really. He doesn't. If he understood what was going on, if he understood what he was talking about, it would be a whole entirely different discussion. But,
yeah, what did he want? Like, what good is getting on an airplane to see the ISS when, like, I know Seafoam has posted a picture he took of the ISS. I'm sure the other people that have had telescopes have taken pictures of this ISS. Like, what else are we supposed to do? Like, I mean,
he wants you to demonstrate gravity using a small Earth on Earth, which obviously can't be done. So
I mean,
I think we're ever going to be able to, convince him of anything. I think his mind is made.
His entire presentation is to not be convinced of anything and to shout and overtalk people and basically do his bit.
Yeah, I mean, if Demok is a Poe and is just trolling us all, fucking good job. I mean, he is fucking dedicated. Amazing work. Now, if he's
he
for
is.
real and he's serious, then
so
I
I categorize it as a bit because I'm not honestly sure if it's, I'm not sure if it's real or not, but I'm preferring to believe it's not.
Because I have not seen him break character in several years. I don't know. God, how long have I seen him around?
Yeah, he's definitely had a he's freaking committed to it.
Yeah.
No, I heard him break character one night. I heard him break character. Somebody said like, "Hey, Denmark, listen, you should be doing stand-up comedy." And like he was in the midst of going, and he stopped, laughed, and was like, "Well, if one of y'all made a YouTube channel, I got plenty to say." And it was like the way it was like you could hear that he broke character. And a few times it's happened. I've heard it a couple times.
He's
But
got a YouTube channel. He's on YouTube. He shows up in MC Tune and a few other, well, at least MC Tune. I've seen him
yeah,
show up in the. So
his
he's got a
typing in there
YouTube
is
account.
glorious. Yeah, his typing in there is glorious. I mean, some of the things he writes, just like,
Oh
holy.
yeah, I collect comments. I have like a collection of little copy and text. You know, copy and paste what he texts. Oh God, I've done some freestyle improv fucking music of his. I don't know. It's fun reading what he types.
The reason I think it's a bit, there are times where you can hear he's not dumb. It's just like, it's either he is just dead set on it's gotta be what he thinks, or like it is a bit, because there are times, there are conversations I've had with him that were not crazy. So like, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I pretended to be a flat earther. I've done that in the past. I still do occasionally, and have a different YouTube channel. And yeah, it could be addicting, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I don't really do it much anymore. But he is still dedicated, though. Whatever he is.
Is Nathan Oakley still coming tomorrow?
It says yes. I mean, I wouldn't, you know.
I'll be good. I promise. I promise. I'll be good.
Well, I mean, I'm going to try to actually steer the conversation. So, you know, he says you can't take an elevation angle. We'll see if you know, we can have that discussion. Somebody can have that discussion.
I can
You
show
know.
that being demonstrated on a globe easily.
Right. So, you know, we'll have to find out if so I don't know how it's going to work. I do know that I'm going to I'm not going to be the chief antagonist for him as a guest. You know, I am willing to give him you know, some leeway. Like if he wants to kick somebody off the stage, generally I'll do that the same way that I would for any other guest. So we'll see. But I do kind of.
It is going to be good. If he shows up, it's going to be good. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think.
So he's gonna be not in control of the mute button, which will be kind of
correct. He'll be on the stage.
Okay,
I'll have the mute button.
Who do we have? Who is all expecting to show up?
I don't know. I don't know if we'll get anybody showing up, but I think in this case we need more Globers than you know. We don't need we need more Globers than flat earthers for this.
Yeah, he comes with like acolytes, right? Like he has
this whole panel of people.
Of idiots, yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Will you hold him like to account to answering the question that was asked?
Well, I'm going to try. You know, there'll be limits, obviously, to what he'll agree to.
I understand.
You know, but I'm going to try. You know, when he gets chatty, I'm going to be like, I'm moderating for clarity, and I'll say, okay, so this guy has said this. What is your response? And you know, fuck if I know.
Elefino.
Yep.
Greatest joke ever. Actually made me laugh.
Tell you the one thing that I enjoyed of Nathan Oakley was watching him berate Whitsitt, and then watch Whitsitt's. I think I watched it on Max's channel where he Nathan Oakley was like reacting to Whitsitt's first return to flat Earth video, and I mean he really hates Whitsitt. Huh?
Whitsitt kind of seems a bit grifty POS-y to me.
100%. Here.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Whitsitt is yes, yes. Whitsitt is definitely, super, super grifty. I mean, there's no question about that.
I mean, you can't knock the hustle, but the problem is it's like I saw that I think his name is Jaron, and he had a conversation because they both went to that 24-hour thing, and I respect Jaron a lot because legitimately it seems like he put a lot of time and effort into this flat Earth thing, and he's willing to accept reality. That's not easy.
How he managed to square his, changing your mind like that is super hard.
It took him a little bit.
I think it's the highest form of intelligence, honestly. You know what I mean? Because you just think about how like dissident and biased you can be because you truly believe it. I think it's kind of one of the highest forms of intelligence. But yeah, I've been ever since. I remember Lion was on here and he said that what's is his N word, and I was like, oh, that's the society that they're pulling together here. The whole yes.
That's what I do at work. I just say neighbor.
Neighbor. Yeah, he's his Mr. Rogers. But yeah, no, it's just I kind of looked into the whole thing, and I think M Agent. I just watched one of his live streams, and he pretty much just ran through the guy. But he doesn't really seem like somebody I would want to follow.
Yeah, no. Well, Whitsitt is not. So how sincere he is anybody's guess. We don't.
You think he really believes it, Omni? Or do you think it's just at this point after TFE, he's just got to make money?
I think so. I think it's a combination of both. Honestly, I think that he probably believes something. Don't know what. And but his need to make money is probably the most important. The overriding.
I mean, I kind of see how this community acts, especially even going back and forth between those two Discord channels. If I don't hear what I want to hear there, I'm going to go here. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, there's certainly people No Tanks is here to troll.
I love No Tanks. I have a great time with him. I think I fuck around too much, but if he wants to be incredulous, just fucking have fun with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, so you can just decide. You can decide for yourself, really. Whatever. But I don't take No Tank seriously. I think he does have things he honestly believes, but fuck if I could say what they are.
Well, he's the Bible told me so kind of guy.
Yeah, he is kinda. Yeah.
I think
the other night that was an epic conversation we all had with him. And like we let him talk. Like I let, because you were doing a great job of like trying to get him to like explain it to you. So I was like just sitting there listening for like 90 minutes, and like that was an epic conversation. He's out there, man. He's wild, Jesse. Jesse's wild.
Yes, yeah. Jesse. So
is that No Tanks? I don't know
no,
the name. Oh,
no, Jesse is
oh, Jesse Squiggles. Oh yeah, dude. I watched all 5 hours of that video. That, I watched all 5 hours of it. This is the crazy thing about Jesse Squiggles. The crazy thing is, it's like he has so many pertinent points. He talks about the need for fair distribution of resources. He talks about all these other things, and then it goes to like desert, like evil cabal that murders and eats and drinks blood. You're like, how did we get here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was crazy. When he said they're stealing our foreskins and eating them, I was like, Babylonian Star cop badges. I was just like, yeah, bro. If you find, like, if you go back, it was not yesterday, the day before, right? 2 days ago? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was 2 days ago around this time, and like, dude, his conspiracy theories are just wild.
Yeah, eating foreskins. It's because that's the most regenerative part. That I think that was the reason why, from my memory. Yeah, it's. I can go down rabbit holes. The thing is this: it's dude, like the world, how we perceive it, how I perceive it, how you perceive it. Everyone has a different little kick to it, you know. But the thing is, it's like I think like we could all point and say, "Hey, what in this room is blue?" And I think we could all point to blue. But like sometimes when you're talking to the flat earther, you don't think you're going to get that response. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, so when he was doing the when he was talking, so a lot of it was I was just letting him talk. I wasn't particularly interested in either trying to embarrass him or
The thing is, I don't try to embarrass. The only person I would say I actively try to embarrass is Lion. That's the only person if I were to say that's my special little sin, I would say that. Him and Tora are really good to try to go after.
Tora is I mean, I don't know what's going on with Tora. I thought of Tora as Lion, but a little bit more aggressive. But last time he was in here, it was
I
like
was screaming. I remember.
It was like, what the fuck? Okay, well, yeah, well, whatever, my guy.
Yeah, I heard that.
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
I remember. The thing is, it's like it's more fun to come on here and let's talk about some stuff. Let's joke. Let's laugh. If we get serious, let's get serious. You know what I mean? But like, it's like legitimately, it's like, no, dude, you're wrong. There was this cosmic reading of a book that like no one's ever heard of, and the people that did hear of it said, no, that's a piece of shit. We're not going to use it. You know what I mean? It's always like some like ethereal deep thing, and it's like, dude, please answer the question. Like it's weird.
Well, we don't know, right? We don't really know what, like, because he's into all the apocrypha, so it's very it's very hard to know, like, those guys get super esoteric. Now I like how Lion I find I can get along with. Like, I don't agree with him, but he's and by the way, Lion has done some stuff that really impressed me. When they were like praising Nazis in Earth Awakens, and they were just going on the Nazi love thing, he was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And they like ran him off of there.
Dude, that's kind of what makes me angry about Lion, is he's actually a good person, and he has integrity, and he has intelligence.
He doesn't insult after every word. Like some of them, it's like, like the way Denmark has to call you a name at the end of everything he thinks is a point. Lion, I can talk with him. Heck, we had just a normal conversation yesterday about his new job and everything. So like, that's what I like about him is I don't need to insult someone who isn't doing it to me. That's my rule. The golden rule.
That's why I made him a mod and not Torah.
Great
Oh,
choice.
I would not like to have a conversation with Torah as a mod. And honestly, Lion as a mod, while he's like in a conversation, won't like use like mod powers like I've seen in Earth Awakenings.
Right, yeah.
Like he's really good at that. That's the thing. Like I said, it's a guilty pleasure, but it's almost like I see so much in like the way he thinks, how he thinks, and it's like I want him to get over that fucking speed bump, dude, because I think there's a lot out there. But
he's never going to. So the guy is never going to come to the conclusion that the Earth isn't flat because he is very much believing that the Bible says it's flat, and he's a biblical guy. And I'm just like, So another time, I was being made fun of on Earth Awakens, which doesn't bother me, but this guy was saying, oh, it's all going to fall off the bottom of your globe, and you must have Velcro. And Torah was just like, oh, shut up, you idiot. If you do an internal critique, you have to understand that their model doesn't have things falling off the bottom of the globe, you moron. And I was like, hey, oh, you're right. You happen to be correct about that. Wow.
Yeah.
But he was just he just tore into the guy for being, an insulting asshole who was coming off as a moron. And I was very impressed by that. I was like, don't disagree. And wow, it's his own cohort, and he's willing to speak up and say, you can't, don't be an idiot.
No, I completely respect the guy. I just like, I just wish he would not do the problem I have with both of them. It's basically you're an evil person if you disagree with what they're saying.
There is some of that.
I think more Torah than Lion. I think Lion is.
I agree with that.
I agree.
Completely agree with that.
Yeah, it is more Torah than Lion. Yes.
Was Jaren a religious one too?
Not really. No.
No. Huh.
No, not really.
That's probably what made it easier for him.
Yeah. Right. Well, if you tell me that if the Bible says explicitly the Earth is flat and you better believe it's flat, which is kind of what
how people interpret it. Yeah.
Well, it's how Taking Back Eden, presents it as a salvation issue, which is you're not saved unless you're flat Earth, which is
that's scary as shit.
Well, it's incredibly aggressive and extremely insulting. If I were the kind of person who was capable of being insulted by that.
I said to him too, I was like, dude, I don't understand what your version of Christianity is because you think I'm going to hell because I don't believe this. But personally, I don't think you're going to hell, man. As long as you stay a good person and don't,
Well, I have news for you. He may or may not be that good of a person.
I don't think so. Yeah.
He may be. I'm not claiming to know his heart, but I suspect that he's gotten himself into some bullshit. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, so, he's in a very
it's always
very culty to me.
Yes. That's what I was going to say. It's always like the cult people speak, and then like he'll like do his little affirmation behind it, or he's an interesting one. If someone came to this because of biblical beliefs, it's very, very hard. But it's also, I've heard Bjorn say this, it's very fucking insulting. because it's like legitimately like if the Earth being round or flat doesn't mean God does or does not exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Well, it has no bearing, and so saying it's biblical is one thing. Like if you tell me I believe the Bible says this, I'm like, okay, I don't agree with that. But like if it ends there, I'm that's it. That's the end of that conversation. But if you tell me you can't be saved unless you believe that, that is a hyper aggressive, like what?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like so, and it also makes me think. He casts everything that he's doing in here. Every time he's in here interacting, it's a crusade. It's like literally, I'm coming to save Stephens, and I'm just like, well,
Well, you have to kind of like say that's a bit admirable, but it's like so misplaced. It's like malicious.
Well, and it's misplaced, and it's super. The superiority is just breathtaking.
Yeah, but that's what insulted me was when he was like, so what's the 10 Commandments? And then when I was like, I don't have to answer that. Like, I don't have to recite the 10 Commandments because somebody asks me to prove my faith. Like, that's just not how it works. And anytime after that, it was like, oh, that's the Christian. He's the Christian that doesn't know the 10 Commandments. Like, I know the 10 Commandments, but I also know if I answer the question and I don't quote it word for word from the KJV, he's going to say something about that. So it's just not even worth doing it,
Yes, I asked him. I was like, is this the the Catholic 10 Commandments or the Protestant 10 Commandments? Because they're different.
I wish that like one of the things it's like let's just say you believe the Earth is like 6,000 years old. At least learn the actual freaking history to 6,000 years ago. You know what I mean? Like it's just so weird to me. Like it's
The young Earth creation thing has always bugged me out because it's like there's a very easy answer to that as to why it doesn't have what's a day to an omnipotent being like God? All those first days. Like
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like, I don't know what
there's biblical support for it. So an apologist, I was on campus, this is decades ago at school and at university, and there was a apologist doing, the street apology, and he was out there in the middle of this quad, and I walked over to listen to it. And I was not at the time, I didn't really identify as religious, like maybe Christian non-denominational, but I wasn't, I wasn't practicing or anything. But I was curious what the guy had to say. And he said, and I haven't checked this, but he said in the Old Testament, the formulation is like of the 6,000 years is like Bob, Ben, Phil, where Ben can mean either child of or descendant of.
Right.
And therefore, you can't just add up all of the Bob ages and all the Phil ages, and because it could be that there was a billion generations between.
in between
Yeah. So I was just like, okay. I mean, it's an interesting point, and I thought it was. I thought it was. He also said, I don't believe that God created light to appear to us as though it's coming from billions of miles away.
Oh, when you read the Bible, right? Like when I because I grew up literally when I was a kid, we were homeschooled, and we learned real stuff, but like the only book we were allowed to like kind of read was like the Bible. We had our school books, but like we just read the Bible. I went to like a Christian school, but when I started actually learning these things, there was so much like symmetry between the creation story, between like the first like the curse of man, like women having more painful births. Like that's a part of evolution. Our heads got bigger and their hips got narrower. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like there's so many little things like that to where it feels like someone was trying to tell a story to someone that didn't understand all the words in it, you know?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like at the
Yeah, life came from the water, I think, is in there.
stuff, little things like that, you know. And then like one of my favorite verses, I used it online the other day, is John 3:12. It's like, if you don't understand the naturalistic processes of the world, how can I explain to you heavenly things? And like, when you look at the way the Bible was explained, it was as someone from that time would have the ability to explain it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's you know, I think that it's kind of a correct you know, view of you know, you can interpret it that way, and if you choose not to, then you know, the question is, how are you so sure that your interpretation is correct?
Right.
And the thing is, it's like, basically you're almost asked to kill for this interpretation, for your interpretations. You know what I mean?
Well, they yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just like that's why it's all like there's a guy on here, Red Cloud, who comes on sometimes, and like I love his stance, because he's a guy that's like, hey, you know, the Earth isn't flat, and you don't have to not believe in the Bible to believe the Earth is flat, because he believes in the Bible, but he thinks the Earth is like 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, he's like super Republican.
xenophobic, not Republican. Xenophobic is the word.
Well, however you want to call it. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're right. I should make that distinction. Yeah.
But
hard to nowadays, man, because sometimes, you know, like
you could make them synonymous terms. The Venn diagram is very close.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm like, I can't, like, politics are just not pleasant anymore. I don't. It's so hard to have a conversation with anybody. That's why I just swarm off, because I was tired of getting into arguments with different family members, because I don't stay to one side. I've always been in the middle. I believe different things because that's what I'm supposed to do as an American. Is like, I'm not supposed to, you know, be so dogmatic in my political beliefs. But unfortunately, that's the world we're in now.
That is definitely a huge problem with our system, is blindly following a party, you know. But very similar to me, you know, my family's super democratic. I've always had more of a Republican leaning toward my mindset and stance. And it's always been, you know, in 16, I still remember watching Hillary Clinton call every African American youth basically in this country super predators. And I know the policies of her husband, how it weaponized the police force. Like, I didn't trust that woman for 2 seconds. And I was like, Donald Trump, yeah, just as good as an option to Hillary Clinton to me. I completely came to my reformation of that. But at the same time, like, I've always wanted to just get something in there that was not what it was. But we're reaping the results of my stupidity from 16 now. So sorry, guys.
It happens, brother.
Yeah, it turned out not to be a good bet.
No, I lost that bet. And then I lost it again in 20. I was like, how do we have a referendum? And then we get another referendum on the referendum. But yeah.
I mean, you know, but I told Red Cloud Media, I was like, you know, we don't live in the same, you know, the problem is that in this country, we don't live in the same universe. We cannot agree on what is factually true.
Oh, dude, dude, no, come on, man. His problem is immigrate. Like, when he talks about immigration,
No, well, it's also. I mean, but
he's using code words when he's talking.
I know, yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah.
But you know, I was like, you know, January 6th was a coup, and you know, and I know you think that's laughable, but that's because you watch conservative media while I was telling Red Cloud this.
Oh yeah, I remember. I was in that conversation.
And you don't know about the slate of alternate electors. Like you're not, you haven't been educated in that, even though it's a massively published, super well reported story.
Did you watch the hearings at all?
I watched the hearings, but I knew, but the false slate of electors was reported on in massive depth beyond that.
It's the definition. It is the core definition of wire fraud at the minimum. At the minimum, you know what I mean? Like,
yes, and these people admitted, like there are people who said, yes, I was, picked to be a false elector, and I was gonna do my false electing, and I'm guilty. I mean, we have all the evidence of that, like all the evidence you could ask for of this, and and he wasn't sure,
Yeah, no. I remember because you guys like went down and talked.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
he said I can't say these things, and I thought he was going to go off on vaccines, so we went down there, and then
yeah.
I was like, well, you can talk about, it's like you can't, and and he's like the ultimate conservative, today's conservative,
dude. But he's not even an American.
Well, he certainly thinks he's one of the good ones. Whatever he is.
Well, the thing is, like he's going through the process of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like the conversation we were having. I'm like, dude, listen. In this country, we have due process. If due process is taken away, and I was trying to explain to him, like, you don't speak like an American. So in this process of a police having probable cause to deport you, they can throw your fucking green card on the ground and send you back to wherever the fuck you came from. That's kind of the laws that was trying to be enforced, and that's why people were rioting.
I asked him about that. I was like, what if they deport you? What if
they won't? They won't because he's white.
Right. Well, that was what he basically said.
Yeah, he's 100%. I wasn't even there, and how did I guess?
Yeah.
I hate that, but then at the same time, like, I hated what January 6th was, but I also hate people.
Dude, I was on the fence
doing their job, man. Like, that's a problem for me. Like,
I was on
those
the fence
cops
on January 6th.
They don't deserve it.
I was on the fence. I was like, this would be fucking crazy if they actually pulled this off. I was sitting back on the edge of my seat, and then I realized that these people were morons and they're taking fucking selfies. I was like, no, this is a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, no. It's just I don't. What I've learned of America in my life, I don't think you're supposed to be doing these things with violence, and like I think we need to. I think everybody needs to take a step back and go, this country works better when we compromise and we talk about things and we work things out. But
the thing is, it's like literally what's on the slate for the other side is God. Just like the flat earth, and they're going to believe it no matter what you show them. That's on the slate for the other side. And that's what's been pulled into politics. I don't like Billy Graham, but Billy Graham even spoke of this, literally made the statement of we need to keep politics out of the church, but at the same time, that's on the slate. That's what's on the slate for them. It's not anything. And they're going to mask it with all this delusion that they're coming out with. And it's literally, they truly believe that there is a affirmation for a godless nation of the United States. But if they actually studied history, that's what our founding fathers fucking established this country to be. We are to be a godless nation. It doesn't mean that we cannot practice and service and whatever God, but we are to be a godless nation. And they did that because of what happened in the past.
Yeah, that's something that I never understood, that people, they wrote it. They wrote down, they had writings that said, because of what happened in Europe over religion, we don't want that here. And it's like, people can't see that.
And it's like, we have to have that here. We really do want that. We like exactly that. Yes.
We want more. Right. We want it with guns.
Yeah, definitely. Give me some of that. I want that good, that good. I don't know what.
Supersize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why the Jack Parsons NASA thing pisses me off, because it's like, Okay, so he had an, unconventional religion. But this is America. He was working for a secular institution. Like, we should want people of every religion to go into NASA and make America better. That's the point. And, like, it shouldn't matter what his religion was. But, I guess they need a way to call NASA satanic, right?
We were talking the other day, and we're talking about. It was actually with Red Cow. We're talking about voting because that's what the whole thing was about. And I was like that's why, like, dude, study history. There used to be a thing called voting test, and I'm like, I'm completely about reestablishing it. But like, I would like make it to where like the first one is like a picture of like multicultural people and say circle the American. And then like who won the 2020 election is the second question. You go down the list, and then like you literally like, hey, you failed, and we need to talk to you.
Yeah, I don't think that's the kind of test they were thinking about.
No, but have you ever
Right.
seen those reading tests?
I have. Yeah, it's unpassable.
No, so like part of the reason why my parents were like hyper, because my mom is originally from the north, and like she grew like black people from the north like read news about the South. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like she had like the mindset like they're just trying to kill us basically, and that's why she was so strong on pushing education. Because if we were ever in that situation, I could pass one of those things. But think you had like 10 fucking minutes or something. It's like a philosophy. It's like a philosophical test too. It's ridiculous.
The thing I still don't understand is how there's that whole narrative that illegal immigration is so that they can be used as voters. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't see how, without a system, somebody who's not a citizen and not on the voting rolls is going to vote. Like,
Well, they don't understand how the voting stuff works.
Yeah,
That is hugely misunderstood.
It backfired 100 billion%. The people coming here are religious. So it 1,000,000,000% backfired if that was the plan.
I was like, do you know who created sanctuary cities? He's like, no. I was like, the church.
Republicans. Oh,
the church. Because people would go, and I was like, you may have heard this. You may have heard this word.
Oh, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yeah.
Have you heard of going to a church and asking for sanctuary? Now, I realize it might be new to you, and it's probably somewhat disturbing, but people actually
world. They run the businesses. They run that.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I've always wanted to ask this question to sensible people. Let's take all the killing of the Jews out, right? Did Hitler do anything else that was good?
No, because look.
Okay.
You can't take anything good when you know what was going on behind the scenes the entire time. And okay, you built some roads, good for you. But, like at the end of the day, look where the country ended up. Like
I understand
something like that, you can't take in a micro, you can't take like a little part of it and say, oh yeah, that was good. Because at the end of the day.
We literally did, though. We literally did as a country. You have to understand that. We did. We're like, oh, your rocket program was good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I always say with that, you're in the middle of World War II.
I understand. It's either us or the Russians. I get it. I completely get it.
Yeah, it was a tough decision. I would hate to have been the person who had to make that decision because it was like probably one of the more difficult decisions, along with dropping the atomic bomb.
Dude, do you think that was a difficult decision for them?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. So dropping.
I think if they had to drop it.
Yeah. I mean, it was. So yes and no. The guy knew. He knew he was going to kill, tens of thousands of civilians.
Yeah. But they were doing that anyway with fire bombs, and they purposely chose fire munitions because the whole city is built in wood.
I know, but at that point, it was what's called total war, right? The situation where every element of society.
Yep, is a target. There is no civilian. I understand that, and I get that. But if we had 3 of them, Omnivore, do you think we would have dropped all 3 of them?
My understanding is no. My understanding is we dropped one. We warned them. We told them. My understanding is we told them, and we told the civilians we're going to drop a bomb that will destroy the city.
So two things. One, this is the lead poison generation you're talking about. Okay. You have to understand, the majority of these people had lead poisoning. Lead poisoning leads to psychopathic behavior, thoughts, and outcomes. I believe if they had 5 bombs, they would have dropped all 5. At no point do I believe at any second was this a hard decision for the United States government for them to make that decision.
I don't know, because for everything I've read, there was, like Omni said, they was warning sent, don't be in that city, we're dropping a bomb there. And then after Hiroshima, it was, do you want to surrender? And
they said yes.
No, they didn't. It wasn't until after Nagasaki that then there was contact made, and it was all right.
Yeah, because of the communications. But what came back was, hell yes, please do not open another sun over us. You just opened another sun over us.
But the problem is, I don't think there was another valid choice. I would not have been okay with my country sending that many young men to die to invade Japan, and that was the only other option we had.
But the country was no. You may not have, but at the time, the country was. We honestly, Germany was like, if we weren't really that mad at them. I mean, like we weren't really that mad at them, but like we were mad at Japan. We were going to beat the living shit out of them. Like there was no stopping us from getting Japan. We wanted to stop the European operation so we can get Japan. Like, it was all about getting Japan. Like at no point were
they bring us into the war.
I don't think that I think the level of nationalism that was fervor during that time, especially because being attacked. I think all of us who were around after 9/11. You know what I mean? And we were
after 9/11. I would have been fine in that if Afghanistan was a smoking parking lot.
Precisely.
Yeah,
I would have been okay with that.
I mean you're not wrong.
You know what I mean? And but now imagine us all having lead poisoning and actually growing up on farms and not being connected to the internet, being able to actually look up and research anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
different kind of world. But still, like I said, I mean, when you look at the numbers that we would have lost if we had invaded Japan, and to give the Japanese soldiers credit, they would fight to the last man, and it would have been maybe probably the bloodiest battle in history if we had to invade Japan. Without
the thing is, it would have been a genocide before we did that level of invasion. We just would have just continued. Like, everything there is made out of wood and paper, dude. We just would have firebombed the whole fucking country.
Yeah.
Just napalmed it. I mean, like everything there is made out of wood and paper. It was. You drop one little tiny bomb, you destroy like 30 buildings, and like Omni said, it was total war. It was von Clausewitz shit. It was like destroy poison wells, like burn the fields. Like, I mean,
it was a kind of war that we are not, as Americans, generally that familiar with, fortunately.
Yeah.
We are. Revolutionary War, I would say, was a bit von Claus-esque, especially because of the Prussian aspect of like the advisors.
The Civil War was I agree, much closer to because
the Civil War. I like the Civil War that's one of the more interesting wars to see how war of attritions work. Capitulation from the North could have been had by the South if they had the ability to rearm.
Yeah.
They might have if they had the industrial might of the North, or if they had been able to get Europe, if they had been able to get France to come in and really like support them that way. But I mean, that was really, if you think about it, that was one war that there was a moment of total war, Sherman's March to the Sea. But even that was not exactly total war, because when he was in North Carolina, he didn't burn anything. Because
and they weren't killing civilians. I mean, they weren't just lining up civilians and shooting them.
Well, they were lining up plantation owners and shooting them.
No. They didn't. Not that I know of, but there might have been, unfortunately,
it may have happened. So I'm not a historian of the Civil War, but I don't ever remember, stories of them going in there, taking men, women, and children and just gunning them all down.
No, I didn't say men, women, and children. So there were like basically like a lot of the plantation owners ended up just getting like positions and commands and shit.
Yeah.
And they weren't active, but that was like when your son went, he got to get a higher rank and stuff. But so they got there, you were Colonel, Colonel Angus, to quote Saturday Night Live, you were shot. But yeah, they shot a lot of people. Sherman went fucking crazy, dude.
He wanted the war to end. It was unfortunate, but I don't think the North would have won without Sherman and Grant. Without those two men,
hell no.
Well, apparently somebody complained to Lincoln and said, Sherman is a drunk, and he said, find out what he's drinking and send one to all my
generals. Yeah.
Well, the problem. This is so when you look at Sherman's campaigns in the West, essentially, and you'd call the West like the Mississippi, basically at that time, they were fucking brutal, dude. Because he came in the mindset of a war of attrition. He understood that if I lose 5 battles and I win 1, I win the war. You know what I mean? It was some brutal shit. And then like when Sherman broke Atlanta, broke their supply lines and the rail lines and everything else like that. That crippled the South to where there's no way for them to rearm, no way for them to do anything. and capitulation was just a matter of time.
Yeah, yeah. And once the Mississippi was closed off and New Orleans was taken, they were just. I mean, it was bound to happen. It was almost inevitable once they didn't have any kind of industrial power to fight back. So, but it is.
They could have kept because he went from Atlanta to Savannah to the sea. That's that swatch he like carved like a 30-mile fucking line of fucking like a swath from there, and they cut off that port. And that's when it was pretty much game over. But if they could have kept Atlanta and got like what we're talking about, like foreign help, and got resupplied, it could have been kind of like a Ukraine type situation,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like a sort of pseudo guerrilla kind of campaign. I mean, they sort of did do that afterwards. There was kind of some of these militias. Jesse James and the people he was with that was still fighting for 10 years after the war.
Yeah, I can certainly see, that I could see that happen. I mean, it had to be surrender.
Yeah,
I think
was the only way that war would have been won.
I think Grant's nickname was Unconditional Surrender Grant or some shit like that. I truly believe that was his nickname.
Yeah, no, I forget from what. It was one of the battles where like.
Oh, he's from New York. He's from New York. His presidential thing's up there.
Yeah, so I'm saying he. If I remember, I forget which battle, but it was that the Confederate commander sent him a letter and was like, "I'd like to discuss terms," and he just wrote back, "No terms, unconditional surrender," and that's where the name. Which is kind of ballsy, man. Like that.
Yeah. And I'm not sure he got to make that call either.
Probably not.
I mean, he may have been overreaching a bit there. I don't know.
No, it was one. I think it was one. I don't think they were winning the battle so much. Like it might have been Vicksburg. It might have been Vicksburg, and that was like, he was kind of sort of posturing to say we're in a stronger position than we are. And at the end of the day, it worked out. So, but sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you got to posture in war to make it,
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not going to second guess the guy. I believe he knows what he was doing way more than I would. So.
Yeah, it was a different kind of war too. Like it was.
It was like 20 scotches in, though. You know what I mean? But like, you have to like imagine when that letter was written. He was at least 20 scotches in. Whiskey. He was whiskey.
Yeah, he was a whiskey drinker. He was a drinker. Grant. Yeah, he did sober like. There was a few battles where because they were just, trench warfare, essentially like a siege, he just got bored and started drinking. And then he would stop drinking. And then, like different times. But, I think Grant is a lot of times misunderstood. It hurt him to send people to die the way he had to. He didn't
those were his friends. Like they were like they all went to fucking school together.
Right, and you're also
West Point, yeah,
that you were fighting with before, and that's why the Civil War is always so interesting because it's that border of modern war and Napoleonic style war. Because if you think about all the trench warfare, what was it? 50 years later, it was World War I, which was basically just trench warfare.
So if we would have gotten the Gatling gun, if the Civil War would have lasted about 4 years longer and the Gatling gun came into play,
you would have seen World War I style.
You would have saw World War One exactly. Like people in World War One were like at that time it was still, hey, let's all line up fucking next to each other and shoot at the guys across the fucking field.
Yeah. Did you see that movie 1917?
Yes.
From a couple years ago?
Yeah, that was a cool. Like he was in like Dunkirk or some shit.
No, the one. I think it's the same guy directed it, but it's the one with the two guys are trying to bring the message, and
I think I know what you're talking. I think I've seen it. Like there's like a barn scene, and like they're in like the field and stuff.
Yeah,
I
in the
think I've seen.
plane. And,
Yeah. Yep.
It's a fantastic movie. It was one of the better war movies of the last like 5 years.
So if you had to pick a war, which one would you pick to fight in? It cannot be anything past 1950. No, anything past Vietnam.
World War II.
You pick two?
Yeah,
World
War
War
One.
One. Well, way more than World War One.
I wouldn't pick World War One or two. I'd pick the Korean War. I think that one would be
probably. Yeah, I think
a bit less me getting killed.
I think the Korean War would be a good.
World War II, and I would have joined the Navy and tried to be a fighter pilot. I know that sounds like I'm asking for death, but I mean, I think my inner child of playing, World War II flying video games has made me like that. That would be fun.
Yeah, well, it's a reasonable. It's not an unreasonable call.
Did you ever see the technology? Did you ever see the technology on that Boeing? The fucking aiming system on the Boeing, the tech they put in that? So like on that Boeing, that bomber, you had like all these different gunner stations, like a dome in the back, a dome on their top, and all this other shit. They like basically created a very complex like analog computer essentially that you could move the firing controls from different stations to like one station. Like it was one of the most complex things you could ever fucking imagine. They threw that together in a few years. It's crazy.
Yeah. World War II was full of innovation, like, But that was another good one. If you didn't see, the Midway remake was fantastic.
I don't think I've seen I know I've seen the original. My dad used to watch all that shit.
The remake was brilliantly done.
My favorite movie ever growing up was Unforgiven.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Have you ever seen the Japanese version?
There's a Japanese version?
It's based. I think the original is a Japanese one. It's starring the guy that was the main leader in The Last Samurai, Ken Watanabe.
Okay.
It's basically the same movie except with samurais and swords.
Okay. My favorite scene was when he's walking out and he was like, "You better bury Ned right." I'm gonna come back here and kill all of you.
That's all right, coming. All right, boys, time to go take the dog for a walk before I get in trouble.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna go on mute for a bit too.
Ciao, boys. Talk to you later.
All right.